welcome all of you to the Women in Blue Day. We're so excited and we're so happy to have you here. This is going to be a great day, and we're really hoping that you'll show up in and out during the day. It is a long day, but anytime you want to come in, you probably have a schedule of all the people who are going to be joining us today. I want to introduce you to our president, who is Alana. Give us a wave, Alana. Good, good, good. And I'd like to introduce you to Roberta. She's our secretary, Roberta Walters. Give a wave. Cynthia is also joining us today. She's our communications specialist. Andrea is also on. She's our former president. And now I will turn the program over. We can talk during our 5-minute downtime during the day. But Assemblyman Danielson, we are so thankful that you took this spot. I know you just came back from a beautiful vacation, so you can tell us a little bit about what it's like in another country, but we're very, very happy to see you here. So good morning.
Good morning, ladies. I'm blushing and humbled to have the audience of such powerful and beautiful women. I feel at home. You know, I grew up the youngest of 9, but out of the 9, I have 5 sisters, and they're the most loving people in the world, but they are the jury. Don't mess with the sisters. They come down unified and pretty swift. So if you run into them, please tell them I'm behaving myself. I took my family to Costa Rica, and they are extremely disciplined. They're an ally and an economic partner of the United States. Their economy, is doing okay, and it's just a beautiful country. They're very liberal, very environmentally conscious, and they're progressive. I found it very safe, and no matter where you stay, if you walk 20 feet from your building, you're in the jungle.
Wow.
It was just beautiful to wake up in the morning outside, enjoying your coffee and watching 3 monkeys walking through the trees past you is pretty cool.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. So, and it's a direct flight out of Newark. Every day is a direct flight to San Jose, Costa Rica.
Did the family enjoy it?
They did. I mean, we've been to, Aruba. We've been to Italy. We've been to Cape Cod. This is in the top 2 vacations.
Great.
Places I've taken my kids. Yeah.
Great.
So, yeah, it was good.
Wonderful. So, Assemblyman, what do you have to tell us about passions that you're working on regarding legislation, regarding women's issues? Anything interesting to tell us about?
There is, and I'll tell you, you get to a point, you have so many passions because there's so many issues, all the ones from the past sometimes get forgotten, but the one you're working on today.
Right.
So, some of my past, they didn't start out to be passions. They were really assignments. You get handed a topic and then you work it. One of them, the big one, was marijuana. 4 years ago, the speaker, we were at the reorganization of Middlesex County, and he walks up to me and he goes, "What's your position on marijuana?" I said, "I don't have one. I've never really tried it before." He goes, "Good, you're leading it." Yeah, I need someone objective. So I ran with the marijuana with Senator Scutari and Vitale, and I did it in the assembly. And then they split it up to medical to non-medical, and that's when they took half of my material and put it in the non-medical bill, because I had some very progressive, very liberal, very just material in there, but they needed that value to be in the non-medical to maintain the votes, the support for it, and we'll get to that in a second. So, but the medical portion of the marijuana, I just used creativity and research, and I created other types of licenses and point systems, like the integrated curriculum license, So if you want to open up a dispensary or a laboratory or a cultivator and partner with a curriculum in a institution of higher education, you get more points.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. I literally thought of that concept while sitting in the diner, writing this. Then there's the license where a university could be a partner in the license. That's a different type. That's like the research and development license, because I wanted our state universities to be a part of it. That was difficult because everyone told me it was impossible because of federal prohibition and that they would lose their funding. But I knew enough not to listen to attorneys when they're talking to me about law, because if one other state did it, that means we could do it.
That's right. That's right.
So what I did was so Rutgers ignored me, Robert Wood Johnson ignored me, some other big schools just absolutely disregard me. So I went down to South Jersey, and Cooper did not ignore me. And they said, yeah, we're in. I said, good, write that part of the law. So they wrote it, I took it, and now it was my material.
So does this mean, let me interrupt you for 1 second, don't lose your train of thought, but does this mean that a school is going to offer a program for people that they can study how to open either a medical dispensary or a retail dispensary?
Yes and no. So it's more broad than that. And by the way, it's not that they can, they're doing it now. We
Great.
have about 8 colleges that are, or county and state colleges that are offering cannabis studies curriculum.
Wow.
So how to grow it. I mean, Rutgers has Cook College. Why wouldn't they be talking about growing marijuana? They have a pharmacology. They have a biochemistry. They have the Cancer Institute. Why are they not ahead of this? And those fools said it was impossible.
Maybe they were afraid of losing federal funding, with the former administration, they were so vindictive. So maybe that was a consideration they had. Maybe they'll change their mind. So,
No, you know what it is? I think it's lazy thinkers
mm,
and people protecting their fiefdoms. And sometimes their fiefdoms are just, oh, it's not my idea, it's your idea. But so what I just went to some power brokers and another hospital system, and they wrote it, and they literally took 2 days.
wow. Wow.
So I put protections in for New Jerseyans and small businesses, but on the adult cannabis bill that just became law, that's where all the social justice is really there. So what I did, what I found out around America, there's near zero Black people who own licenses. There's near zero women. There's zero, just the you and me people, that, are not rich. Well, Margaret, you might be rich.
I have wealth, but not monetary wealth.
Right. So what happens is, like, for example, the only Black or female license holders are the tokens, where they went into a competitive license model bid, and they just put a female up front, or a Black person up front. That person is then typically bought out in a hospital, not hospital, but basically they're up front, but they're contractually they're required to sell the shares based upon a vote system, and then they're out, or they stay an equity member at 5%. Even if they were 50%, then they get only 3% of their revenues. It's nothing less than a token position, so it's a big scam. So Joe Danielson, having 5 sisters of the jury, said, how could I just paradigm shifted? And I said, how can I protect my sisters? Now, my sisters want nothing to do with cannabis, but it's symbolic. So I created what's called a micro license. And I took it out of the competitive license model. So to date, to get a license in New Jersey, they put out an RFQ, right, for licenses, and everybody applies. This is a competitive system where everyone who applies gets 100%. People who get selected are those who can do the extra points, political, local, local support. How rich are you? Do you have experience in other states? Do you have experience in different things? So basically, only the big corporations can say, yes, I have experience in other states, right? I have experience in the Netherlands or Australia. Oh yeah, by the way, this person has a commitment to rent a building where I own a whole block, right? And they keep getting more points and that they win. So that's why you'll see all over the country, multi-state, multinational companies getting these licenses. And in the case where if you're lucky in Oregon or Colorado, if you're lucky enough to get a license, they're gonna do the Home Depot move on you. You know, what they did back in the 90s with the small hardware stores.
Right.
They're just gonna set up down the road from you and lower their prices so bad that you are basically forced to sell your license to them. And that's how 50% of their licenses are achieved. Is not through the competition of getting the license issued. It's in the acquisition of the license through sale. So my micro license isn't part of the competition model. It's basically, it's like a driver's license. If you qualify, you get it.
You can get it. Great.
But it's only for disabled veterans
Oh,
and women,
oh, wow. Wow. Wow.
right?
So that's a
And
connection.
you got to be a New Jersey resident, and you have to locate it in or next to an impact zone. It's micro because it's limited and how much you can grow, how much you can process, how much you can sell. But the limits are enough where I did the math. You can make some good money, and you can't sell it, which means if you can't sell it, the big guys don't want to buy it. They're going to ignore you that they're there and let you do your business. I'm not done. Since you're a woman-owned business or disabled, you're probably going to be very successful. So what happens if that limit is just too much, too limiting for you? Well, you can approach the CRC, the Cannabis Regulatory Commission, and apply for an endorsement to extend your limit.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
How they determine that is up to them.
Right.
But I
Right.
put it in where you can get an endorsement to, so if you can only sell 1,000 pounds of cannabis in your dispensary, maybe you apply for, 1,400 a month or 1,500 a month. If you show, hey, listen, I've sold 100% of my capacity for the last 2 years, I would like an endorsement. The need is here, and I can fill the need. So here I'm protecting women. Now I did the license holders in a micro. You don't have to be 100% owner, but you have to be the majority controlling interest. So it's hard. It's going to be hard to play some funny games, but you'll be the local boutique cannabis shop
Yeah.
or processor.
Yeah, this is wonderful information. My question to you is for people that, because we hear such conflicting things in the news, oh, the legislation isn't ready. Oh, there's still sticklers about the legislation. If people wanted more information, could they go online somewhere and look up this kind of information? It's available on the New Jersey governmental website, yes?
I don't know how much is out there right now. Since I'm the author, I don't go searching for my own information. But we're in still the early stages of the development of this because the CRC has not really got rolling yet.
I got
So
it.
they have a lot of work to do. So right now, the best way to learn more is to join an association, a cannabis association like the NJ Cannabis or the New Jersey Cannabis Association. They're all out there. They
Good.
would love for you to be a member. There's actually a women in cannabis organization,
Oh, that's
minorities
good
in
to know.
cannabis organization.
Good to know.
And they bring in a lot of speakers who try to interpret what I wrote. Sometimes, I mean, I'm not just joking. Sometimes I have staff interpret what I wrote.
Who are your helpers? Who are your legislative helpers that work?
So
that
funny
you-
enough, so one of my, so I actually got authority to hold my committee meetings all around the state. It's called off-campus committee meetings.
Mhm.
And I met a young woman who I found to be brilliant right away. She's been at many of my events. Her name is Tara Sargente, and she goes by the pseudonym Tara Masu. And she owns a brownie product, a brownie mix. But I found her to be the most accurate, knowledgeable, fierce-driven cannabis professional out there.
Great.
And she was the one who was pushing me for the social justice, the easy access for the licensing and this and that. So she and I literally did all-nighters in my office, did all-nighters in the diner. We did 2 weekends in the diner where we stayed there for 30 hours.
Wow.
Just, researching, writing. We did a lot of comparing. So every legislator wanted to submit their own cannabis legislation, and they did. So we had to analyze their material, cut and paste, and put it all together. So it was painful. It really was.
You earned that vacation to Costa Rica.
Yeah. So, but then, there's a lot of political gravity to take me away from my material, because what I was doing, I was taking a lot of business and opportunities away from the big guys to the small guys, and the big guy always has a voice. So I actually had the Senate president yelling at me, saying, this sounds like cockamamie business. Who else is doing this? And I said, Steve, proudly, I say nobody's doing this. Nobody in the country has this material. This is a first. So I have 5 unique, never seen before marijuana sections that you won't see in any other state.
Wow.
And micro is in other states, but not the way we did it. The integrated curriculum's not in there. The R&D license is nowhere else. It was done somewhere else in Pennsylvania, but not via legislation. So when I tell you how important this micro license is for women, New Jersey, every license they issued was through political connections. Pennsylvania, all but one was issued through political connection. Even a retired NFL player got a license over there. The average person can't get it. But if you apply for a micro license, and it's got to be, let me stress, it's got to be located in an impact zone, which there's only 22 towns have been designated impact zones. You're going to get that license, and people will leave you alone. You'll be a little corner store, or a laboratory, or a cultivator, and you're going to see women growing and selling cannabis. And if they leave that license, they can't sell it, but someone else, another woman, could come in. That woman now has something on her resume that says, hey, I successfully had this license and ran this business, and now maybe that woman can go on to a bigger company. So I'm just waiting for a woman to get a micro license and actually identify the fastest growing segment of the cannabis market, which is veterinarian care.
For animals. Assemblyman.
That's not a joke.
I believe it. I believe it. That's really interesting. Assemblyman, I hate to cut you off, but we have our next speaker up, and what you have told us is so interesting. And I know people are going to have questions and want to write to you. Take a look at all the people clapping for you. We're so happy.
Thank you.
We're
Margaret,
so happy.
let me just note to everybody, every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock, I hold a Cup of Joe show on live on Facebook.
Okay.
I invite people to actually come on to the Zoom live with us. We've had topics, experts I bring in, which include debt management, vaccinations, stress and
Great.
anxiety, grief and loss, internet scams, caring for your elder parents, nutrition, domestic violence, safety, all that stuff that is unique to our lives during the pandemic.
Wonderful.
So,
And we would
I
just
encourage everybody to participate.
go to Facebook, look up, Google Cup of Joe, Joe Danielson, and we'll find the link.
Just go, yeah, Assemblyman Danielson Facebook, and you'll see it there. I see my good friend Assemblyman Spearman is on.
Yes.
Sarah, you look younger and younger every time I see you.
Is that what it is? I don't know. It's my wife. That's what it is. Yeah.
I know you look like a model.
Oh, thanks, Joe.
Ladies, I'm sure you'll take care of my friend Assemblyman Spearman. I bid you all farewell, and anytime you invite me, I'm here. I'm always at your service.
We love you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. See you soon. Bye-bye. Assemblyman Spearman, welcome. We are thrilled to have you join us this morning. Thank you so much. We're all saying hello. We have our president, Alana, with us. We have our past president, Andrea Mastro, with us. We have Roberta, who's our recording secretary, Cynthia, who's our communications woman. We also want to tell you everything's being recorded today. And thank you so much. We're interested in hearing about your passions and exactly what you want to tell us. And hopefully you've got some message for us about what you're working on. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good
So
morning.
good to be here.
Thank you.
Actually, what I'm working on, well, what are my passions? My passion is trying to help people to be more successful, especially young people. What I find growing up in Camden and growing up in McGuire Gardens projects is that there are so many of our youth who just don't know which way to go, and they need guidance. They need us as adults to step up and help them to make a difference in their own lives.
Wonderful.
My passion is trying to give people a decent place to live. Because if people don't have a decent place to live, they can't succeed at anything they're trying to do. If you don't have a roof over your head and food on your table, you can't hold a job. You can't think about doing positive things in the community.
Right.
According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the first level of need is safety, security, housing. Those are the first two levels. And after you get those things, you can do everything else. That's when you can start to give back to your community. That's when you can start to make a difference in your neighborhood. But until you have those things, you just can't do anything. And that's why it starts with our youth, because we have to teach them and prepare them to step out on their own and become successful human beings so that they can pass those lessons on to their children. And that's what it's all about. So I guess in a nutshell, in general, that's my passion, and that everything I do as far as legislation goes is really revolves around those issues. And the other thing that's important to me when it comes to creating legislation is listening to my constituents and trying to craft legislation that helps to make their lives better, whether that's helping a business to be able to operate more efficiently or effectively, or whether that's helping a community to be able to provide services for their residents. You know, for instance, one example is during the last budget cycle, we were able to get $15 million for the city of Camden so they can do demolitions, so they can demolish unsafe buildings. Some of those buildings were being used as crack houses and for other
I saw that.
centers of illegal activity.
I saw
So for Camden, that's one of the things that they were specifically interested in. For other towns, they have other interests. In Woodbury, for instance, they're interested in trying to control group homes that have become a problem in the neighborhood. So trying to find a solution, working with them to address that issue is important. In other towns like Belmar and Brooklawn and Westville and Gloucester City, we have a flooding problem. Any of you who have been to the Brooklawn Circle at high tide after a serious rain know that
Wow.
you basically, the water's as high as your car door. So it depends. So those are my three main objectives. One, to serve my constituents, whatever their needs may be. Two, to try and help our youth so that they can be successful as they grow in life. And three, trying to make sure people have a decent roof over their heads, safety, and food to eat so that they can go on to be successful in their community. And I'm here today to listen to you to find out how I can help you.
That's wonderful. I invite anybody, if you have a comment for our Assemblyman Spearman, please go ahead. But I have to say that most people in the chat totally agree with you, because if someone does not have food security or shelter security, there's no way, like you say, there's no way they can get a job. If they have a limited address status where they're either moving between places because of situations where they have no rent or things like that. It's a need that's really important. And as far as young people go, the system is so set up for pitting people against each other. And it's such a tragedy, because until people learn that until everyone succeeds, no one succeeds. It's such a prevalent thing in schools and in communities. So I can really understand what you're saying about the need for legislation to help people, and especially young people. But everything we see in the news about Camden, it's looking very positive. Just what you said, I know personally, I've seen on NJTV News, they are always showing things in Camden that they're doing to make it better. So I think that's really great. I've seen it. So yeah, this is great. So please, if you have a question or a comment that you would like to, will you address environmental, Andrea says, will you address environmental justice in Camden County? This is an important piece too. And I can understand why people are asking about that.
Yeah, environmental justice is something that I've worked on for a long time. When I was on city council, I've been on city council in Camden twice. When I was on council in 96, 97, I worked to bring the greenways to the city of Camden. That's basically a bike trail that goes throughout the city. It goes along the Cooper River, and it goes along the Delaware River, and it runs to, the object was to, and it is, we've connected the bike trail all the way along the Cooper River, up Albert Wilson Boulevard to connect to the park in Pennsauken. And that's one of the things we worked on. And I believe, and because I haven't looked at it in a long time, that trail, we're looking to continue that trail into the suburbs and then bring it back down to the Delaware River. So yeah, that's a big thing for me. And it's good. It's interesting that you would mention that, because I'm actually working on legislation right now. One of the problems we have with our parks is the public sector just doesn't have the money to really maintain all of our parks. Everybody loves parks. Everybody loves to enjoy them. I love them. I love using the bike trails. I walk in Pennsauken, I walk in Camden, but there is a cost to maintaining these public spaces. And we have to start being more creative in how we fund those. So one piece of legislation I'm actually working on right now, it's actually being written in the Office of Legislative Services, is to create a Parks and Open Space Foundation that would help to raise money for state, county, and municipal parks throughout the state.
Wonderful.
And one of the things that they will do is look at more creative ways to fund these parks so that all the costs are not just passed on to the taxpayer. Because let's face it, our taxes are already too high in New Jersey.
Yes.
So we've got to find creative ways to provide services without raising taxes on our people. So I've been working with Deputy Commissioner Olivia Glenn on that foundation. And I hope to have legislation that I'll introduce to my good friend Pam Lampett, Assemblywoman Lampett, who I see is on. And hopefully we can get something together and have them start looking at creative ways to fund our parks and park creation, park maintenance, and capital improvements to parks.
Yeah, let's hope that infrastructure bill will put a little money out into the parks and recreation. I'm hoping that that's going to happen because, you know, with our new federal administration, I'm hoping that that's something that'll trickle down to places in municipalities like New Jersey. Just before you leave us, we have one question for you. With your work and focus on young people, have you seen students impacted by toxic rhetoric that we've seen in the media over the past few years? Tell us, please, that young kids are so passionate and so I forget the word, idealistic, that young people are so idealistic that they didn't listen.
What I see in young people, I'll give you my point of view at two levels.
Okay.
At the national level and at the local level.
Sure.
I'll start at the local level. At the local level, my wife and I are, both of our kids are musicians.
Oh.
And they went to Creative Arts High School in Camden. They were a member of the jazz band, the marching band. They were in plays. So my wife and I are members of the marching band boosters, the Camden High marching band boosters. So at the local level, what we see from our kids is we see them trying to figure out what they're going to do with their lives and trying to overcome the challenges that they have locally. Because again, I go back to the analogy, go back to what I said about a roof over your head and food to eat. A lot of our local kids in Camden are faced with food insecurity and housing insecurity. So they are so busy focusing on trying to live that they really don't have time to pay attention to what's going on at Fox News or CNN. They are focused on trying to take care of their needs in immediate needs locally. On a national level, I am extremely encouraged by what I see by our young people on the national level. When you look at the protests, when you look at the movements that are going on throughout the country, it's not a bunch of 60-year-old people. Yeah, there's a couple of us out there, but most of them are young people. And it's young people from all different races and creeds and genders. And they are trying to make the world a better place. They are so idealistic. They inspire me. And I am very, very encouraged in what I see from my young people.
Yeah, wonderful. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Wow, that's really wonderful. Thank you. Well, it doesn't look like there are too many other, it may be easier to ask verbally if okay. Yes, Kelly, are you there? Kelly Redcoals, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just figured it'd be easier than trying to type it.
Sure.
Hi, Assembly Spearman. I'm Kelly Redcoals. So I'm the chair of the Harrison Township Democratic Committee and the vice president of the Gloucester County Federation of Democratic Women. So I know we've met a couple of times. Obviously, the whole pandemic sort of started not long after you joined, but hopefully we'll be able to meet via Zoom to have further conversations. It's just been a crazy year. I am a small business owner. I'm a social worker. I'm an outpatient mental health therapist. So obviously this pandemic has sort of shown and put a light onto mental health, onto telehealth, especially making sure that insurance companies cover telehealth services post pandemic. I never really thought telehealth would be a thing, but I have seen the great impact of it even for mental health services and working with children. New Jersey is a little, it's better than the federal, I guess, funding and telehealth being covered by insurances. But we really need to sort of push that also at the federal level. And something that, we deal with insurance companies and they have a big hold on us in New Jersey, and I get that. But again, as a small business owner, they're always looking for ways, and this is a predominantly female field, social work, mental health services, where now they've even incorporated payments via credit cards, that if I want to get paid, I have to use this credit card device where they're going to then charge me a processing fee and gets kicked back to insurance companies. Like there's always something where me, the small business owner, the woman, small business owner, and social worker in general doesn't get paid a lot. There's always loopholes where it seems like we get impacted. And so, I'm really curious if there are things, I know you have a limited amount of time and maybe not aware of this, but really something that I think the state legislators need to look into, some of these loopholes that are there that end up impacting women and small business owners.
So Assemblyman Spearman, not to steal your thunder, Kelly, I'm Assemblywoman Pam Lampett.
Hi.
And a few years ago, I was the major sponsor of telehealth. And there was obviously, it was a rigorous battle between a lot of different companies in reference to telehealth. The Mental Health Association within New Jersey were amazing to work with, to be able to bring everything to the forefront to get telehealth passed in New Jersey. And everything about passing telehealth had everything to do with reimbursements and who could do it. In the 11th hour, Warby Parker, tried to convince me that eye exams could happen, via telehealth, and prescription for your glasses could be done via telehealth. Well, that can't happen. There are states that were convinced that they could, right? So who knew 3 years ago that telehealth, during this pandemic would be so necessary?
Looming.
And so, but in addition to that, we have heard about, the reimbursements. Now, you have to remember, getting legislation passed sometimes is not easy, especially, challenging legislation like telehealth.
Pam, let me interrupt you for one moment, just for one moment. Don't lose your train of thought, because this is really important, but we don't want to hold up Assembly Spearman, and he's getting ready to leave. So
sorry, Bill.
No, please stay right there. Pam, don't move. Stay right there. Assemblyman Spearman, thank you so much for joining us, and you're welcome to stay on if you like. We're moving on to our next assembly person. So I can't thank you enough for taking the time this morning to join us. We're thrilled to have you here. Thank you. And
It's a
good luck
pleasure
to you.
being here. And
Thank you.
and Pam, hey, look, you can answer that question.
Yes,
And
yes.
she's senior to me, so I'm always looking up to her. So
Oh,
she can step in anytime she wants, because she has a lot of wisdom. Thank you so much, and have a good day, ladies.
go Boosters. Go Boosters. Go. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye now. Thank you, Pam. I'm so sorry to interrupt you while you were speaking. This is so pertinent. Please continue. So legislation is very difficult to pass. We get it. Go ahead.
So, legislation is very difficult to pass, especially the first initial sort of pass at getting this done. And when we did it, the payment had to be reasonable and customary to an office visit. And, once it gets implemented, I don't drop legislation after I get implemented, because you have to follow up. And so we heard from major, physicians, mental health, about the disparity, about the reimbursement. Senator Gopal, decided to put in a piece of legislation. Not always do I get to follow up on legislation that I create, because other people will drop it. And OLS does not let duplicative pieces of legislation be drafted. So Vin Gopal, beat me to it. And for, mental health services, yes, comparative pay to an office visit is being done. I've actually put in, legislation to allow for the prescribing of medical marijuana during telehealth. So there's so many different layers to telehealth that we need to continue to explore. So your comment is valid. I do not believe that the federal government is going to really get involved in this subject matter. I think it is a state by state sort of situation, because unless it's Medicaid and Medicare, okay, federal government is sort of set aside because of, insurance is basically local meaning state. So, but in reference to, receiving credit card payment, there's so many different ways to receive payment now.
Venmo, PayPal, right?
PayPal, Venmo, those sort of things. So if you feel that that's a barrier that you're not allowed to be able to, take payment, let me know. Another sort of subsequent piece of legislation in reference to mental health that got done finally, again, it's all about insurance companies. When I spoke to the American Academy of Pediatrics, they affirmed the fact that children over the age of 12 should be evaluated for their mental health once a year. The problem is that we're all busy. We go to the doctor's office for a well visit once a year for our children. Maybe they go for sick visits. But during that well visit, there is an assumption by the parental, by the guardianship, that the doctor is not only looking at their eyes, their ears, looking down their throat, listening to their chest, but they're doing the mental health check as well. I was lucky because I had a really great pediatrician that did it. Somehow during my visit with my children, he would tell me to go to the desk to go get something. And that's when he did his 10 questions with my children to make sure that they were okay. Now, not all pediatricians are good like that. And it really is 10 questions that a pediatrician can ask to check on the mental health capacity. The problem was that during a well visit, they could not bill for another CPT code. So we had to fix that. So a barrier. And so you have to find these barriers, and you have to, break down these barriers. I went full board. I went to the commission that oversees basically insurance changes. Typically, legislators don't do it, but if you can get it passed by that commission, and then have it being voted on, certainly the support to be able to get a piece of legislation through is much easier. So mental health is extremely important. Louis Greenwald, who's my partner, drafted a lot of legislation in reference to mental health for not only our children in schools, but obviously the faculty and the staff as well. So he created a package of bills for during the pandemic. I toured a school. I chair education, and I toured schools here in Cherry Hill as they were implementing, more of their in-person classes. And individual school systems are making choices, and they're making good choices. And Cherry Hill has made an investment in a third-party provider to be in the school physically, okay, to basically have their door open to students and staff who are struggling. And they have a person in every single school based upon this third party contract that they have. That's great for Cherry Hill schools, but it should be for all schools. Now, the funding that our schools have received, this year, not only the school funding formula, coming back up to parity, but the influx of money from the federal government, the influx of money from the Department of Education is significant, is really significant. Now, the schools need to make their own choices based upon what's going on within their infrastructure, within their collateral, okay, as to where do they need to put this money and what do they need to do. So it's a challenge because, you know, your intention could be, well, they should be putting this money towards, you know, safety and education. They should be putting this money towards learning loss. They should be putting this money towards, you know, technology. You know, what should they be doing with it? Well, the DOE did 3 grant programs, you know, sort of designed and specifically focused that way. But the federal government just gave everybody a boatload of money and they could do with it what they want. So if it was me, I would be requiring some sort of additional social worker, mental health provider, you know, in our school systems on an ongoing basis, because I think that you spoke about our children and the resiliency of our children. Teaching our children resiliency is the best thing that we can do, is one of the most important things that we can do. I work at a college and university, a major college university. We've got really smart kids coming here, but their resiliency, no, not so much. So I think that, you know, if Pam Lampa could wave her wand, that's what I would do.
And I'm sure most of your constituents, when they reach out to you, you can boil down a lot of their issues to that specific thing: mental health resiliency, especially in this climate. And you're right, it is a little unfair that everybody just got the bucket of money with no guidelines for what to do to spend it. And yet the progressive districts realize that they need to donate so much money to different programs. And the other districts need to make sure the students are fed, make sure the students have the materials they need for their classroom, make sure they have a place to study at home. So there's a lot of disparity between where the money went and where it's meant to be. I'm sure most of your or a lot of your constituents ask for these exact things. Yeah, Pam, thank you so much. Thank you. Does anyone, Kelly, good, she has on and off between clients, great. Yeah, it is tough with that telehealth. It's unbelievable, the boom in telehealth. It's almost like a sitcom. It was on TV as a spoof program once, and now it's so prevalent. I think people more and more will understand the importance of the in-person visits, the telehealth visits. It's a very interesting topic.
It's, you know, in addition to telehealth, telehealth is very expansive.
Right.
You know, it's the ability to get a patient out of the hospital and to be able to send them home with a monitoring device. That's telehealth. You know, it's the ability for, you know, physicians to be more, for us to have more expansive opportunities, especially for mental health providers, where they have to be licensed in New Jersey, but they don't have to physically be in New Jersey.
Right.
So broadening our base of physicians is certainly something that this piece of legislation was trying to do. My sister is a developmental pediatrician. She spends half of her time in Singapore, unfortunately now, used to be Jakarta, and her other half of time in DC. My sister will wake up at 3 a.m. so that she can talk to patients.
Wonderful.
It's a commitment, but
Sure.
it's what she has to do. But that's what telehealth has been able to do.
It's wonderful. We have a question from our former president, Andrea Mastro. She's asking, do you have legislation that you're currently working on right now? Obviously the telehealth, but is there something else?
I span a whole lot of spectrums in terms
Great.
of, you know, legislation that I work on. And so, you know, but being the chair of education has really had to get me focused more about the K through 12, you know, education.
Wonderful.
So, you know, we were focused a lot on the pandemic, Andrea, and pieces of legislation, you know, are surrounding the pandemic. And, you know, but I care passionately about sustainability. I care passionately, you know, I'm on finance, insurance, and banking. You know, a simple piece of legislation that caused a big stir, again, insurance. You know, when the pandemic hit, a lot of our auto insurance providers gave us money back because we weren't driving, right? Dental, you know, for many of us who have a dental plan, you get an X amount of money, right? And if you don't use it, you lose it, you know, the start of the new year. And our insurance companies pocketed a lot of money. And we lost a lot of opportunity to be able to use money that we paid for on a monthly basis to be able to obtain opportunities to be able to take care of ourselves. So there's a piece of legislation in reference to requiring the dental insurance providers, you know, to reimburse those customers who had that insurance so that they could utilize those funds in the out year.
What a
So,
wonderful idea.
yeah.
That's a wonderful idea. I mean, truly, I mean, who would think of that? It's like the ticket plans where you paid for tickets and then you never got them and they kept the
Right.
money and made the interest and you got squat.
Exactly.
I know.
You know,
I know, I
things
know.
that, you know, things are just, you know, things that are just like wrong. I mean, my family says to me all the time, you know, Mom, can't you do something about that? Can't you fix this? You know, I have a piece of legislation in right now that, you know, a really good friend of mine, I see Karen on, she knows him, passed away suddenly, heart attack. 3 months prior, he leased a new vehicle. And when his wife tried to return that leased vehicle because she didn't need it,
Right.
it was a huge expense each month.
Unbelievable.
She wasn't able to do it.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
She wasn't
Unbelievable.
able to do it.
You
So
would
if
think-
if you have a loved one who, you know, who dies and you're left with a significant amount of money to be able to continue to pay for something that you don't need. So I'm going after it's not the automobile salesmanship. Okay.
Right.
It's that company that they contract with
It's the
to be able
corporation.
to do this type of
Rip
you know,
off.
leasing.
Yeah,
yeah.
rip off.
So-
Exactly.
Yeah. So there are things like that where I just feel like it's wrong. And I do my research and yeah, you work on legislation that I think can affect a lot of people.
True, true. I have one final question for you before we let you go. Someone asked if you can just speak to the bills allowing special needs students to add an extra year of school due to the pandemic. Is that something in the pipeline?
So, so again, what's wrong? You know,
Yeah.
so
Yes. Yes.
many years ago, and I still have the piece of legislation, you know, who made this decision that special needs children are fully educated at the age of 21?
21, exactly. Exactly. And they need so many more services. It probably came
so-
down to a budget year that year, you know?
Well, you know, I drafted a piece of legislation and said, you know, we, the federal government, we, the states should be fully funding our special needs students to the age of 30. I just picked a year, an age, okay? Just to get the ball rolling. Again, everything is about compromise. Everything is about, you know, solutions and things like this. You know,
Right.
if I could move the needle just a little bit to 25, then you're making a big difference for everybody.
Good.
So, you know, I think that it should happen. It could be that, you know, again, schools making their choices.
Right.
If a school made the choice that they know that they have a population of 5% of their school are special needs students, and they want to then offer that additional year, that's a school choice. So yes, I think the federal government should be involved. Yes, I think that they should pony up. Yes, I think that some of the money that they directed towards our schools should be directed for the utilization of continuing our special needs students' education. And I don't think it should be for 1 year. That's just my opinion.
Right, right, right. Listen, I cannot thank you enough because it's so wonderful to have an educator, the head of the education committee. I
I'm
mean,
not an educator. I'm not an educator.
but wait, you said you
actually.
teach at a college.
No, I work at the university. I
Oh,
work
you
at the University of Penn.
Oh,
And-
okay,
And
okay.
Karen will tell you, I went to culinary school.
Ah.
I love to cook.
Wonderful.
And yeah, I've been at Penn for almost 40 years, working on the administrative side of the university. And I love working in the environment. Yeah,
You know the issues, you know the side from the administration, you know the side from the educators.
Yeah.
That is really wonderful. That's wonderful. We really can't thank you enough. And I
no, my
love that.
pleasure.
I love you're a chef. That's wonderful.
So does Karen.
That's great. That's really terrific. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah, and
Stay safe, everybody.
thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank
dear.
Okay.
you.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Well, we have Assemblyman Wayne D'Angelo coming up. I don't see that he's on yet, so we have a few moments, and I think I'm going to show you a video from one of our assemblymen from Middlesex County, Assemblyman Stenley. So if you will hang on and let me show you this video. Hang on one moment. Share this.
I'll keep an eye on the room for you.
Thank you, Roberta. Thank you. Desktop, thank you. Okay, here's Sterling Stanley. Great. You may have to turn up your volume.
Hi, I'm Assemblyman Sterling Stanley of the 18th Legislative District. I'm one of the newly appointed assemblymen in the legislature. I would like to welcome you and thank you for inviting me to speak today.
Where's my
I
full
apologize for
screen?
not being able to
Where is
speak to you
my full
live
screen?
today.
Oh,
As my new role
Margaret, you can't mute yourself or we can't hear it.
Hold on. Let's go again. Hold on. Okay.
Hi, I'm Assemblyman Sterling Stanley.
Okay.
Of the 18th Legislative District. I'm one of the newly appointed assemblymen in the legislature. I would like to welcome you and thank you for inviting me to speak today. I apologize for not being able to speak to you live today. As my new role in the legislature, I am currently on the Health Committee and the Law and Public Safety Committee. I would like to take this time to talk a little bit about my previous experience. As a councilman in East Brunswick, I always look towards getting everyone involved in politics and in what's going on in town. So I made sure that we have a very diverse population, a diverse group, including women. We are all about helping each other, and it is great to see how women in politics have stepped up into leadership roles in New Jersey. They bring such a diverse perspective, and as well as their experiences can drive effective solutions. New Jersey, as well as the United States, has made great strides in the past several years in increasing women in leadership roles and politics. I look forward to working with and supporting women on an important piece of legislation that will help women in New Jersey and make New Jersey a role model for our country. I would like to affirm my commitment to fighting for women's issues that are critical in our state and country. Ensuring the right to choose and equal pay are among our most significant ongoing challenges. We continue to address and show our support for these and many other issues that are vital for women's equality. I'm a strong advocate of investing in and growing women's owned businesses and fighting for marginalized communities. I'm committed to engage with folks like yourselves and communities in these and other issues, and I truly encourage you to reach out to my office and to my staff, and we're more than happy to sit down and talk of anything that's on your mind. I wish you all a beautiful day. Thank you.
Wow, that was great. That was wonderful. And everybody heard it, right?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful,
We
wonderful.
just have to remember you cannot mute.
I didn't. Somebody must have muted me, or I must have
Oh.
accidentally hit the wrong button. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, we don't want to create breakout rooms. We are waiting for Assemblyman D'Angelo. Has anybody seen Assemblyman D'Angelo yet?
No, he has not come in yet.
No.
Did anyone grab a screenshot of the first two speakers? I completely spaced it.
Oh, I totally forgot myself as well. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
let's
was
get one for
wonderful.
Every speaker, and I can post it each time on social media. I'll
Yeah,
get this
great.
link, I'll get this video up now, in the meantime.
Great. Okay, good, good. Are you showing a video now, Cynthia?
I'll put it on social media.
Oh, good. Okay, great, great, great. Well, Roberta, if you can keep an eye on if the assemblyman is going to show up, then I will go ahead and show another video. Yes, I agree about Pam. She's amazing. I really enjoyed her. So far, I've enjoyed everybody that's taken the time to come and speak. Okay, I'm going to show you guys another video. This will be Senator Dawn Adiejo. So hold on, let's see. I probably messed up her name, but hold on one moment. Share the screen. Okay, there are we.
Hi, I'm Assemblyman Sterling Stanley of the 18th Legislative District. I'm one of the newly appointed assemblymen.
Okay, now,
Start with a thank you to the New Jersey Federation of Democratic Women for inviting me to speak. And I want
can you hear?
to say thank you for all the support that you have provided Democrat women across our region and our state. I also want to thank everyone participating in today's Women in Blue Forum. I am honored to represent the 8th District in the New Jersey Senate and equally honored to join with colleagues from across the state to focus on the issues that are impacting the daily lives of women and families. I love being able to work with my local community and with advocates like you on the issues that are impacting our society and finding solutions together. This last year has been challenging. We have all grappled with COVID-19 and the severe health crisis afflicting our country, state, and local communities of all sizes. I've heard from many of you the unbelievable personal toll this has taken, from loved ones falling ill to losing employment at businesses that were unable to survive the pandemic. As Democrats, we believe in a government that runs on compassion, a government that lifts up voices of those who are voiceless. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of need for that compassion over the last year. The personal costs of this pandemic have been incalculable, and the impacts to our communities will be felt for years. These impacts have been felt particularly by working women, and even more severely by women of color. As many of you know, women are disproportionately represented in lower wage jobs in the service and hospitality industries, the exact areas of our economy that have been devastated since last March. Our neighborhood businesses have been particularly hard hit in that regard. I am sure every one of you can think of 2 or 3 restaurants that won't be reopening their doors. Through no fault of their own, our local businesses are facing the crisis that has threatened their viability. Between January 2020 and January 2021, in Burlington County alone, small business revenue decreased by 24.7%, which is a shocking statistic. Because of this, I knew our region needed help, and it needed it fast. I knew it was imperative to craft legislation that directly helps support our local businesses keep their doors open. I wrote a law that will allow us to send $25 million of direct aid to the most vulnerable businesses here in New Jersey. This will help real small businesses, the kind that employ fewer than 10 people, but are the backbone of our local economies. The places our neighbors work and our families visit regularly. I'm proud to say Governor Murphy came to Medford just last week to sign this bill into law and allow us to get to work supporting our local economies. Because it's not just about keeping businesses open, although that's important, it's about keeping people employed as well. The downstream effects of supporting our economy are critical. Studies have shown that underemployment is an indicator of physical and mental health issues, which are already skyrocketing during this crisis. And we know these issues disproportionately impact women. I think of the single mom that has to balance two jobs and somehow find time to help her children work through virtual schooling. As challenging as that is, her situation would be immeasurably worse if one of those jobs were to disappear. It might mean the loss of health care or needed childcare funds. That's why I knew we had to do something to help save jobs as we navigate through the final months of this crisis. And I am proud to have received feedback from many of you on this critical issue. Now, as we are hopefully turning the corner on COVID-19, it is essential that we continue to work to help the citizens and businesses of our communities as we work to get people back to work. This past year, we saw unprecedented levels of unemployment claims. During the pandemic, my office helped more than 3,000 people, giving a vital lifeline to families and individuals in our communities here in the 8th Legislative District. Another shocking statistic that tells us how badly our neighbors need us right now. It is through this work and the work of so many others that I know we will move beyond the devastating effects of COVID-19 in our homes, businesses, hospitals, and schools. I am so proud of the work that I'm seeing from women like you who are helping us recover from this pandemic and regrow our local communities. When I think of the New Jersey Federation of Democrat Women, I think of a tenacious group of women with powerful voices. I have seen firsthand the wonderful work you do as advocates for the values we share, and I am looking forward to working by your side to accomplish even more in the future. For now, I will ask that you direct those voices toward the less fortunate among us, the mom who is having trouble finding work, the family struggling to get enough food on the table. We'll get through this soon, especially with your help. Thank you so much for your support, and thank you so much to the New Jersey Federation of Democrat Women for your continued advocacy and work on behalf of our Democratic women candidates.
Wow, that was wonderful. That was really wonderful. I feel honored that Senator took time to come and speak with us and tell us that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, Assemblyman DeAngelo was supposed to sign on at 10, and it looks like he's going to be late. So this may be a good idea we've been sitting for 2 hours. This may be a good idea to stand up, take a stretch, go get a drink of water, come back as soon as you can, and we can watch another video from another assemblyman, which would be lovely. So I'll give you 3 minutes. It's 10:08 now on my computer. So let's show up around 10:10, 10:11. Okay, thank you, ladies.
Margaret, you're on mute.
Yes. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, well, while we're waiting for Assemblywoman Timberlake, and she has a few moments, let's take a look at another video that someone has sent in. This would be,
Oh, and Margaret,
yes, love.
actually, Brittany Timberlake is in the waiting room.
Oh,
She's
then
a few
let's-
moments early. Would you like me to let her in?
Yes, let's admit her. Sure, let's listen to the Assemblywoman, because it turns out, yeah, it turns out that our Assembly people are so full of knowledge and information, and people have questions. So this is really wonderful. This is really wonderful. We really appreciate everybody here. Okay, Assemblywoman Timberlake, are you here?
Hello, hello, I am here.
Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're thrilled that you have the opportunity to be with us. I want to welcome you. I want to tell you that our state president, Alana Berman, is on our call. Our past president.
Hi,
Andrea-
Assemblywoman.
Hi, Alana, how are you?
Good to see you in this virtual space.
Yes, absolutely.
Andrea Mastro, who was our former president, is with us. Rachel Green is one of our vice presidents. She's with us. Roberta Walters is our secretary, and she is also on the call. Cynthia Stark is our communications person, and she's on our call. So we're very, very happy to have you. So far, we've heard from Assemblyman Danielson, Assemblyman Spearman, Assemblywoman Lampitt, and now you're up, and we're very, very thankful to have you. We know you were scheduled for 10:20, so we're happy to have you before your allotted time. If you're willing to join us, that's wonderful. So thank you, and tell us about Assemblywoman Timberlake. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I love wearing blue, and thank you for everything that it is that you do, not just for our state, but also for our entire country. Because you know, it's all about the blue wave, and you know that women get things done. You know, just a little bit about myself. Thank you, my neckline. We love fashion, right? Thank you so much, Alana. And look, look at this little sweetheart. Who doesn't? Who doesn't? This is the best thing about my day all the time. Along with my other son, who's 3 years old. I just gave birth to this little fella.
Oh my gosh.
About 2.5 months ago. And I'm incredibly inspired by strong women. I come from a long line of strong women. My grandmother absolutely inspires me. She was the first of her family to travel up north from Durham, North Carolina. She was a sharecropper and then also a cook. And she turned around and sent back for the rest of her family during the Black migration. And they settled in Harlem and then later on East Orange. And I'm so incredibly inspired by her. She taught herself how to read, and she was a feminist before the word was cool, and even before she even knew what such a thing was. You know, and then my own mother, who really, it was an action that she did when I was a young child that absolutely inspired me to do what it is that I'm doing today. My mom was many great things. She was the teen mom and always there for every kid in the neighborhood, taking people in. But one day she opened up the newspaper while we were stationed. And when I say stationed, my dad was in the military, so I'm from all over. And we were stationed in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And she opened up the paper and saw that actually the Ku Klux Klan was going to be coming to march the next town over. And my mom organized a peaceful protest against it by calling every single church she could possibly call. And she was doing a grassroots campaign, not even realizing it. And I remember flipping through the yellow book. Remember the yellow book? She was flipping through the yellow pages and calling every church. And at the time, I can imagine how odd it sounded on the phone. It was like, hello, you know, the Klan is coming. And the pastor's like, what? You know, what do you mean? And she said, no, they're marching in Hope Mills Lake, and that's where I take my family, and it's unacceptable. My mother is a Caucasian woman with with us 2 African-American children. And that was unacceptable for her. And I watched her protest the Klan. I was in the 3rd grade, and that was probably the most inspiring thing I've ever seen in my life. As she was there in the front, as they were shouting things at her for standing with her 2 children, telling her where she ought to go. And she said, well, if I'm going to hell, you're leading the line. And that was incredibly badass. And I loved it all, and soaked it all in. And I saw that really, truly, a person can change their community. And it just starts with believing in love. And that's what she told the people on the phone that day. She said, well, don't you think there should be more of us than there are of them there? More people against their hatred, more people for love. And that's how all of a sudden the entire community was there at Hope Mills Lake that year. So, these are women, right, that I'm talking about. And we can talk about, Susan B. Anthony and all of the amazing women in history who no doubt deserve their flowers. But sometimes when we talk about women and empowering women, we have to look, and it starts really at our family, and give credit there too. So kudos to all of the strong women who are out there. I am so incredibly proud when I joined the legislature to be a part of the vote for the strongest equal pay law in the entire country. As women, we have a long way to go. As women of color, we know for Black and Latinos that the wage gap is even larger for women of color. And that's something that we have to be strategic about shrinking for all women, but also that. I often find our history as women a very interesting one. We link arms of all ethnicities. It looks like a rainbow to fight for women's rights, and it's a beautiful thing. And when I think of, the monumental, in 2020, we had the monumental anniversary of the Women's Votes Act. And when I think about that, I was listening to some Republican rhetoric, because you got to do that sometimes, right? You have to listen to what the other side is saying. And
Your enemy.
Republican National Convention, and they were so proud and toting that women's rights was fought with no bloodshed, and it was peaceful protesting, because they were trying to minimize the Black Lives Matter movement in using this type of rhetoric, and trying to make people fear protesters. It was incredibly obvious, but it started making my wheels turn, and I said, I'm thinking, wow, women's rights was pretty much won peacefully, but it wasn't until maybe the civil rights, when Black women marched in the streets, that they were willing to use police with dogs and billy clubs and fire hoses. So when it was Caucasian women who were then symbolic of their mothers and their sisters and their aunts and their grandmothers, that is not what occurred. Although women of color and also Caucasian women link arms and got the right for women to vote, women of color still were not allowed to. And whenever it was time for women of color to get their right to vote, along with men of color, we were met with brutal excessive use of force. And I think that's always an important history to recount, because we can never forget, all of our history in totality. And likewise, when it was time for those rights to be won, Caucasian people also linked arms during the civil rights movement and helped us move forward together. So my point is that we have to be willing to do the hard things, to link arms for one another, and to say and to stand up for what is right, no matter what. And history will tell its tale, and really it's herstory, right? That's what we like to say. Will tell its tale, and if you do the right thing, landing on the side of her story is the way in which it will end up being, and that is so incredibly important. And I know that this federation knows about this. I'm preaching to the choir, because you have landed on the right side of history, herstory, humanity, many times before. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't forget, there were women who went to prison for protesting, they had hunger strikes, they were force-fed in prison. There was a lot of nasty
That's true.
stuff going
Very
on.
true.
A lot of it. The fight for equality is so important, and it's going to be going on and on in our, like you say, in our history. It definitely is. And I recently heard something that made me realize that we're all in the right place. It was a quote from, I believe it was Mahatma Gandhi, and it said, no matter what, no matter the violence, no matter the oppression, doing the right
That's
thing
right.
will always win in the end. So
right.
that's great. And just what you said, and before you, there was another assembly person on saying, you know, it's the young people who are out protesting, and it's the young people who realize it. So we're doing something right. If we have young people out there, that's really
True.
something. I have a personal question. Is your mom still around?
Yes, she is. Thank
Oh,
God.
Oh,
Yes,
she
she
must
is.
just adore your little babies. Being a
Yes.
grandmother, it's like, oh my goodness.
Yes, yes. And they're all in heaven. And my father, he's just so
Oh,
excited. They're in
great.
heaven right here on earth
Yes,
with these little babies. So we had a
yes,
beautiful Easter and it was just absolutely lovely. So
that's lovely.
we're blessed. But we're working hard for the people of the state of New Jersey for
It must
sure.
be difficult for you managing having a baby and also having to go to meetings. I hope that you're able to take advantage of Zoom, and I hope that you're able to do the work you need to do.
I love Zoom. I
Yes,
love Zoom.
yes.
And I hope that we keep more things on Zoom so that we can just attend more events in general. But I was sworn into the assembly. Not yes, yes, Alana, Zoom, stay on Zoom. I I I was sworn into the assembly 9 months pregnant with my first son.
Wow.
And then I came back like pretty much immediately because I didn't want to let the voters down. I felt like, you sent me to the assembly and I have a job to do. So I came back. It was only like a few weeks or a month or something like that. And it makes me a better legislator because it gives me perspective. As a good friend of mine was explaining to me the other day, from the outside looking in, she said, having a family and having these children, it gives you a different perspective that you may not have had before. To be able to legislate from that place is amazing. Oftentimes I legislate, most of my legislation is protest policy type of things. And I started off as the freeholder president in Essex County. And we got a lot of amazing things done. We had gotten the county up to $15 an hour minimum wage. We got affirmative action for women businesses to be able to be competitive in the government bid process and win more bids, as well as minorities and veteran businesses, and as well as environmental legislation and cleaning up. We did a lot of that just at the freeholder level. So it was an honor to come into the assembly, and one of the first pieces of legislation that we were able to push hard was the $15 an hour, and then the independent investigation if someone loses their life during interaction with law enforcement. And then, of course, most known is probably my advocacy for housing, because I believe that's where much of what we're talking about starts and stops. If a person doesn't have a home, if a child doesn't have a home, and you're talking about the achievement gap in education, but a child doesn't have a home. You want to, have people stand on food lines, but people don't have a home to put the food in after you give it to them. A home is just literally the foundation, pun intended. So, it's our advocacy during COVID has been great around that. And I think of all the mothers out there who are doing what I'm doing at home, which they're the real heroes, teaching their children, on the Zooms and going through their work day if they're still fortunate enough to be working, and if not, handling the stress of keeping the whole household together while also wearing every single hat. So I was on a women's history Zoom, and they said something interesting. They said COVID happened and all of a sudden women, even the professional women, were all of a sudden also homemakers too. Full time. So how are you? Full-time professional, full-time homemaker, full-time, we were doing everything, all of the usual hats that we wear, only everything full time. So I thought that was very, very interesting. And, I just hats off to all of the ladies out there doing it all, especially during COVID. It's been a lot.
It's almost this sounds really corny, but it's almost biological because we can give birth, we can multitask. We're not as linear as, oh, here's a problem, we have to solve it right away.
Right.
Because we're not that linear, because we have these external inputs of biologically. I mean, we have babies,
Right.
so, we have babies, we have lives, we have relationships, we
right.
have lives. We have to manage all these things. And just like you say, not having the support system with school. Well, it's interesting because Assembly Spearman said the same thing about food security and taking care of the youth in the community. Do you have any specific thing that you're working on right now with the legislature? Is there one thing in particular right now that you're totally involved in?
Yeah, totally involved in has been the People's Bill.
The
That's
People's
something
Bill.
that I was excited to be a part of and author, and I've been championing it. I believe in it. And it's something to make sure that people can keep a roof over their head.
Right.
I mean, listen, people were deemed non-essential workers, and rightfully so. We had to flatten the curve. Saving lives had to be the first thing. But then unemployment also came in slow.
Yeah.
And while our children were learning from their living rooms, their parents were stressing as to whether or not they would even have a living room. And
Exactly.
after the moratorium lifts, then what we're going to see is a tsunami of evictions. And there's already many pre-filings that have occurred, and also a tsunami of foreclosures. And the People's Bill speaks to the homeowners to be able to work a fair mortgage forbearance out. It speaks to the tenants issue so that they can work a fair agreement to pay back the rent on top of their rent after the moratorium lifts.
Right.
And it's so incredibly important. It's fair to the landlord because it makes sure that the landlord gets their money over time instead of having to evict and then never recouping their money or hoping that going through the courts will suddenly, mean, winning a case is very different than getting the money from the case that you just won, right?
Right.
So, this is something that is balanced for all people. And I've been really in the trenches fighting hard. And I have to say, I've been standing next to a strong woman. Her name is Stacy Berger from the Housing and Community Development Network of New Jersey, and so many other strong female advocates. Maria from Ironbound Community Corporation, where we've been fighting hard for this. It has the support of over 150 organizations.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. And some people go, oh, 150 people. No, 150 organizations
That's
representative of hundreds of thousands of people. And, it's being stalled in the Senate, and we would like to see it released and voted on. The governor is in support of it. It's the only bill through COVID that he consistently publicly called to make it to his desk.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So that's been one of my main fights. And I've also just got some environmental legislation passed through. I'm very big in the space of talking about the need to abate lead. Throwing money at the issue for, reports and findings and studies is great. Yeah, okay, we need it, but we really need money to be thrown at actually abating the issue. And that's what we need for a lot of this environmental stuff in New Jersey. And I was incredibly excited to be a part of one of the strongest environmental justice pieces of legislation that was signed into law last year too.
That's wonderful. We all know about that law because our federation, we spoke about it, we brought it up, we called people in Trenton. We were we were on it, we backed it, we were on it. Yeah. And it's so exciting to hear that the governor is so supportive. We personally, I think he's doing a great job, and I'm so happy about it. I really am. How does the legislature look? Do you feel like you have a lot of support for the bill with the landlords? And do you think that's going to go through?
We do have a lot of support with my colleagues. The governor wants it. The speaker has been firm and said, I stand with Timberlake and with the people, and this is what we're going to do. And it passed the assembly. Unfortunately, it's being held up with leadership in the Senate. And, I've been trying to shake that tree as hard as I possibly can, respectfully, to get the bill released. But I don't want this to be an I told you so moment.
Right.
I told you so doesn't feel good when you love people, right? Think about whenever you have a child and you tell them, the consequence. And then when you say I told you so to your child, it doesn't feel good because that usually means that they've been hurt, right? And I'm using this analogy because that's how I love the community. I don't want the community to be hurt just for me to be able to say after the moratorium lifts, you know, hey guys, I told you so. Because
Right.
it's not going to feel good.
Right.
It's not going to feel good at all.
Little jaw. Oh, I think we have one question for you right before we let you go, because it looks like your little guy wants to eat.
Yeah. He's done.
So let's ask this quick question. Kim, would you like to ask your quick question?
Sure, and
Okay.
thank you. Thank you very much for all your support on the environmental justice bills.
Kim.
Hi, how are you?
You're the real champion, sister.
Thank you. We are currently working on Green Amendment for Future Generations. And I don't know if you had any information, but we're seeking your support on that, because now that we had the first environmental justice bill to protect us from cumulative impacts, Green Amendments for Future Generations actually changed our constitution to actually make it right for us to have access to safe, affordable drinking water and clean air to breathe.
Right.
So just wanted to kind of lift that up and see where you are with that.
Well, you know, I'm in support. And Kim, you guys know that anything that I can do. Environmental justice for me, just as passionate as I am about housing, to me, it's all the same thing. It's about habitat. How can you have anything if your habitat isn't right? If you don't have a home, if your habitat is contaminated.
Right.
So you have me 100%. It's common sense and we need to do it.
Yeah, you have to check the infrastructure, make sure the pipes aren't lead, make sure that where the
100%.
places, homes are being built, they're not being built on top of
Yes.
toxic waste.
Yes.
I mean, there's so many issues that people just forget to look at because
right.
of money, and some developer
Right.
has a lot of money and says, oh, I'll just pay everybody off. It's
Yes.
really hard to fight that.
Well, the abatement of lead itself is an incredibly expensive undertaking.
Right.
And it's not uncommon for families to take out the equity of their homes to try to fix the issue after the child tests positive.
Oh,
If a family has a home, has the equity, right?
yes, yes,
And
exactly.
yeah, and you know, it's gotten really bad. So we need to fix it. It's a neurotoxin,
Yes.
as you know, and I wonder, I've been speaking to educators about this. We spend so much money on special education, and we should. My mother was very big in the special education field as well. And thank God for those who educate and also raise. But I wonder how much of the special education learning disabilities could have actually been prevented and that are actually due to the environment. I wonder.
Absolutely.
And how
so
much
absolutely
money
right
would
on.
then we have saved if we would have just helped to preserve the mind by getting rid of the toxins, getting rid of the environmental issues, and starting with lead, since it is a known neurotoxin in which children ingest, whether or not it's through breathing or through, you know, licking their fingers or a windowsill or drinking the water.
Absolutely. You're so absolutely right on about that. Well, we don't want to hold you because it looks like the baby's, we don't want to hold you. He is so precious. Just turn him around
Is.
once more. So
He
we
is
can
precious. He's a precious baby boy. And you know what?
look
He
at him.
also, he is so good.
Of course, because you know it's your
He
second baby.
lets me sleep at night. Ladies, can you imagine that?
That's so beautiful. Oh, what a beautiful baby. I hope he follows in
you.
mom's footsteps and becomes president someday.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay.
God bless you all.
Oh, thank you so much. We totally appreciate your taking the time to join us. We really, truly do.
Absolutely.
Thank you, dear.
Absolutely.
Good luck to you
All
and
right.
have a
Thank
great
you.
week.
Bye now.
Bye, little guy. Oh, goodness. So I think we have 5 minutes and we're expecting Assemblyman Fryman, who's from our District 16 up here. So while we're waiting for him, let's take a peek at another video. We have Senator Singleton sent a video, and I believe that video is posted up in our YouTube channel. So hold on one moment and let's see if we can find him. Take a deep breath. Share. Let's see what we've got. Now, let's see. We want to escape from here. Let's go to our YouTube. And let's refresh this page and we should see Senator Singleton. Here he is. Let's see. Hang on. Okay.
Greetings to the women. This is New Jersey State. I want to extend greetings to the women of the New Jersey Federation of Democratic Women on your legislative day, Women in Blue. The work of the Federation is critically important to all of us as we try and advance public policy that not only shapes and affects our state, but also advances the ideals of our party. The work that we've tried to do here on environmental justice is one of those initiatives. It's an initiative that, frankly, was born and brought to me by so many powerful women in our urban centers. Women like Maria Nunez from the Ironbound Community Center, women like Kim Gaddy from Clean Water Action, who fought tirelessly to make sure that their communities, who are facing a burden of facilities sitting in there causing undue harm, have a voice in the process to say no more. There's a simple adage that we live by when it was framing this legislation. No community should shoulder a greater environmental burden than benefit. And that is why this landmark law, the first in its country, to make sure that the voices of those who will be impacted and affected by the siting of certain facilities in their community have an opportunity to stand up and say no more. I was proud to be a legislative champion to help move that forward. But working with so many of my colleagues, we were able to advance that together. And to me, that is the hallmark of good public policy and of our party, working together to make sure that we make a better place for the 9 million New Jerseyans. So frankly, I think this is so critically important for us that we're going to reshape our future. And I'm proud to have played a role in helping to get that done. So once again, I look forward to seeing you all when we can be together again and have these dialogues in person. But thank you for the things you do each and every day to advance the principles of our party and the principles of our democracy. Take care of yourself. God bless you all, and I hope to see you all soon.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We're so lucky to have these assembly people and senators coming on today, and the videos are just wonderful. It's really great. Thank you, Kim. I hear you mentioned twice. It's really lovely. The work that you're doing must be really important. That's really lovely. Do you want to speak to what you did and how you helped Assemblywoman Timberlake? It would be great to hear. We have a minute before Assemblyman Fryman pops in.
Oh, sure. Well, thank you. I apologize. I was just running my son to baseball practice. But yeah, the environmental justice bill, I worked on that for 12 years. It actually started with Loretta Weinberg. She was our first champion, and then she passed it on to Troy Singleton. And so the Essex County delegation, along with Timberlake and Teresa Ruiz, Spate, and Pinto Marin, they were very supportive. And of course, McKeon, they were very supportive of ensuring that the environmental injustices frontline communities suffer from can be removed. And so, you know, with the governor's support and the will of the legislation, we finally got that bill passed, and we are working now on the regulations through DEP. And so it is going to change future lives. So I thank you for allowing me to at least share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. What important work you're doing. And it's great that you have the connection with the assembly people and the senators. It's such important. Environmental justice is, to me, the top issue, because without clean air and clean water, nothing else really matters. My uncle used to say that, and it's one of my mantras, because if you're not able to get clean water, you'll spend your whole day looking where, I mean, it's essential. We're 80% water. So it's really true. It's really, really true.
Right, it should be a human right. And that's why we're actually working on the green amendments for future generations. And I'll make sure I share that because that's our basic right as humans, right? Access to safe, drinking water and clean air.
Clean
So
air. You are absolutely right. And when corporations and money comes down to buying off regulations, and certain administrations in the past have limited the restrictions on what pollution can be let into the air, and traditionally how communities of color and minority communities have been dumping grounds for toxic waste, it's so depressing. So it's so wonderful that we have people who are aware of it, number one. Number two, willing to work to change it. And number three, that we've elected people who are going to actually come and help us get this legislation passed. So it's wonderful to have people like you working on it, and the Assemblywoman. It's really wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we are waiting for Assemblyman Fryman. Dana, where are you? You said you'd be here. Anybody from District 16, Legislative District 16 on that maybe wants to ask a question that we can ask Assemblyman Fryman? I know Assemblyman Fryman rides a motorcycle, so I wonder if he's going to be in his leather jacket. Well, let's stand up and stretch. Some of us have been sitting this whole time, so stand up and give a stretch. Go ahead. Turn around, give a stretch. Oh, good. And we can also go back to a video. We should be getting another video around noon. We'll see if that works. So.
Oh, here comes the Assemblyman.
Excellent, excellent. Good, 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 good. Okay, wonderful. So welcome, Assemblyman Fryman. I think you're here. Let's see your beautiful face.
I am.
Hi. Oh, we're so happy to have you. Thank you so much. I was expecting you in your leather, though.
You're giving people the wrong information too early. You need to, some people are going to go crazy with that. So.
No. We're thrilled that you were able to join us this morning. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. We have our President, Alana Berman. She's joined us. We have our Vice President, Rachel Green. She's joined us. We have Roberta Walters, who's our secretary. And of course, you know Cynthia, she's our communications person at the state level. Somerset County lost her, but Morris County has claimed her now. So, well, thank you, Assemblyman. Tell us all about what you're working on and how we can help you and how you can help us. Or whatever you want to say.
Well, actually, yes, it should be how I can help you. And that's the way it should be. So obviously we are in an unusual right now in the budget break. So people are, the focus legislatively often this time of year is around what's in the budget. That we have the budget proposal from the governor. What are the priorities? What are we going to do? We've never been in this scenario before coming through the pandemic. We hope we will never ever be here again. And what does this mean, and how? And it's I think personally, it's a great time to, all right, what's the pause? What should, how do you reprioritize? How do you, when you have this crisis, it gives you a chance to reassess and take a look at our values. And I've always been, and what frustrated me, and those of you that know me know that I am not a lifetime politician. I got into this because I was called into it out of angst of the way things were being done or not being done, and wanting to some things to get better, and my frustration around seeing the same old. So when I see an opportunity for new ideas, new ways, and creative ways of getting things done, I'm in favor of it. I'm in favor of not just throwing out the old because it's old, but asking questions of, does it make sense? How do we measure the effectiveness of what we're doing? And I think that's really what we lack culturally. And I understand why we don't do it, but I think we just don't take the time to say, we're about to enact legislation, we're about to start up a program. We're doing it for the right reasons. At what point in time are we going to have a checkpoint to know, is it working? Is it helping the people we want it to help? And can we go back and reassess it and make adjustments to it? We don't do it because it requires someone to say, maybe it didn't work, and therefore it creates political vulnerability by doing that.
Right.
And so that's the practical, but it creates this incredible inefficiencies and this incredible layer upon layer upon layer of waste and bloated budgets and programs where no one's afraid to say, we're doing that over here. This group seems to be maybe doing it better, and it's just mind-boggling and disappointing. So we need the advocates. We need the people to constantly press on us, and that's why I'm always welcoming. I'm always welcoming to have people come in and challenge and even when the best conversations I love are those that I take and I love having somebody change my mind. I love those conversations, and I know you're not supposed to do that in politics, and I know that's not supposed to happen because you create and say, well, wait a minute, where I thought you. Since when was I given, because I got elected, divine knowledge? Since when? Right. But that's what happens every day in our lives. So now we're in this legislative role and I'm also in a candidate role, so I'm wearing a couple hats at the same time, and I'm telling people, look, I've been in office 2 terms, which I can't believe already, and I've had over 2,000 votes. And people said, well, what do you stand for? And I said, well, actually, you're asking a bad question. You really should be saying, what have I stood for? What have I done? Because that's really a better predictor as to my value systems, because there's enough out there around this. And so there are 2,000 votes plus out there. There are hundreds upon hundreds of constituent contacts where people had authentic problems and they reached out to my office and reached out to me and asked for help.
I can vouch for that. His office helped my parents multiple times.
and so that is a real indicator as to, well, all right, what's the value of this representative? And I will tell you, in the 2,000, you should feel either good overall or not so good about the things that I've done to help you. And if you have not found something you didn't like, that's something I would tell you that's a problem, because you can't be happy 2,000 times. I can't be that, we can't agree every single time. I'm married 37 years. I promise you, we did not agree all the time. And it's a great matter, but there's no way it was every single decision was agreed upon. So there's got to be room for debate, disagreement. One of the questions you had sent out in advance of all this was, well, what do I want? Where do I want to see the political process to go? I want it to be that movement. I want to see that space to be able to have this saying, something, we didn't agree on this, but I'm okay with that. And I understand. I had somebody, it was a recent piece of legislation, and they were upset with me as to why I ended up voting for it and supported it. And I said, all right, let me give that person a call, because they were writing and they were sending these angry emails. I said, let me just call that person and have a dialogue. I spoke to this constituent. I said, all right, here's what happened. I like the bill overall. Oh, and it had to do with getting rid of the mandatory minimums, sentencing. And I said, but there was an ugly, awkward provision that was put in during committee. I said, and I hated that provision. But now I'm forced to make a decision. I don't get a veto. I don't get a line item veto on a bill. have to vote for the entire bill or not vote the entire bill.
Mm.
And that's really the problem with a lot of the things. There are nuances in legislations that, no, I don't like. But overall, was that nuance enough to damage getting rid of mandatory minimums that is really harmful to social justice overall? And I was very comfortable with making the decision I made. I said, and by the way, that's why I usually don't, when people ask me to be a sponsor of a bill, until it comes out of committee, because stupid things happen in committees. And I don't want to attach my name to sometimes some stupid things that get added on into committees. So just to let you know, when people say, hey, you got to get onto the bill, I'm saying, can I wait to see if somebody throws something stupid onto it before I do that? So that's my hesitancy, just to let you know. So I know you've got a boatload of things you're trying to get across. You've got a laundry list of people you want to talk to today. Let me pause. Do you have any questions for me?
I want to ask you a brief question. When you have committees and you have to have something that you don't like, you have to actually sit and negotiate with the other people who are on the committee as to why you don't like you say, you like when people come to you and they talk you out of something that you had once believed, but they changed your mind. How have you found being in committee, being able to change other people's minds?
Well, you're asking about the committee process, or you're asking about a bill before it goes. So there are two different things. If there's an issue, so once it gets to a committee, now, God, you can get me worked up on a topic. The sponsor is really the key. The sponsor so inside how things work, the sponsor of a bill and the speaker are the key influencers of the legislation and how it moves by protocol and by how we operate. So if there's something in a piece of legislation that I'm uncomfortable with, I will reach out to my colleague. I will reach out to the chair and saying, here's what I'm uncomfortable with.
Right.
On the other hand, if I want to move it, same scenario. I'll reach out to the sponsor, the chair, or the speaker's office to see if I can help move it, usher it along. When you're in committee and it is being brought up for a vote, it is no different than what's taking place at the national level.
Right.
There's nothing that is brought up for a vote that doesn't pass. Think about it.
Interesting. I never thought of that. Interesting.
When was the last time you've seen something brought up into a committee at the national level or the state that didn't get passed? It gets passed. And Ilana knows this because she works inside and she understands this. So what you may hear, and this is sending signals, is that we might say, I'm a little uncomfortable with this. I have reservations about this. I'm going to pass it out, and I'm going to ask that the sponsor continue to work on this before it gets to the floor.
I see.
And that is us saying, we're going to do and be respectful to the process and be respectful to the chair who's brought this up for a vote. But we're sending our signals out that we need more work on this. Now, I will tell you, and I've let it be known to the executive director, to the speaker, to the chairs, I'm against this, and I'm very uncomfortable, and this runs against my grain. I think there should be more discussion, more debate in the committees. I think that this is, I think it should be okay to have, it shouldn't be as finite of a process. So it doesn't feel right to me the way it is. It's perfunctory the way the process is set up for my liking. I'm working with it, but I want it to be more deliberative, and especially when we're moving things quickly, it exasperates the whole scenario.
You can see, because of that process, you can see where you really need people who are smart. You need people who are committed, I don't necessarily mean book smart, but I mean smart about what's going on, the trends, the climate, the culture, the whole milieu of the whole piece. So I can really understand what you're saying. Alana put a comment in the chat. She says, I just want to thank you for how well you represent Hillsborough. I know she has a little connection to Hillsborough, so.
Yeah, I just wanted, having grown up there, having seen it shift from cow farmland and agricultural farmland to all of the suburbs that it is today, I think you do a great job of representing both the new and the old residents and just kind of the changing culture and climate there. So I wanted to thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I wasn't paying attention to the chat room.
That's okay.
I was focusing in on our conversation. So
yeah, no, that's wonderful. It's wonderful. We're very thankful that you were able to take time out of your day. We know there's a lot going on in Trenton, and you and the other assembly people and senators have meetings all day. We understand that. So we're very, very thankful that you could take the time to come and speak with us. Thank you.
I am so happy you're doing what you're doing. Keep being the advocates. We need the advocates. We need the reminders. We need the pushing. We need, don't let anybody get set in their ways and stale.
Oh, it's wonderful to hear you say that. Thank you. That's great.
It's especially now. But also please allow us. This is me speaking, not for the process. When we are not getting perfect letter A's, understand that should anyone get a perfect letter A when we're creating scorecards, should there be, because of should there be room for, if we really want politics to come together, if we really want compromise, shouldn't there be times we're saying, all right, it's more than just how I feel, it's how others feel. And I've got to allow for others in this. I don't think, and I still believe, no one has a monopoly in all the good ideas. And we have to allow for that space to come in to make this work.
Good point, or else you would be Putin, who's going to be in power for the next 40 years.
So let me let you, I know you have other legislators stack to stack, but thank you so much for your time.
Are you kidding? We cannot thank you enough. You're wonderful. We're so happy you're our LD16 guy. We all love you. Thank you. Take care.
Take care.
Thank you, Roy. Thank you.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next up, this is wonderful. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Legislative Aide Jen Lehman, and she's going to be speaking for the Majority Leader Lou Greenwald from LD6. So Jen, are you here? I think you may have to unmute, Jen.
She was here a second ago. I don't know where she went.
Yeah, I don't see her in the participant list. She may have gotten.
Yeah, no, she's here. Let's see. She's let's see. I just sent her a message. Let's see. Jen Lehman. No, maybe she signed off. Maybe she's going to sign on again.
She might have gotten. Maybe she was having some connectivity issues. We'll give her a minute.
Yes, let's give her a minute. Do you want stand up and stretch, everyone? How about that Assemblyman Fryman? He's wonderful.
He is great.
Yeah, we're lucky. We all have, everybody so far. That woman, Assemblywoman Timberlake, to have her baby on her shoulder, what a commitment. She was just, I loved talking to her. I would like to get to know her. Maybe we could have her in one of our meetings sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what happened. She's not here. Huh.
Does anyone have a text connection to her? Can you reach out?
Alana might know them because that's David Galpern and the legislative aide. Yeah, she was here. I don't know what happened to her. I would go to a video.
Oh, here she comes. Here she
Oh,
comes.
great, 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 great. Okay,
Let's
wonderful.
give her a second to
Yep,
get back in.
great.
She probably got a reboot in the middle of the meeting like I did earlier.
Oh, gee, technology, right? Gee, what happened to my screen? It all turned yellow all of a sudden.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. You must be Legislative Aide Jen Lehman.
Senior Policy Director, Jennifer
Senior
Lehman, yes.
Policy Director, wonderful. Thank you. Welcome so much to our forum. And I think David is also
Yes.
on with
Yeah,
you.
awesome.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm the legislative aide, David. Nice to meet all of you.
Right, right, right. Oh, I'm so sorry. I read the wrong thing. I have you as senior advisor, Jen. My apologies, dear. Anyway, thank you and welcome to our Women in Blue Day. We would be in Trenton in person, but today we can't be, unfortunately. And today, on today's call right now, we have our leadership of our organization. We have Alana Berman, who's our president. We have Andrea Mastro, who's our past president. We have our recording secretary, Roberta Walters. We have our communications director, Cynthia Stark. And we have Rachel Green, who is one of our vice presidents. So thank you. You're here to tell us all about Majority Leader Lou Greenwald. So we're happy to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. Dave, do you want to take
Yes.
over?
Yeah, I'll kick it off. So yeah, thanks everyone for inviting us. So I'm guessing that you kind of want to hear an overview of where the majority leader's policies are.
Wonderful.
Budget. Yeah. So really what we've been focused on in our office and something that the majority leader has really tried to take over and really push throughout the state is a focus on mental health. We know the statistics throughout the country, New Jersey included, about how the pandemic is affecting people's mental health, especially young people, students that have been basically quarantined at home without in-person schooling for over a year now. So we've been working, very hard on trying to be proactive and putting mental health supports in place to help both students and their families kind of, navigate this after pandemic new normal that we're all going to experience. So we recently just passed a legislative package through the Assembly that's one of our main priorities that tries to focus on getting mental health infrastructure in the schools. Through different policies and programs, trying to create a pipeline of professionals into the schools, trying to prioritize grant funding for certain school-based mental health programs. So that's one of our main focuses. We also have a follow-up mental health legislation trying to improve mental health access in the community, deal with the lack of providers that we have throughout the state, and basically just trying to get people comfortable with this new normal that's going to come out at the end of the pandemic. And at the same time, the majority leader, our whole district is made up of a lot of small business owners. And basically every town in our district is really feeling the impact on their small businesses from the pandemic. We've also been working on legislation trying to, relax some of the requirements for businesses, give them a plan that they can look for, and plan for coming out of the pandemic. Different reopening plans, trying to give them a little bit more flexibility so they can survive the pandemic. And then basically, we're gearing up and going into budget now. So that's kind of been our focus over these last few months to a year, basically.
And we're curious to hear about some of your thoughts and some of your policy goals and initiatives going into the new year and the budget as well.
Are you speaking to us, to the Federation?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. We're
Oh,
curious
I
to
was
see what matters to you guys. And again, we apologize that the majority leader could not be here. He had a very packed schedule on your Blue Day, so we apologize.
That's okay. Normally, we would be down in Trenton. We would put out a lunch spread for the assemblymen and the senators and ask them to come join us and just meet with us and greet with us. Basically, our organization supports the democratic principles of women who are running for a democratic position, either locally, in their municipality, countywide, or statewide. And we feel that women are specifically intuitively the leaders in the majority, because they're able to balance many factors that sometimes other people aren't able to balance. And it's because of women's experiences with education, with childcare, with careers, that balancing all of these issues is foremost in the front of most women's ideas. Previously, before you guys came on, we had Assemblywoman Brittany Timberlake from North Jersey, and she was speaking to the environmental justice that is prevalent in our state. So we're hoping that Majority Leader Greenwald is on the forefront of being sure that we all have clean air and clean water to breathe. And of course, we always want the support for women in all the positions that we have. Alana, why don't you go ahead and say what you feel, because I think that's a very valid point to talk about how grateful you are.
Oh, yeah, I'm just having worked on both mental health and school infrastructure type issues. I'm really grateful for the leader support in those areas. You know, youth mental health is increasingly urgent, as are our school fundings and infrastructure, especially as we continue to be faced with different societal and world challenges, such as the pandemic, that are kind of outside of our control, but we need to adapt to. So,
Yeah, thank you for saying that. It's definitely something that the Majority Leader is very concerned about. Like David said, David's been our point person on all of the mental health legislation. He's really our expert on this. You know, the Majority Leader said in his reorganization speech in 2020 that he really wanted to focus on mental health, and we had no idea in January that the pandemic was going to be this bad and it was going to take this long for us to get back to some sort of sense of normalcy. And, you know, mental health was already a crisis, right? And so it has just, you know, become like crazy since the pandemic. And, you know, it's something that the Majority Leader is very concerned about. You know, he's got two packages, like Dave said, one that deals with our children and our schools and helps when our schools finally do return fully, and make sure that those and make sure that there's policies and structures in place to help our kids deal with what they're dealing with currently, with isolation and all of those things, death, unfortunately, during this pandemic. And then, you know, there's another package that the Majority Leader is working on that deals with like adult and behavioral health, right? Because we know that substance abuse has increased. We know that, you know, mothers, parents, people that have, you know, caretakers, their mental health has suffered as well. And so it's something that, you know, we're looking at broadly, but also very narrowly as well. We're trying to figure out how to navigate this new norm, I guess.
Domestic violence as well has been on the rise. So there are
Exactly.
quite a few issues. We have a couple of questions in our chat room that probably you can speak to. One says, New Jersey historically has one-shot finance budget solutions. Now that we have money this year, will the budget process be different? That's one question. The other one is, what's the leader's position on the Reproductive Freedom Act? So maybe one of you can speak to one and the other the other.
If it's all right, Dave, I'll take both of those.
Yeah, feel free.
Sure. So I know that the leaders are currently looking at the funding that we have coming in from the federal acts. They do want to, you know, I know the Majority Leader has always advocated for a more planned out budget process instead of year to year. We should be trying for a 2, 3, 4, 5 year plan down the road. So that's something that the Majority Leader is definitely advocating for going into this budget cycle. You know, we have to be mindful of, like you said, one shots, because next year that money might not be there, right? So what are we funding? How are we funding? How can it be sustainable year after year after year? And so those are things that they're looking at currently. I know that the Budget Committee is starting their budget hearings this month. So we're very excited to hear. I think tomorrow the treasurer comes in, as well as OLS, to talk to the Senate, and then Thursday the Assembly. I think Senate.
Okay.
Today. So we're very eager. Yeah, we're very eager to hear what those numbers are, where we are financially. I mean, that's our first step, right? In peeling back this budget and trying to figure out where we go. So we're still very early on in that budget process. And we're letting the budget committee do their thing in vetting everything, looking over everything to really get a good picture of where we are before we start moving forward. But I know that the leader is he is very supportive of trying to plan things out more. And then with respect to what was it? The
Reproductive Freedom Act.
Oh, right. That's Assemblywoman Huddle's legislation, I believe.
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I think the majority leader is still reviewing that right now. There's a lot of questions on what currently is law and versus that legislation. So I think he's still reviewing that. So I'm not sure if I have a direct answer for you on that right now.
Okay, that's okay. It's funny because previously before, earlier today, Assemblywoman Lampitt was on, and she's the head of the education committee.
Yeah.
Or she's doing, and so we were talking about the need for funding for mental health. So it's so interesting because all of these assembly people and senators, everybody's working together. It's very encouraging to hear that the right hand knows what the left hand is doing. I mean, it's wonderful. And so do you think the school districts will have the resources, the systems will have the resources to pay for staff to implement, the mental health initiatives that the majority leader is interested in?
Yeah, Jen, I'll take that one. So that's our goal, right? That's definitely the goal of this package. The package we just passed through the assembly sets up a variety of grant programs that we're looking to have funded. I know we're in our, Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, 4th, 5th year of implementation of the School Funding Act. I know it was
third, I think. Third, maybe.
Third, maybe. Yeah, maybe not as far.
Yeah. So we are committed to fully funding our schools.
We're committed to fully funding our schools, which we know a lot of that will be towards mental health infrastructure. But what we're really looking to do in this bill package that we just passed is kind of get these policies and programs in place so that when students do return to school, we can hit the ground running. And obviously, to make that a reality, this upcoming budget process is going to be really, really critical for mental health support. So it's definitely something that we're looking at. We would like to have as many schools as possible be able to afford these things. We know they are expensive, but it's definitely a focus of the majority leaders.
And I'll just add, I know that the governor just announced $50 million that's going to be going towards particularly mental health. And like Dave said, this budget cycle is going to be very important. I know that the majority leader is going to be looking for funding for mental health services as well. To coincide with, the funding formula.
Right. Can we help by putting out messages to our membership, to make phone calls to our assembly people and our senators? What do you think? Would that help?
I think like I said, I think we're still early in that stage, but it's certainly something we would welcome if that is.
Sure.
If we need that, we need that.
Yes, keep us posted.
I think you're going to find a lot of support for these things. These things are just very intuitive things. Like
exactly.
We need things, and I think you're going to find a lot of support. Like you said, the left hand knows what the right hand's doing in the assembly and the legislature right now. And we're very in tune, and it seems to be we're all on the same page.
It is so encouraging. It's so very encouraging. How did you guys get your jobs? Tell us just briefly. We have a few minutes and then we have to sign off, but very quickly, tell us how you wound up in your spots.
I'll jump in really quick. I don't know if you guys know, I actually interned for Alana back in college when she was working for the Mercer County Clerk. So I interned way back when in college, and I actually interned at this office back in high school. Which I found out they were looking for legislative aides, and that's how basically I got this job.
Wonderful.
And Dave is also in law school right now as well, putting himself in law school while working as well. So we're very excited for him.
Where are you going to law school?
Rutgers Camden.
Oh, nice.
I'm living about 5 minutes away, so it's very, very convenient.
Great.
And then I actually first got my feet wet in the 3rd legislative district working for a woman named Celeste Riley. Some of you may know her. She was the first woman elected in the 3rd legislative district. So it's such an honor to really get to work with her and help her develop her portfolio legislatively. And then she went to move on to run for county clerk in Cumberland County, and she's still the county clerk there. You know, the majority leader asked me to come work for him. He needed a policy person, and I was doing what Dave was doing. So that's
Sorry.
how, and then I just moved up. Yeah. So that's how we're here.
Great. Yeah, Rachel says South Jersey in the house. That's great.
Yeah.
Rachel.
Who's Rachel?
Let's see if we can find Rachel. Hold on. Where
Hey
are you?
Jen, it's Rachel Green, down
hi.
here. How you doing? Thank you for
Good, how
joining
are
us,
you?
both of you, Dave and Jen. Thank you both for joining us today. It's always
for
great
having
to
us.
have
Hi,
your
Rachel.
level of expertise on guiding us. And, you know, as an organization, we're always here to help out. So just give us our marching orders when the time comes.
Yeah, how can we be helpful to you? I mean, how can we help, you know, with any of your policies?
Oh, what happened? Oh,
Jen, you went on mute.
I was just saying, how can we help you? You know, can you let us know what your policy, you can email us, will you let us know what your policies are so that we can
Oh,
help?
most definitely. I
Okay.
know as in an executive board, I know with Alana's leadership, we definitely will be submitting some formal paper to you or writing to let you know of definitely key issues that we're passionate about as an organization moving forward. And we definitely will be watching the legislation that are coming down the pike soon to be able to help advocate for as well. So we're excited. I mean, New Jersey's at the forefront. I have the opportunity to talk to a lot of my, you know, sister colleagues around the nation, and you know, New Jersey is definitely leading the charge when it comes to showing them how to get it done. When it comes to civil rights, social justice, and leading with issues for women. So exciting times right now, it really is.
It is, and we've done a great deal of it. I'm very proud to work for this legislature.
Awesome. I
And
love
New
it. Love
Jersey.
it. Love it.
Yeah.
And
Thank you,
South
guys.
Jersey. Woo woo.
And South Jersey.
Had to put the little woo woo to South Jersey out there.
Thank you, guys. Is there any other questions you guys have?
hang on one moment. Hang on one moment. I was going to tell you, Alana's going to speak in a moment, but what I wanted to tell you is you can tell people about us. You can tell people there is a New Jersey Federation of Democratic Women, and you can encourage people to go to our website and visit our website and get involved with us. You can encourage people that we're the group that supports women running in the state of New Jersey. And by the way, the Federation is a national organization, and yearly, now we don't do it because of the COVID, and last year we didn't get to do it, and this year we're not going to get to do it, but we actually go to Washington and we meet with our representatives, and there's women from all over the country, and it's an all-day event. So perhaps one of you might be interested in the future in joining our organization. So Alana, would you like to go ahead and just briefly?
Yeah, so some of the policies we've been, you know, in broad umbrella terms that we've been advocating for throughout the day have been environmental justice, economic justice, particularly for women and underserved populations. Look, one of the things that, like, for example, Danielson brought up in that arena was some of the marijuana policies that benefit women and women and entrepreneurs in that space. Additionally, as we've mentioned, reproductive health care, women's health care, maternal health care, huge priorities of all of our population, as well as, you know, schools in a broad sense, but, you know, really to that point, your infrastructure piece, mental health and other resources within the school environment, some of those wraparound services, and housing justice. You know, as many of our speakers today, and many of us know, our students can only be as successful as they are secure.
Yeah.
I think that's a good way of putting it.
That really sums it up. That's really great. That's exactly true. I like that, because if you don't have anything to eat and you're not sure where you're going to be going home to at night, you're lost. You're absolutely lost, and you'll fall through the cracks. And that's very important. And some of that does come down to mental health initiatives. So there's an economic justice and mental health initiatives in addition to other factors contributing to those issues. So yeah, very important, very important.
Have you guys, I know that you said that you talked to Assemblywoman Timberlake. I know she's got the People's Bill. Have you guys had a chance to take a look at that? That's very important right now, is addressing that eviction crisis, I think. And she's got a
Exactly. She spoke
Yeah.
to it. Yes, it was
Good,
really wonderful. Yeah, she gave us a whole background on it and everything. It was
Good.
great.
Yeah,
So
she's doing
we
good
have,
work in that space.
yeah, if you would like to stay on and meet with Senator Smith, you're more than welcome to see Senator Smith because he's coming up next. He's our 11 o'clock appointment. So
I see.
Okay.
Right now.
yeah.
We'll get her before.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you,
you very,
guys.
very much, both of you. And good luck to you.
Yeah.
And
Take care. Thank
Yeah,
you so
we'll
much for all you do.
oh, thank you. We'll see you again.
Yeah, hopefully wait next time in person, right?
I hope so. I hope so. Senator
problem.
Smith, I think you're here.
I am.
Great. Let's get you on the video here. Here you go. Hi there.
Hello,
Welcome.
hello, hello.
Hi, we're so happy to have you, and we're thrilled that you could take a moment out of your day to join us. We have our past president, Andrea Mastra. We have our current president, Alana Berman. We have Roberta Walters, who's our recording secretary. We have Rachel Green. She's one of our vice presidents. And Cynthia was here, but I think she had an engagement for an hour, but she'll be back. So thank you so much for joining us. So we're hoping that you'll tell us a little bit about what you're working on and give us a little brief overview of how we can help you, how you can help us, and let's hear from you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you for the kind invitation. And I have no idea. I first start with, how much time do you want me to consume?
Great. If you can be done, let's see, you have until 11:35. You only have
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You only have 15 minutes. I'm really sorry.
15 minutes of fame. I'm thrilled. So I currently am in the New Jersey Senate, and I chair the Senate Energy and Environment Committee, at which every time I open a meeting, I say, welcome to the most interesting committee in the legislature. And I say that because it really is. It is outrageously interesting. There is so much happening in both areas. On the energy side of the world, you may know that Governor Murphy has, and the BPU has adopted a very aggressive energy master plan.
Yes.
And that aggressive plan calls for basically, let me call the chair. Chair, I got everything. Thank you very much. All right. Bye-bye now. That was Peg. I was starting to panic because I didn't have the Zoom, or the Zoom I had wasn't working. So anyway, his goals are very, very aggressive, getting us off fossil fuels and into renewables and electrifying everything. That's the way in which we can really smash our carbon footprint. New Jersey, with 133 miles of coastline, is unbelievably vulnerable to not only ocean level rise, but more intense storms and damaging storms. We only spent $60 billion on Sandy. You can imagine what the next one's going to be like. But anyway, everybody, all governments across the world need to dramatically change what we're doing in terms of global climate change, gases. And one of the best things we can do is electrify everything. So we're currently working on grid scale solar. One of the problems that we have is that Governor Chris Christie, I'm sure a fond memory to everybody on the call, really screwed up solar by limiting where it could go. It's limited to brownfields, former landfills, and rooftops. And the problem is that it really can't go other places. So we're trying to expand where it can go, at the same time being environmentally sensitive. And that's what grid scale solar is. We're also working on what's called dual use solar. And dual use solar means that you're getting two uses on the same property. And if we're talking about farmland, what it means is that the solar panels are being built a little higher up so that you can do cattle grazing, grow vegetables, grow grasses, whatever. So in other words, you keep the farm use in place, but at the same time, you're farming electrons a little higher up. So, and you would be amazed in both areas, the resistance, even though I try to explain to the various stakeholders that this is a time to be expeditious. You know, the clock is really ticking on global climate change. So that's two of the bigger ones that we're currently working on. One of the big ones that we just got done, and you'll see it take effect in May of 2022, next year, basically a year away, is the ban on single-use plastic bags and styrofoam products. The statistics on how many millions of tons we're putting into the ocean every year would just literally blow your mind. And one of the major sources of plastic contamination, not only to the Atlantic Ocean from the Jersey coast, but from all of New Jersey, and it doesn't just go into the ocean, it goes into our streams, rivers. We're finding that microplastics, plastics that have degraded into tiny, tiny particles are everywhere, including in the fish that you eat. We found the microplastics in freshwater fish in the Raritan River, Passaic River. And what that means is that if we ever choose to do an autopsy on you, they're going to be inside of you. They're in all the sea creatures in the oceans. We've done sampling at the top of the Alps, and just air has gazillions of microplastic particles in the air. So they're also being breathed into your body. And these microplastics do have very serious health effects. So we're trying to take a serious punch at reducing the plastics going into the environment. And that's going to be the single-use plastic bag ban, styrofoam ban bill. And what it means is that if you haven't gotten your take-home bag, you know, your recycling bag, you got to start stocking up. And my guess is a whole bunch of the supermarkets are going to be offering them free when you buy a grocery order of $25 or more, because they want to be with it as well. In the intervening year, the law requires that we do a lot of public education so that people understand why it's so important. And we also have a bunch of money to provide free take-home bags especially in disadvantaged communities. So we have a year where we're trying to do the transition, but be ready. May of 2022 is the actual kick-in of the law. And I don't have to ask the Women's Federation to do that. You guys are on top of it without there being a law. And for that, I compliment you and appreciate what you're doing. So the dual-use plastic bag, the single-use plastic bag ban is about to take effect. We're currently also doing recycled content. And what recycled content it will do, and it's out of the Assembly or the Senate Environment Committee. It's in appropriations. I have to get Senator Sarlo to release it in the spring, and then hopefully we'll have it on the Senate. The Senate President is committed to it. But anyway, what it does is to set standards for the various materials that are coming in state. So how much recycled glass should be in a glass bottle? How much recycled paper should be in your newspapers or your cardboard, your other paper products? And it has a whole bunch of other standards, but the bottom line is we don't have them now. Mm-hmm. And the reason you want to have recycled content standards is that it provides a market for recycled materials, as well as taking the waste out of the waste stream. I'm sure everybody on the phone call is in a town where there's a recycling requirement. It's usually newspaper cans and bottles. Same in my town, Piscataway, and we've been doing it for a lot of years. At one time, this used to be at a minimum a break-even proposition. All right, at a minimum, a break-even proposition. It is now a money loser. And as a result, an awful lot of towns are sending their recycled materials to landfills, which is exactly the thing we didn't want to do. All right. Landfill space is precious, and these materials should be recycled and not allowed to get into the environment. So the recycled content bill is the key to turning that around. You know, we'll have a requirement for 40% recycled plastic or glass or whatever in these various products, and it's being done in a number of states, not as comprehensively as we're doing in New Jersey, but it's out there. This is not radical. This is not environmental communism. This is this is trying to do the right thing.
Absolutely.
By the environment. So the recycled content is the next biggie on the agenda. But we have some monsters out there too, and I want to mention a real big monster, which is I have a constitutional amendment, and the constitutional amendment is great because if you do something by a constitutional amendment, nobody can steal it. Okay. Nobody can change it. They have to follow the law because it's in the Constitution. Constitution trumps everything else. If you do a bill that says, I want X millions of dollars in a certain issue area for the next whatever years, you can pass that law, but it means nothing. What supersedes it every year is the budget bill. It trumps everything except the Constitution. So for example, several years ago, we revised the New Jersey Constitution to dedicate a certain portion of the corporate business tax to open space acquisition, farmland acquisition, and historic preservation. And as a result of that, we're getting about $125 to $150 million a year, every year for those purposes. And we're no longer having to put ballot issues on the ballot for you to approve. You know, the money is there forever, which is just fabulous. But that's the advantage of a constitutional amendment. So anyway, I have a constitutional amendment that you may or may not, depending on your point of view, think as a little over the top. The amendment says that when fossil fuel power generating plants are retired, they have to be replaced by renewable fuels. So no more coal, no more natural gas, no more oil. And the reason, and the obvious reason for it again, is we really have an existential challenge with global climate change. If I could get that on the ballot, I think it would pass. And by the way, it's not all that radical, because what in effect you're saying is whatever you have there now, let them run to their useful life, and then you replace them one at a time as they are being retired. So it's a gradual transition. It shouldn't result in rate shock to the electric customers, but it will significantly improve our air quality, both in terms of health effects, but more importantly, from the point of view of carbon footprint. So that's a biggie. That one's going to take a monster public effort to get that on the ballot.
Think of all the jobs it could provide.
Right, but the unions, some unions, I mean, the IBEW, I have renamed as the International Brotherhood of Environmental Warriors. And that's because all of the stuff that the IBEW is doing is very, very good for the environment, replacing fossil fuel sources with renewable sources. Problem is that there are other labor unions where they're afraid of it. So for example, the pipe layers are very concerned about it. You know, we have this whole controversy about natural gas pipelines. Right. Some which are planned to run through our areas. And the argument that I make is that as long as you continue to expand the use of these fuels, you're going to need more pipelines. If you decrease the demand for that fuel, then the pipelines, you'll only replace existing pipelines rather than expand to new ones, or in some cases even remove them. But the union, the pipe layers see that as a big issue for them and their members. So labor is not 100% there when you talk about labor globally, but it particular unions with a lot of the renewable stuff we're talking about are gonna do very, very well.
Well,
So
yeah, it's educating some of those union members. That would be key, is to educating some of those union members that there will be jobs available.
yep.
They'll just have to switch from laying pipes to learning how to put wiring in or something like that. You know, it'll be something different. Do you have bipartisan support?
Yes, I do. I have had and I dare I use the word, I have had a Republican senator who is actually a pretty green guy, Kip
Great.
Bateman, who is
Great.
he's retiring this year. He's not running for reelection.
Right, right.
And I said to I had a couple of Republican staffers come to my desk when one of the Republicans wants to sign on to one of our bills.
Right.
And I said, who's going to replace Kip? I said, what other green Republican do you have?
Right. Is there one? Is
And
there one?
the staffer says, we're looking hard, but we're not doing real well. So
Yeah.
listen, I'm hoping we get a green Republican
Yeah.
because the environment really should be bipartisan. It's not
No, not
Democratic
at
environment, a
all.
Republican environment. It's for our kids, our grandkids. Come on, guys and gals, let's get on the right side of history here. So we'll see how the election turns out and who are the new people and whatever. And I'll light a candle and say a prayer.
Yeah, well, you do have a green guy, not an R, but you have a green guy that may show up there, so you might have some help there.
Oh yeah. Listen, I'm looking forward to Andrew Zwicker.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. He's going to be a very green senator.
Yeah.
But I need it. I don't want to, and not at the loss of his seat, but I would like to have a green Republican so they can be, quote, bipartisan.
Yes, exactly. Well, you have to look someplace. Maybe we can, well, I don't know, we're the Democratic Federation.
No, I don't
think
I
we
don't think
jump
you can
to
get
that.
involved in that one.
No, I don't think so either.
In any case, how about if I stop and if there's a question, I'll be happy to answer it.
Yeah, anybody have a question for the senator? I was thrilled to hear about the environmental stuff because I am an environmentalist. Let's see, anybody in the question? Anybody have a question? I don't think so. And we do have somebody else coming up we do have Assemblyman Mazzeo here, so I think we will have to say goodbye and thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Smith. Thank you for all the work you do.
I have a question. I was in the queue. Hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Hi, this is Jacqueline Hingston. I'm actually from Essex County.
Hi,
good morning. Senator,
Yes,
how are you?
I'm healthy.
That's a blessing, right?
It is a blessing.
Just concerned when these how to get out the information to the individuals that are minority contractors. When these type of positions or jobs are posted, how could we get that information out to the minority contractors when those jobs do come available?
So my understanding is, and remember, I'm a legislative branch, not executive branch, but my understanding is the executive branch does its very best to amplify these communications to minority contractors for various positions. And by the way, I think we're going to see a lot of infrastructure I think Biden's going to be able to pull off the infrastructure bill. So I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of work coming up. What I would do is to call the governor's office and let me give you my number first, 732.
Oh, wait a minute. Can
Yep.
I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you so much. I was waiting. That's what I'm trying to get there, maneuver my phone because I'm on my phone today.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead. 732, go ahead.
752
752
07
0770.
70.
Got it.
And if you'll either call us or email us, we'll get you the
Thank-
right contact in the governor's office and make sure you're on the list to get notified.
Yes,
And
that's
then
what
the
I,
job will be for you to notify your friends, family, relatives, contractors, anybody you know, to let them know that these contracts and or positions are available. I do know Governor Murphy has been trying very hard to do that. And I know there's a person in his office that does it. So,
can you please, I'm so sorry. Can you please share that with me as well?
Yes, absolutely. My pleasure. You call the office, we'll get you the name and phone number.
Okay, thank you, and be safe and take care of yourself.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We love you.
Everybody be well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Assemblyman Mazzeo, are you available?
Hello, everyone.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us. We can't tell you how much we appreciate you taking the time today to join with us. We're the New Jersey Federation of Democratic Women, and we have heard from your colleagues this morning. So far, we've had a great morning. It's been lovely and informative. We have our past president, Andrea Mastro, on. We have our current president, Alana Berman. We have our recording secretary, Roberta Walters. We have one of our vice presidents, Rachel Green. And Cynthia is going to be coming on. She's our communications director. She'll be on soon. So we're looking forward to hearing from you. We've heard about environmental justice. We've heard about the People's Act from Assemblywoman Timberlake. We've heard about environmental issues from Senator Smith. So tell us about your passions, what you're working on, and we're very, very pleased that you could join us. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It certainly is an honor to be here for the Democratic Women's Forum and the Women in Blue today. Many of you might know me from, I've been in Assembly for 8 years. I've been the state and local chairman for the past 5 years. So we've had some pretty good legislation that has passed in the past years and during this session as well. I guess as a Democrat, I certainly am looking for support, of course, and it's great to talk to fans who have the word Democrat in it. So I certainly appreciate that. I am going to be running for Senate next this November, but having said that, I've been during my tenure in the Assembly, I have been advancing some important laws in our state, including one of the strongest equal pay for equal work laws as an essential part of practicing. And one thing I'd like to say about that, I am a small business man. I have a grocery store, and a lot of my people who are against me, oppose me sometimes in the election, kind of take a jab at me once me being a grocer and being in Trenton as a businessman. But I think it brings a new look aspect to Trenton as far as my last 8 years. Not saying that being a lawyer is not important, and you do have certain things that are good about it. But one thing that Trenton has taught me, and being in my public life, is that I'm very keen on diversifying my employees and making sure my staff we're represented well as far as Atlantic County, having African American, Latinos. I have a person in my office who's probably I lean on very strongly, who I hired about a year ago, a woman who's she practically runs my business for me, so I could do what I have to do. And so that's a little bit about me. And I think it's important to understand too, when Christie left the legislature back in, I guess it was 2018, we did pass legislation where I was the first primary for $7.5 million for Planned Parenthood. I'm very proud of that legislation. I've taken some heat from from certain local people as far as the conservatives on this, but there's not an understanding of how important this is to have what Planned Parenthood stand for about women's health care and about getting the proper cancer testing and different treatments, and educating women on, if they don't want to have a pregnancy, educating them. So the Planned Parenthood is a very strong group of people that I think that this money goes a long way. 7.5 million in a $37 billion budget isn't a lot of money, but I was happy to get that money reinstated into the budget. And also we also extended the Affordable Care Act, making sure that that's in safekeeping. This was part of the legislation that I supported wholeheartedly. I think that one of the ideas, if you want to look at the fiscal part of it, there's a piece on there that charity care, where when I first became a legislature, I think it was $600 million we were applying to the budget for that. And now I believe it's in the 200 million range. So that's what the Affordable Care Act has done. More people obviously are getting health care. And I think this is a very, very important piece that we put together because, as you know, last from 2016 to the current president, where we have President Biden, we didn't know what was going to happen to the Affordable Care Act. And I was glad that as legislature, we put some safeguards of making sure that that stays in place. This past year, as everybody knows, it's been a tough year with the pandemic. We're up to, probably closer to 800,000 cases and over probably 22,000 deaths in our state. And also here in my hometown, in my home, Atlantic County or District 2, my legislative office really became a leg for the governor's office as far as handling unemployment. Atlantic County, for our listeners, might have not known this, but we probably had the highest unemployment because we have casinos that were closed for 4 months. So we've really helped a lot of people get unemployment, get their unemployment, and also navigate through the Division of Motor Vehicle. And of course, now with the vaccine, which is getting better, helping people get their vaccines and get vaccinated. I think that's a very important last issue. And as a businessman going forward, I was happy to be part of the Economic Recovery Act of 2020. Now, if anybody understands this or doesn't understand this, these tax incentives, if you remember the 2013, which I was part of too, there was some talk about that it gave too much to corporate. Well, these types of tax incentives is actually is broken up where we have Main Street businesses helping businesses who were struck with COVID. But the key, one of the key tax incentives that I really like is it helps veterans and also helps minority businesses going forward. And another separate piece of legislation is that it was signed into law was $35 million through the Economic Development Authority of helping small businesses and get some type of relief because we have over 800,000 small businesses in the state of New Jersey, and through this COVID, a lot of them are different businesses, women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, and so we have to look at the diversity of our businesses and making sure that these people are taken care of, because when we have a healthy working businesses, the employees are there, and the economy is going well, and this is very, very important to us. I guess some of the things that through the state and local government that I'd like to talk about, we've done some key legislation for advancement of voting rights.
Great.
Making sure every vote is counted, the ballot boxes. It was an interesting, I'll tell you, I couldn't have planned this any better, but today I was in my, actually coming to this meeting at my office, and I left my store, and there was this gentleman, and I'll use that word loosely, in my parking lot. He came up to me, he says, "Are you Mazzeo?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm Mazzeo." He says, "What do you think about what's going on in Georgia?" I said, "Well, I think that we have to, make sure that everybody gets to vote and doesn't get disenfranchised. We want to enfranchise people to vote. I said, the ballot boxes used to be outside. Now they put them inside. I said, I don't think that's fair. And he goes, what did you do with that vote with the police officers with 100 feet inside that? I said, I voted for it. I said, he says, how could you vote for that? He says, if a police officer is there, I feel safe about it. Well, I said, listen, I draw off my experiences. I was a former mayor, and I remember one story where, well, not story, one action where we opened the school, and my police chief came to me and said, it's very, the prosecutor, with the school being open and with sworn officers and fully vested with guns and everything, it kind of is an intimidation to a lot of voters. So this is coming from a majority of a. Excuse me?
What? Please mute yourself or put your question in the chat. You can ignore that, Assemblyman, sorry.
Sorry about that.
No, we're sorry.
Yeah, so, being a mayor and, I pulled from my experience, but, the act of a police officer who stands for 14, 16 hours in a election place, I don't think it's using the tax dollars wisely. I think there is an intimidation factor, and, the idea that we have to put a law like this in place, could the municipalities do it on themselves? Probably not, but this was legislation that I supported, and I just pulled from my experiences. And you have to look at the big picture of things. So the other idea, we tried to put together, and we are working on with the ballot boxes, actually doing a electronic polling books that'll be with that. So this idea that people are coming to that don't even live here or dead. I mean, that's just a bunch of nonsense.
True.
The other side is, my first election when I was an assemblyman in 2013, I won by 31 votes, and it took 2 recounts, and where, the vote by mails, the Republicans took it to a court, and we had 116 that were pulled and 115 that the judge ruled that they were good, and we cannot disenfranchise voters. And so that really put me over the top. And, I've been fortunate to be reelected. This is my 4th term as a state assemblyman. But, it's very important that as state and local government, and, I come from that, being a councilman and a mayor, that I see exactly what grassroots is or what's going on in municipalities. And I try to lead that in my state and local government. And when I do agendas, we try to put a group of, say, whatever the issue is, voting issues, whatever has to do with shared services and things of that nature, into the state and local government. And I've certainly I've learned a lot, and I think I've had some experience of trying to bring from the local level to the state level. And I also am always looking out for the business. But, I think that my experience as being a Democrat, that, my idea that we're all in this together. So let's try to have common ground. Let's try to have common ground and make sure that, that we work from the bottom up or the middle up, not from the top down. I think that's the way to do things, and that's the way I look at it. So,
exactly, and make it work. Exactly. I hate to cut you off, but we have one question before we have to let you go, and I want to be sure that you hear this because it sounds like it's right up your alley. Nancy, unmute yourself and ask Assemblyman Mazzio about this, because it sounds like he'd be interested in hearing this.
Hello, Assemblyman. This is Nancy D'Andrea. I'm from Bernards Township. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I read that you are on the gaming committee, correct?
Yes, tourism and gaming.
Right. So I actually, until this past year, I owned a tourist agency that specialized in cruising for the last 19 years, but I did close, which was nothing to do with our state. It was 100% to do with COVID and the cruising industry. The other part of me is I'm in the gaming industry. I work as a professor and certified judge with the Pokemon Company International at large events, world championships, international championships, and so on. The question I have, and it's not just so much about Pokemon, it's about e-gaming, is that when will New Jersey move into the future and consider hosting e-sporting events? Now, you might say e-sporting, what's going on? Well, 164 million Americans play video games, and at least 80% of the homes in the US have at least one gamer. Now, you might say, well, you know, you're just sitting there playing Candy Crush or something like that. I'm talking about serious games. And it didn't hit me until, even though I've been in Pokemon specifically since like 2008, but in 2000, I think it was 16, I took my son to New York City, and we were at Madison Square Garden, and I watched 14,000 international people scream and yell for 5 hours at 10 Koreans playing on screens. It was the most beautiful setup I ever saw. It was better than a rock concert. The screens were immaculate. It was unbelievable. I was so impressed. I sat there just studying the whole thing. I had Koreans sitting in front of me. I had Japanese behind me. And so like these people came from around the world to come and spend money in New York City. Now I have to be honest, COVID has kind of thrown me for what year we're in. In 2018 or 2019, Pokemon had their first regional tournament in Atlantic City. We were in the convention center, and we had people from around the country come in and play in Atlantic City. I was one of the judges there, and the tournament organizer was from Arizona, and we had at least 1,000 people in that one room. And maybe about 70% of them were actual players. But we had vendors and things like that. And then they bought and they sold, you know, they bought things right there at the convention center, but then they spent their 3 days in hotels around Atlantic City. Then they spent money. I mean, this is something that I know Atlantic City, everyone thinks of gambling, casinos, all that good stuff, which is great. But e-gaming has, a lot of times they're not playing for like it's not a gambling issue. They're playing for prizes that can be anything from scholarships to money to, you know, product. So it depends on the thing, the game. The thing is though, I want to know, or at least maybe it's just giving you the idea, maybe you can start bringing the idea of bringing more e-gaming events, all different types of games to New Jersey. We have Atlantic City, we have Newark, we even have Asbury Park. Wherever there's a convention center that can hold so many people, we should use it. And so that's my, I guess it's so much of a question comment, like, has anybody even mentioned esports on this committee? If not, you need to get the younger blood in maybe. That's all.
Well, we actually in the tourism and gaming, we had a, I guess it was it wasn't a vote on e-gaming, at a hearing that certain the players that were involved, and actually, did you ever hear of CREDA? It's a Casino Reinvestment Development Authority in Atlantic City. It's the funding mechanism for economical, you know, economy, and we're trying to make. We put about, I think there was like $700,000 into these e-games. Trying to do it was prior to COVID, so it's the
Right.
Economic Development Authority of Atlantic City, and we actually had meetings with CREDA and some players who were involved with these e-games, and you're right, is an explosive industry right now. A lot of professional MBA owners and things of that nature actually
Yes.
invest in these e-games,
Yes.
and we should be part of that. And it's very hard, like for the older generation, you know, like I guess Gen X and other people get involved with this, know exactly about these e-games and know exactly what to do. But we had like 7 or I think 5 or 6 events in Atlantic City that were supposed to happen, but because of COVID, I think that we couldn't do it. But they were actually putting it into the Atlantic City Convention Center, Boardwalk Hall, the Jim Whalen Boardwalk Hall. We were putting a certain section of that just strictly for e-games. And we had an event, I came to that event, but there was a group, I think 6 or 7 investors in the Atlantic City area that were saying that, we need to do this. And a lot of casinos, they weren't ready to put the investment into that yet, but, I'm right with you on that. I think that this is something that could be, we talk about diversifying the economy. This is exactly what we should be doing.
Yes. All right. Well, then you're on the same page.
Thank you.
Bring in esports, and I know you have to go. So thank you very much for listening and chatting.
Assemblyman, thank you so much. It's so wonderful to hear each person's background and what they're working on, and hear, how you got to where you are. I hate to say goodbye.
All right. Thank you.
But thank you so very much. Have a wonderful rest of the day, and we really appreciate your work. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, next up, we'd like to welcome Assemblyman John Armato. So, are you here? Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I think it's, good afternoon.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the Women's Federation. We have our past president, Andrea Mastro, on. We have our current president, Alana Berman. We have our one of our vice presidents, Rachel Green. We have our communications director, Cynthia Meanwell, and we have our recording secretary, Roberta Walters. So we're just really pleased that you can take the time for us, and we're excited to hear what you have to tell us. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Would you like me to start with just who I am and where I am? And
that sounds great. Tell us about yourself and the legislation you're working on. That's wonderful.
Okay.
Believe me, there will be a few questions. So.
Okay. Easy ones, I hope.
Yes. Oh, of course. We're not into the, we're not like that.
Okay.
We're very supportive of Democrats. Democratic women is our primary goal, but we're supportive of all Democrats. So.
Okay. My name is John Armato. I am from Buena Vista Township in Atlantic County, which is the western end of Atlantic County. I could see Cape May County. I could see Cumberland County from where I live.
Oh, nice.
Lifelong resident, born, raised here, and matter of fact, I live about a mile away from where I grew up. So.
So you know the community, you know the people.
I know the community well, and as far as the other end of the county, I mean, I did HVAC for over 20 years, and most of that was in Atlantic City and on the shore area. So I'm familiar with the whole county. I can tell you that some of my passions. I don't know if you know me at all, but one of my passions is the disease of addiction. I am very, very, very involved with that. I'm on Atlantic County Drug Task Force. I belong to JTAC, which is Joint Together Atlantic County. I run a support group for codependents. That would be the loved ones of the addict. So that is a great passion of mine. Also involved in the community as far as volunteering. I come from a small town called Richland in Buena Vista Township. I've been a volunteer fireman there for over 51 years. I was an EMT for 11 years in Minatola. I've been for the last 7 years, I've been a volunteer at Inspira Hospital in Vineland. Unfortunately, with COVID, we had not been there for a year, but I worked there in same-day surgery, helping out the nurses and transporting stuff like that. So I understand what it is to be a part of the community. I also understand what it is to give back to the community. I'm a United States Air Force veteran. I enlisted in 1966, which I hate to say, but actually I was still in high school when I enlisted. And then when I graduated, I went in. I served in Florida and the Philippine Islands and Korea. So basically, I've always been able to participate in the community that I live in, and I've always been able to give back to the community I live in. And being an assemblyman for the last 4 years, I had the opportunity to broaden that scale. I work with the Angels in Motion, Atlantic City. We do a hot food giveaway every Wednesday in Atlantic City. Been involved with the food banks in Atlantic City. And I'm fortunate to the fact that I'm retired. So I have the amount of time that I can put into it. You know, I always say that, you know, Vince has a job and I don't. So I do a lot of stuff, and some of the things we do, you know, Assembly Management and myself are community oriented, and I'm very proud of that. Some of my bills offhand that I'm extremely proud about. Recently, we did what they call a body brokering bill. And I don't know if you're familiar with that term or not, but in a nutshell, we would have these bad players with these recovery homes, these sober living homes, who would actually send out people to go into the community where there are known drug hangouts, and they would get individuals and coerce them to go to this recovery home. And once they were there, they would get them on Medicare or Medicaid, and then they would just let them go. But they would continually build, you know, the government for these issues. Was very, very prevalent in Florida. And when we saw that, we thought the need was here. So that was one of the bills that we had done recently. If you ever get a prescription for an opiate, for a painkiller, if you look on that bottle, you're going to see a red label. And that label says may cause addiction, may cause overdose. That was my bill that we got passed and signed into law. Proud of the fact that not only was it the first in New Jersey, but it was the first in the United States. So these are the things that I work on. Our seniors, our veterans. Being a veteran, we finally got the fact that all veterans now can get their $250 reduction in their property tax. And if you were familiar with that law, you would pick and choose what veteran to give that deduction to. It started out that it was all World War II Korean veterans that got it. And then it was, if you served in the military during the Vietnam War, and it didn't matter where you served, but if you were in the military during that period of time, you got that deduction automatically. After the war ended, it changed to the fact that you had to be in country during a conflict for 14 days to get that deduction. So what that meant, that if you enlisted in the military and it was during peacetime, you didn't get that deduction. It was only during war. And if you think about that, I know when I signed my name on that paper, and when an individual who signed his name during peacetime, that signature said that you would do anything the government asked you to do, including dying for your country. So they were penalized because they were there during peacetime, which was ridiculous. So we've got that changed. And, you know, I would love to see a vet as a vet throughout all our agencies. And so that, and being a senior citizen, I'm always looking out for our seniors. And you know, we fully funded the Homestead Rebate Act and their property freeze. So that was a big thing. So these are the things that I'm passionate about. These are the things that I work on a daily basis. And when I speak to different groups, even just to individuals, I always end with the fact that you hired me to do a job. So in essence, I work for you. Good, bad, indifferent, it doesn't matter. You know, the attaboys are welcomed. But if I'm doing a bad job, tell me, you know, and let's sit down and we can talk about it. I'm always open to conversation, and I'm not perfect. So tell me, and we can move on. And if I need to change my mind, help me do that. And I think the last thing I like to say is that whatever my feelings are on any issue, that comes into play, but it's what my constituents want and need that takes precedence. So that's about me. Been married 47 years. No, 470 years. No, wait, 47 years, 47 years.
And she's not home.
No, she is not home. She's actually babysitting our grandkids. So,
oh, that's wonderful. It's wonderful to have grandchildren.
4 grandkids.
Wonderful.
2 great grandchildren.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So, in a nutshell, that's me.
Wonderful. Well, we heard in our chat, I don't know if you've been following the chat, but we had a thank you so much for being a strong advocate for Atlantic County. So that was really lovely to hear. And I want to thank you about your work with the veterans, because so many of the young veterans who've come back and have PTSD from the experiences that they had in Iraq and Afghanistan. And these are men in their 30s, now entering their 30s. Some of these men have such serious problems, mental health issues. And we've been hearing all day about the support, the mental health support that's needed for so many people. And for these young veterans, my heart breaks for these men and women too, men and women. Somehow it seems like women aren't, you don't hear about them as much as you hear about the men and the trauma that the men have dealt with. And I think a lot of that is, what would you say, a social or a cultural piece, but the fact that you're working to help young people with addiction issues is just really, it's a
with
very-
the with the PTSD, if you can even imagine how far we have come. Yes. World War II, they called it shell shock.
Shell shock.
Battle fatigue.
Yes.
Even being called a coward.
Yes.
Korea was the same thing. It
Yes.
got a little bit better during the Vietnam War, but we have made leaps and bounds, but we still have far to go. One of the other bills that we have is that we have colleges now addressing mental health more so, because it's extremely stressful, to leave your home and go away. So we're always conscious of this, and we're always, sometimes there's an easy way to do it, and then we got to make a law. And I would much prefer the easy way, but we do what we do to help as many as we can. And like I said, it's something that we do. And I think Assemblyman Mazegan and myself get along so well because we're both very passionate about what we do.
Wonderful.
And we take the job seriously. This is, I just don't wear the pin and walk around. I do my job.
Wonderful, wonderful. We really can't thank you enough. Thank you. We're honored that you took the time today to join us for this meeting. Normally we would come down to Trenton, we would put out a lunch spread and we'd have you come and have a sandwich, but the last 2 years have really put the kibosh on that. And actually we're part of a national organization and we do go to Washington once a year, but again, that was the kibosh. And now I'm afraid with those goofy insurrectionists, I'm afraid that they're not going to let us go to Washington anymore next year, which is really depressing because that was a highlight, going down and meeting with our congressional representatives and meeting people from all over the country, women from all over the country that came down. If you have a chance, check out our New Jersey Federation website, our National Federation website. A few of us that are on this call, we're on the picture right on the front marquee. So that's great. Thank you.
I mean, if you think about how many class trips went to DC.
I know.
I mean,
I know, it's heartbreaking. And
it is.
It's heartbreaking that those people were so about making the government their own and they ruined it for making the government their own.
Yeah.
For me, they ruined it for me and you and everybody on this call.
Yeah.
I know, it's really sad. It is sad. Anyway, well, we do have our next speaker that's come up, and I really just thank you so much for taking the time. Do you have any questions for us?
No, just, keep doing your good work. And I want to emphasize one more time, I work for you guys. Do not hesitate to reach out. And we'll do what we do. So,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you so much. Have
Thank
a
you,
great rest
guys.
of the week. Thank you.
You too. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
again. So participants, I want to tell you that our next speaker is also from Atlantic County. And maybe, I think we should maybe watch one quick video before we go, since we have a few minutes and the videos are not that long. So maybe we can watch Senator Stenley's again. Roberta, can you see if you can show it from your computer?
Sure, give me 1 second and I'm
Sure.
gonna give it a try. I'm gonna give it a try.
Sure.
You guys bear with me for a moment.
There you go. You can show it. There you go.
Oops, hold on 1 second. Sorry about that.
That's all
I have
right.
too many windows open to see where I have it.
You had them up.
There we go.
Yeah. Perfect.
All right, you'll have to let me know if you can hear it.
Okay. No.
Okay, 1 second. Just give me a second. This is where we had some of those issues last time. Hold on. Share sound. Okay. Let me get back off of that. Here we go.
You're there. Hit play.
Can you hear?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Assemblyman Sterling Stanley of the 18th Legislative District. I'm one of the newly appointed assemblymen in the legislature. I would like to welcome you and thank you for inviting me to speak today. I apologize for not being able to.
You'll need to turn up your
live
sound. This
today.
is as loud as he is.
Okay, I have my sound up. Thank you anyway.
I'm currently on the Health Committee and the Law and Public Safety Committee. I would like to take this time to talk a little bit about my previous experience. As a councilman in East Brunswick, I always look towards getting everyone involved in politics and in what's going on in town. So I made sure that we had a very diverse population, a diverse group, including women. We are all about helping each other, and it is great to see how women in politics have stepped up into leadership roles in New Jersey. They bring such a diverse perspective, and as well as their experiences can drive effective solutions. New Jersey, as well as the United States, has made great strides in the past several years in increasing women in leadership roles and politics. I look forward to working with and supporting women on important pieces of legislation that will help women in New Jersey and make New Jersey a role model for our country. I would like to affirm my commitment to fighting for women's issues that are critical in our state and country. Ensuring the right to choose and equal pay are among our most significant ongoing challenges. We continue to address and show our support for these and many other issues that are vital for women's equality. I'm a strong advocate of investing in and growing women's owned businesses and fighting for marginalized communities. I'm committed to engage with folks like yourselves and communities in these and other issues, and I truly encourage you to reach out to my office and to my staff, and we're more than happy to sit down and talk of anything that's on your mind. I wish you all a beautiful day. Thank you.
Hi. I'm going to have Roberta introduce you, Karen, to the members of the.
Hold on.
It's all right. There you are. To the members that are on and the guests that we have. I'm taking a quick bathroom break. I'm sorry. Okay. You with us, Roberta? You're
So sorry. You would think the technology project manager could work this, right? All right, we're going to give Margaret a much welcome break. And I am so pleased to introduce our next speaker, Karen Fitzpatrick, who is one of the Atlantic County Commissioners. And this is really exciting because Atlantic County has been so well represented today. So we're very, very excited to have you. So Karen, what we've been doing is we've been asking our invited guests today to talk a little bit about themselves, a little bit about work that they're doing, anything specific to women. Our organization is very focused on supporting women who run for office at all levels. So we work very, very hard to do that. But before I turn it over to you, I do just want to briefly introduce our e-board to you. Some folks are in and out. Alana Berman is our president. She has been in and out today. Margaret Weinberg, who just stepped away for a moment, our first vice president. Rachel Green, our second vice president. Cynthia Starkey, who is our communications director, and I am the board secretary. So we're so pleased to have you here, and welcome.
Thank
I'll
you
turn
very
it over
much.
to you.
Thank you very much, Roberta. Hi, everybody. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you today. I am actually a member, have been a member of the South Jersey Democratic Women's Forum, which is a chapter of the New Jersey Federation for Democratic Women, for several years. And so we were so happy to be able to join with you and strengthen our body to achieve greater accomplishments and move our and I think all of our agendas forward. When you asked me, when you said discuss what's important to me and how I am helping women, well, I think every issue that I touch is important to women, because as we know, we are 50% of the population, and yet only 30% of our elected representatives. And you did say, and quite correctly, I was just reelected to my second term as an Atlantic County Commissioner at large, representing the whole county. And I'm also very honored to be running for state assembly with John Armato as my running mate, and on the ticket with Vince Mazzio, who's running for Senate. And if I'm fortunate enough to be elected, I will be the first female representing Legislative District 2 since 1992. But not only that, the first Democratic woman ever. There was never a Democratic woman representing us at the state level. And that's really, really meaningful to me, because so many of the things that I am working on, I will have a greater impact at the state level. When I was first elected to the county board, then it was called Freeholders, I was at the state Democratic Convention at Harrah's in Atlantic City. And as I was leaving, Governor Murphy was leaving. So I had to run to keep up with those long legs as he was walking out of the building. But I said, you know what, Governor, you know what we need to do? And this is what I need you to do. We need to be like Massachusetts and proactively legislate women's choice. We shouldn't have to cobble together a little bit of a bill from here and a little bit of a bill from there and, twirl it all around, put it in the oven, and now you have choice. No, we should say proactively that women can have sovereignty over their own bodies and make these healthcare decisions as they see fit with the guidance of their healthcare professional.
That'd be great.
We're working toward that. And although I really want the bill to be passed, it would just make my life complete if I could be part of voting for that bill. I actually wrote a term paper in 10th grade on this issue. So you know how long we've been fighting this fight, right? So yeah, everything that I talk about has to do with women, because we do it all. We run families, we run businesses. I'm at work. This is my second Zoom meeting of the day because we do it all and we juggle and keep all these balls in the air while we're raising families and sometimes wearing high heels. But I love it. I love the feeling that I get when I can accomplish something, when I can help somebody, you know, that this job, especially not just at the county level, at the state level, it'll be the same, but when a person contacts me and I can help them navigate the maze that is their county government to get them the services that they need, it just feels so good. It's one person at a time, you know, that you can have an impact, and that's what makes our community. We help one person at a time, and they have people and friends and family, and they say, well, you know, if you do it like this, you can get what you need from the government, because a lot of times, and especially here in Atlantic County, we've been Republican run for 20 years or more. The government services exist, but they're in a bubble. And if you don't know who you know, if you don't know the right people, you can't figure it out, because they're not well advertised. They're not marketed. I work in a marketing organization. We market at meetings and conventions in Atlantic City. I'm the director of finance. And so I know that you have to communicate with people and tell them what you have. Otherwise, how are they going to figure it out? So that's something that I think is very important, that is lacking here in our government, is telling our constituents, our residents, our citizens, not only our citizens, but everybody who lives here, what's available to them as residents of our county. And then that would expand to residents of our state, and helping to make those services more available. Just by knowing about them. They're out there, but people don't know.
So as a county legislator, so in this case, you know, we've been meeting mostly with all of our state legislators today, but as a county legislator, what do you see as some of the most critical issues facing your county specifically, that you look at every day and that you're working through, trying to improve?
The climate crisis. We're on the shore. Our biggest economic driver lives on an island. And for people to put their head in the sand, not, you know, and say that flooding isn't going to affect our economy is crazy, for lack of a better word. There's nuisance, so I've become a lot more knowledgeable about this. In the last year and a half, I've been like a pinball machine, going back and forth from organization to legislature to the state to the federal government, trying to get some answers, because it affects me personally. I work in Atlantic City, and more than once a month, I have to turn around because the road I travel is flooded. In the 21st century, it's just ridiculous. So where the DEP is now, I was able to have a really good, more than an hour-long conversation with the deputy DEP from the state, talking about nuisance flooding, daytime, sunny day flooding is what they call it. When it's not a storm, the water just comes up. And here it makes so much sense. Along with the water coming up, our land is going down, because land recedes. And if you think of it like your couch cushion, if you sit in the same spot long enough, eventually you're gonna have a little dip. Same thing. So you have water going up, land coming down, and the sunny day flooding is going to increase dramatically. Already, children in Atlantic City sometimes can't leave their houses to go to school because their streets are flooded. And it really comes from the bay. Not the ocean brings water when there's a storm. The bay brings water every day, every high tide. So that is something that I'm very passionate about. It affects all of us. People, you know, the business community is going to argue against the new regulations. I say we have to get all of the information, don't have a strong negative reaction first, you know, before we know everything, because it's in nobody's good interest to make costs prohibitive to our business. Our economy in Atlantic County is probably one of the worst in the state. It's so volatile. First, we had the casino gambling shutdowns in 2014 and 2015. We had the highest foreclosure rate in the country for a little while. And just when we were getting back on our feet, the pandemic hit. So now we have a chance to take a breath, see what we can do to change, because we've all gained a lot of knowledge in this last year, working from home, working remotely, doing all kinds of things differently than we had in the past. So we have an opportunity now to make a pivot that will benefit most or all of us and deal with this crisis, this climate crisis, because it really is. Within the next 20 to 50 years, our world here at the shore is severely going to change.
Oh, and that absolutely, and I'll be the first to say, as a resident of Somerset County, I was not aware of the Sunny Day flooding. I've heard, sometimes see it on the news and things like that. And I live in a town that's notorious for flooding, storm flooding mostly. So I can definitely appreciate the work that you're doing for that. So I wanted to ask you just kind of a non-policy type question. Earlier, or probably we're in April now. So last month we had our state meeting, and our panelist topic was about women who run and how women got involved with politics. I would just be curious to ask you how you got involved, becoming a commissioner and sort of, your journey into politics.
Absolutely. Well, it was more like a crash landing than a journey. I never anticipated this for myself, but I really do love it. And what happened was 2016, the presidential election. And, we in Atlantic City know Donald Trump better than anybody. We know how he is. We know what he does. And he did to the country what he did to us. And so, plus we had a former freeholder who made a very sarcastic joke about women at the Women's March, if you recall.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, that doesn't sound like somebody who represents me. And I thought, you know what, if not me, who? And if not now, when? And so our county committee, our county Democratic committee, put out a search for people who wanted to get involved, and I threw my name in the ring, and I was lucky enough for them to say, okay, let's give it a go, and we were successful. So that's how it happened, and I'm really happy that it happened for me. I wish, of course, Donald Trump was never president, but if that's what had to happen to open our eyes and get so many more people involved in their governmental processes. I think we're all now just about experts in how this thing works. At least we know we do know how it works, where before, ignorance was bliss, right? Everything was taken care of. I can trust people who are going to do everything. Yeah, we have to be there. We have to have people who are going to tell us the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it is. And we have to be able to communicate with those people, and that you have to be available. So that's how it happened. And I'm really pleased that it did. I really enjoy it.
That's great. And I think, I once got asked a question, somebody posed a philosophical question about what was, there's good in everyone. So they asked about that person, the former person, who I don't like to say his name, but they asked, what is one good thing about him? And it was a struggle question to try to find one redeeming quality. And my answer was that it brought all of us together. It mobilized us, and it brought us wonderful candidates. It brought us active people who were sitting on the sidelines. So that's a wonderful story.
I agree. Yeah, I always try to say that even a broken clock is right twice a day.
My husband says the same thing.
Everybody has one redeeming quality, but I would struggle to find one there. Absolutely.
It's a wonderful, it's a great philosophical question if you want to try it. It's one you might struggle with. So are there any questions? We're just at about time here with our commissioner. Are there any questions? I didn't see anything come through in the chat.
I saw a couple things. Wait a second.
Yeah, Jackie said about political officials, local state must hold more town hall meetings, be transparent, serve and protect. That is so true, and I bet you can speak to that.
Absolutely, I agree completely, and I have already taught, this running for state office is a lot different than running for county office. I was like the general contractor. I ran everything and had control over everything before. Now we have a staff. And I said that right away, we need to get out there and talk to people. And so that's on our list of things to do. It's just, the beginning stages, but we will definitely be out there to talk to people. I think that's really important. The questions or the issues that are affecting us on this very day are not the ones that we're going to be talking about in 6 months or a year or further out, but you have to know how I think and what I value so that you can trust the decision that I'll make when that time comes.
Right.
I think we have to talk to people about that.
That's true. That's so true.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I did have something. The Democratic Women's Forum went to Washington, D.C. a couple of years ago, and I had to work. I couldn't go. I was really disappointed, and I was looking forward to going to the Day in Blue, right?
Yes, yes,
Right.
Women in
And
Blue, yeah.
so I hope that we can do that, and we can't let the people who ran over our Capitol win this argument. We have to win it, and we do that by holding them accountable and being strong in our stance that way. But once we let them change our day-to-day life, then we lose. So I'm not going to let that happen for us.
You're so correct. And it was such a glorious day. We were all looking forward to going again this year because and last year too, we were so looking forward to it because women come from all over the country, from every state federation. We had such a good time. We stayed in a hotel where we actually saw congressional leaders and, a couple of us have pictures with Jerry Nadler. So it's really, it was so disappointing. We just had this conversation with Assemblyman Armato, the same conversation, and with Assemblyman Mazzeo. So, but that's great. So we can hopefully have you with us next year when we all go.
Absolutely. If there's a day, I'm in.
Great.
Absolutely.
Great. That would be great. Well, I believe our next speakers are.
Oh, he is perfect timing.
Yeah, it's wonderful timing. And we can't.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
We wish you all the luck in the world, and we're on your team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great. So I believe now next up is Assemblyman Andrew Zwicker, who's from our local LD 16.
Hi, Margaret.
Hi, Andrew. How are you, sweetheart? Everything going okay?
Everything's wonderful. How are you?
Good. We're great. Okay, let me put on the formal stuff now. Formally, we have our president, Alana Berman. She's on the call. We have our past president, Andrea Mastro. You know Cynthia. She's our communications person. You know Roberta, probably from Manville. I think you know Roberta.
Hi, Andrew.
She's our recording secretary. And then there's a couple other faces you might recognize. We've had a wonderful morning so far. We're all so pumped up. We've heard from so many of your colleagues, and we've heard some really great stuff. So we're looking forward to hear what you have to tell us. So thank you also so much for taking the time to join us today. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for having me. Thank you for a few minutes. Happy to talk, answer questions, whatever you'd like.
Good.
So I guess you want me to talk about a couple of different things, right?
Your passions, what you're working on. Sure.
Sure. Okay. So passions. I guess the first one, and it's really I got motivated to even enter the legislature, and I think most people are aware of my background in science. I got motivated by two reasons. First one was the climate crisis, and I'm working hard on that. The other one was access to voting, and I think I'll start there in terms of some things I've been working on. Back in 2014, when I was even thinking about beginning to run, there was so much voter apathy, people feeling like their vote couldn't be heard. It was difficult to vote. And so the first bill that I ever wrote was something I called the New Voter Empowerment Act, to allow 17-year-olds to vote in a primary if they were 18 by the time of the general election. Thank you for the applause, Margaret, but Governor Christie vetoed it. So I'm working I'm working on getting that through. But I think I'll start with early voting, which just happened last week. And I think many of you saw that. And I will just say, as an aside, I had a few minutes to be in a virtual room with Stacey Abrams as we went to the bill signing. And oh my goodness, she's more amazing in private than she is in person, talking about a single person changing the course of our country's history. It's just, I mean, what an incredible honor to be in a Zoom with her for a couple of minutes. And then her public comments were, I guess, typical for her, which is to say breathtaking, and the work that she's doing down there. But she came on because of the fact that New Jersey's starting early voting this November. And I think that's really key. Really proud to be the sponsor of that in the Assembly. Senator Nia Gill has been working on that in the Senate for over a decade. Excuse me. It's 2 full weekends, Saturday and Sunday, plus the 5 days in between, 8 hours a day in person on secure machines. That is so key. And ironically, and this is not ironic or sad or whatever, but on the day we sent that bill to the governor, was the same day that the Georgia legislature sent their bill to their governor, doing exactly the opposite, right? And we know, and other states have already shown, that when you have access to early voting, and you either have a job that makes it difficult to get free on that single Tuesday in November, or you're taking care of young children, maybe you're taking care of an elderly family member, whatever it might be, the ability to then have early voting increases voter participation, particularly has an impact on women. And this has been studied and shown to increase voter turnout by women and of people of color. Black and brown communities are also instantly having the ability to turn out more votes, which of course is why the Georgia legislature went the other direction, because there they were more concerned about who voted for them than they were on giving Georgians the access and the right to our democratic principle of voting. So that, I think, is just enormous step forward for New Jersey and for increasing voter turnout. We're going to start it this November, and then starting next year, we'll see it in primaries as well as general elections, when Congress will be up and senators around the country will be up. New Jersey's taking a lead. And this has become, for me, Margaret, you said, what are one of my passions? The ability to ensure safe elections, fair elections, access to elections has become something that I focus on every single day. So, I'm also working on getting that 17-year-old bill back. I'm working on, for next year, I hope to start having a real conversation about ranked choice voting, and this ability now where you don't have to simply choose one person, especially in a primary. You have the ability to rank your choices. New York City's about to do that this month, I think it is, with the mayoral primary. And Maine has been doing this for a bunch of years. This again increases the voice of the voter. And when we talk about representation and we talk about a diversity of elected officials, the key here is to empower people. And this is, I know we're in Democratic forum, but this is nonpartisan. This is making sure, regardless of whether you're a Democrat or Republican or unaffiliated, that you have the right to vote and you have the right to have your voice heard, and to have people who represent you also represent your values. So that's, I think, coming up for next year. Same day registration is another one that I've been working on. So that's sort of one bucket I want to talk about briefly. The other one I want to talk about briefly is around the innovation economy. and the ability to make sure, we hear Governor Murphy talk about this all the time, right? We were Silicon Valley before there was a Silicon Valley. Well, one of the things that I think is really key here, and you see this in the discussion on the legalization of marijuana and micro licenses. And what was the goal there? What is the goal there, right? The goal is to make sure that communities of color, that women-owned and veteran-owned businesses have access to this burgeoning economy. We have to make sure we're doing the same thing when it comes to an innovation economy. And so one of the things I've also been working on, and this is now going to fold into both my legislative hat, but also my day job at the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, where we're working really hard to make sure that the pipeline of people that are coming into these jobs represents the diversity, gender diversity, racial diversity, ethnic, religious diversity of the people of New Jersey. And so there's a couple of different things I'm working on. One, I do this all the time. I say to people, think of a New Jersey inventor or scientist. And basically, there's only two names that ever come up, Albert Einstein and Thomas Edison, right? What people never say is the name Beatrice Hicks. And Beatrice Hicks is the inspiration for one of my legislative proposals working through my science committee right now. So Beatrice Hicks is an NJIT graduate. She's in the Inventor Hall of Fame. And in the 1960s, when there were few women engineers, she invented a switch that NASA used on the Apollo missions to get people to the moon. She is another one of these unknown people because of her gender, who made enormous contributions to science and technology, not just in New Jersey, but for the whole country. So the bill, and I won't go into the weeds, but it is to say, look, what do entrepreneurs need? What do people need? They need two things: access to money, and they need access to people and ideas, and a critical mass of ideas. So the Beatrice Hicks Innovation Partnership brings together clusters of people and ensures, and certainly, or ensures maybe it's too strong a word, works really hard to make sure that, again, it is not just simply the stereotypical scientist or engineer or inventor, which is crazy-haired white male, right? So me with a little bit bigger hair. And then the other one is you saw the governor talk about this a few months ago, the Evergreen, that's access to people. The other one is the Evergreen Innovation Fund for access to capital. We have to make sure, right? The Old Boy Network is called the Old Boy Network for a reason. We have to make sure that money, especially in the critical point when a company is at that vulnerable stage, it's got a great idea, it's hired a few people, it's got to start to really expand and get its financial footing. That's exactly the time that New Jersey has an obligation to come in with money. So the Evergreen Fund is basically dollar matching public money from the state with private venture capital. Again, having to ensure that money is not just flowing into the sort of stereotypical type of places that you might see it. So those are my two. That was quick, Margaret. I'm happy to fill in any of those, but those are sort of my two quick passions. I have one more because I can't help myself because I said it at the beginning, but I remain tremendously concerned. I don't want to downplay this in the slightest. The climate crisis that is in front of us, the impact of a warming Earth on our coastal communities, but also our urban communities when it comes to the impact on health and environmental justice, is really one where New Jersey, because of Governor Murphy's leadership here of becoming a national model for how we can transition quickly towards a 100% renewable economy. So that's solar and offshore wind, but that's also electrifying things like school buses. And so I've been working on how do we electrify, and we're going to do a pilot program, one in South Jersey where the bus stops are going to be far apart, and one in, let's say, Newark or an urban area where it's a much different set of challenges. We're going to pilot program it, make sure the money's there. But again, you know, the cool kids who sit in the back of the bus, which I looked at from a distance because I wasn't one of them, is also the least healthy place to be. And when a bus is idling, whether that's in Newark or whether that is in Hillsborough, New Jersey, but when it's idling, it's spewing out particulate matter like crazy. So electrifying and the impact that has on the environmental justice communities is the last piece. So that's 3. Wait, I got one more. I know there's a limited amount of time, so
Well, listen, I'll tell you when you have to stop.
Okay, I know you will, Margaret. That's my day job. You know, we're trying to, I must be an eternal optimist, number 1, because I'm a politician, but number 2, or maybe, but number 2, because of the fact that, you know, I'm working at the Plasma Physics Lab with some of the most amazing students and researchers on recreating the core process in the middle of our sun to make a source of electricity that doesn't pollute, never runs out, doesn't have the issues with fission, doesn't have to worry about the wind blowing or the sun shining. It's one of the great scientific challenges, something that binds us all together. I think most relevant for this conversation is, again, it's a pipeline issue and it's an apprenticeship issue. And so when you think about an apprentice program, it's an electrician, right? It's a plumber, it's a pipe fitter, and those are really important ones. But you tend to, or at least I do, my own biases, again, it is a white male. And we have created at the Plasma Physics Laboratory the country's first apprenticeship program in fusion energy, and with an emphasis on, again, like we're always talking about, making sure it's a diversity of people that are coming into our program. And so we are doing a big emphasis on recruitment in. Right now, we're at about 30% in terms of our diversity. We've only been doing this for a couple of years, so it's an okay start, but we're getting there. But these are the jobs of the future, as the technology of the future. And again, same message, like making sure we're tied into New Jersey's innovation economy, and doing that with an availability for everybody is my 4th or 5th path. I've lost count, Margaret.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. And, you know, it's so encouraging to hear you say this because, you know, Senator Smith was on a little while ago and he was saying the same thing in terms of not so much about the diversity piece, but in terms of the environment and the ecology. And it's very encouraging to hear. And it must be difficult in the position that you're in at work because you have to do a lot of outreach to the educational community to ask for people to put their passions for teaching, to get their students to apply to places like Princeton and to apply to other places. Can I ask you a question? Does the Plasma Lab hire people outside of the student body?
Oh, sure. We hire people every single day.
Oh, that's good.
We're growing rapidly. You know, Governor Murphy says New Jersey was Silicon Valley before there was a Silicon Valley, right? So the Plasma Physics Laboratory is about to do a major new initiative around microelectronics, around computer chips, around, you know, what's in our phones and everything else. And the reason being is that we're reaching the limits of how many more chips you can get into our phones, into our laptops, into our computers. We need new tools to keep computing going this way. And plasmas are a piece of that answer. Mm-hmm. And so making sure that we have the best and the brightest people, broadly defined, goes well beyond students. I'll also say we work closely with businesses throughout New Jersey. And we work hard on, again, partnering with veteran-owned, women-owned, and minority-owned small businesses. It's part of our mandate as we do business, and we procure millions of dollars in the state of New Jersey every single year.
Great. That's great. That's wonderful, Andrew. Thank you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that you took the time to meet with us today. And we've gotten such diverse even though the topics overarching are the same topics, we've gotten some really great perspectives from all the different people that we've had. And we're very, very thankful that you took the time. We're thankful to your staff, and we'll be seeing you soon. I know we will. Does anybody else have any questions for, or anything they'd like to say to Assemblyman Zwicker?
Yes, Senator Weinberg, this is Jacqueline Hinkson. I just would like to first congratulate him and thank him for being a part of our state government, because you have shared some information with me that I am so proud to receive.
Oh,
I thank you and continue your good work. I just would like to get a contact number from you to get the recruiting information.
Sure.
I can
Of
put
course.
it in the, chat
chat.
if you want to just go ahead and call it out. Hold on one second. I'm just sending a message. Okay, go ahead.
You're ready.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. It's everyone always says it. What an honor to be in the legislature. I'm certainly trying my best to bring that evidence-based decision-making to politics as best that I can. I go back and forth between the world of science and the world of politics, not just every single day, sometimes every single hour. It's a pleasure.
Great. Okay, so we have Assemblyman, well, I'm sorry, Petra, I made a mistake there in the chat, but we do have Assemblyman Zwicker's email in our chat. So if anybody needs it, it's right there for you.
Petra
Thank you.
Gaskins, who's on, is my chief of staff.
Yeah, Petra, thank you. She's great. I know Petra. I've met her a few times. Just wonderful. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. And we do actually have Assemblywoman Reynolds Jackson. So if you want to stick around and listen, you can. And we understand, how busy everybody's day is. And look, Cynthia's waving goodbye.
I have to hop onto a lab meeting. Can I just simply say that one of my all-time, I'm so honored to go right before her. She's one of my all-time
Brenda,
favorite
did you log in
colleagues.
just to let them know that you're in?
Yeah, she's in. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey,
Okay,
Verlina.
so anyway, she's one of your favorite people.
Oh my goodness. Favorite colleagues, favorite people. I
Oh,
mean, thank goodness for Verlina is all I want to say.
All right.
That's who I was just on the phone with. Small world.
Very
So,
good.
And it's ditto right back to you, right back to you, right back to you.
This is the
thank
kind of stuff I love, colleagues that, work together and they're working for us and you're doing the right thing and you're on the right side. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, please. It's a pleasure to partner with Assemblywoman Reynolds Jackson. Thank you. I have to run to a day job meeting, but thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye, Andrew. See you
All right,
soon.
Take care. Take care, everybody.
Bye. Welcome, Assemblywoman. Thank you so much for taking the time of your busy day to come and join us. We're thrilled to have you here. We have a nice slate of people here. We have people signed in specifically to hear you. We have our president, Alana Berman, on. We have our past president, Andrea Mastro. We have one of our vice presidents, Rachel Green. We have Cynthia Stark, who's our communications person. We have Roberta Walters, who's our recording secretary. So we're thrilled that you could take the time to meet with us today. And we're anxious to hear what you have to tell us. Normally we would come to Trenton and put out a nice lunch spread and you'd come and eat and schmooze. But now, in the age of COVID, hopefully we can do it next year.
Now we're going to have to figure out how we can do both, right? So how do we make sure we can really have people that come and gather in person and those that can't? How do we try to keep the technology so that they can also feel like they're there? So first of all, let me say thank you to everyone. And I have to stand up so you can see I have on my Federation hat today. I keep it with me because you never know, and I'm a member, so I really awesome, and I love it. I just, first I figured I start with a couple of thank yous because we've been able to pass some legislation that without your help, we wouldn't have been able to do. So I want to thank you for your support for A828, which provides Medicaid coverage to eligible pregnant women for 365 days, beginning on the last day of pregnancy. And the governor put it into the budget, so we won't have to go through the whole budget appropriations and everything. He thought it worthy enough so that we can do, and it was something that we've been working on for at least 2 years. And so I'm glad we didn't have to cut it back, because at one point we had to cut it back because of funding to 180. But after all the pressure from you all and many other of our other partners, we were able to get it into this budget. And as you had Assemblywoman Zwicker on earlier, and I want to thank you also for your support for the early voting bill. It's going to be available in November for the general election, and I am just thrilled for that as well. We're also partnering with some of our federal legislatures so that we can get funding for it. That's going to be the other big piece that we have to do is order to fund it for new machines, new polling books, and all of the other things that go along with it. So I'm excited that this is going to be moving through. I also like to thank you for your support on the implicit bias police training that was also passed through the legislature in the Senate and signed by the governor, so that we'll have training on implicit bias. And I think in this climate that we are in now, of making sure that all lives, particularly Black lives, matter, and to end police brutality. The other one I wanted to thank you for was to thank you for your support on the Earned Income Tax Credit, which allows people 21 years old to be eligible to participate in it, to receive some of those funds. But it's not over. We're going to still need your support, because we're trying to also lower it a little bit more to people that are 18 years old and take off the cap, because we also have to recognize our elderly population that is a part of it and can also receive some of the benefits from the earned income tax as well. But I do have a big ask. So, you know, we're wrapping up this year, but not to say that we haven't, we don't have any other things on the table. And in this COVID space, as we started off our conversation, we definitely have to be mindful of all of the public health issues and social disparities that have come to the light. I say the veil has been ripped off and we see them. And so I still need some help. I need help with you supporting A1007. And what this is help. It's a medical debt legislation that we ask, medical debt often can serve as a crutch for those who are already at a health disadvantage. So we're asking them to not to take them to court or any garnishments while we're in this public health pandemic, and also to be able to get on a payment plan. We know that medical debt can oftentimes lead to other hardships and other burdensome predatory practices that can happen. And so we definitely need your help on that as well. Another one that I need your help on in this medical space is hello?
Sorry about that. Somebody unmuted themselves.
Oh, okay. The other one I wanted to ask you for your help with is A2266. And this is counseling to help people that are in counseling for violence prevention services. And so what we recognize is, you know, right now it's not covered under Medicaid. And so we want this to be covered as a preventative mechanism to help people that are going through domestic violence. And so I need your help on that. The other one, I have another one to thank you for, which is 3326. This is for hospitals to construct housing for homeless people. We know oftentimes once they're released, you know, that is a hardship for folks. And with without housing, we know so many other things come around, other things can happen to them. We're just waiting on the governor to sign. And so I'm going to give you that bill number because we don't know what the holdup is, but we want him to sign it. And that is I think I told you, A3326.
Yes.
And the Senate version is 1676. Another piece that I need your help on is women are going to be released from the Ed Mana Correctional Facility. And the bill would establish enrollment for them into Medicaid prior to being released so that they can be in the system for medical services, for medical screenings. And that legislation is 1295. And so I think if we can get this through, that would be very, very helpful for all of us. We know that, again, because of COVID, so many people have been released from jails, and it only makes sense to make this a part of the resources. So there's one less place that you have to go is to try to figure out and navigate how to enroll in Medicaid online. But if we can give them this information prior to them coming out, we believe that this will also help in improving the health outcomes that we have oftentimes in our communities. I have some more, but I also wanted to uplift another voting piece, legislation, which is A4655, which limits law enforcement at polling places. It is very critical that we, I don't know if any of you are a part of the League of Women Voters, but it was brought to my attention through them that law enforcement actually sits inside of voting locations. And to me, this is a form of voter suppression. And when you think about it and you want to tell your story and you want to encourage people to go out to vote, we shouldn't have to explain why we have police in uniform with a gun, with a battalion, with pepper spray for 16 hours a day. And I just think that it's one of those things that seems like too much like common sense, but voter suppression and has been going on for a very long time. And this is one of them. It passed in the Assembly, but it has not passed in the Senate. And so we need your help. We need your help to do this. And it doesn't mean that law enforcement doesn't still do its obligation, because they do help us. They help us in the election. They protect the ballots. They transport the ballots. The National Guard came in and they helped us count the ballots. So there's a place for them. We just want them 100 feet outside of the voting location. Right. And if you think about, I don't know what size shoes you wear, but I've measured. If you think about it, 100 feet is only about 30 steps. It's about 30 steps away. And so if there is an issue or a problem, I'm sure you can get there in just as fast as you could if you were sitting inside. And so, it's one of those things that I think it is definitely systemic racism. That they've just been allowed to do this for so long. But again, we're trying to increase the population. We recently passed legislation that allows people on parole or probation to vote. And I think that's the last thing you want to see when you walking into a polling place and I'm trying to exercise my civic rights, is to go in and to see law enforcement there as a deterrent. And I just think we have other things that they could be working on, and inside the voting location isn't one of them. So those are just a few things that I wanted to bring up to ask for your help and to thank you for all of your support. And then to ask you if there's anything else that, any questions that you might have for me. I do have more if we need to go into some more. I got a long list of stuff, but I want to hear from you as well.
It's encouraging to hear. It's very encouraging to hear what you just spoke to. Like I said, all morning we've had overarching, very similar concepts, but each legislator has their own take on everything. And it's really exciting and informative to see the people who are doing what they say they're doing. So it's really great. Anybody have a question?
And you know what? It's not even that. I tell people all the time, we're your advocates. We go to work for you. So the issues that you bring to us come from you. I'm your voice. I'm your representative. And so, you know, sometimes we always don't agree, but it doesn't mean that we can't advocate and fight for the things that you're asking for.
Thank you. Come on, ladies. I know you want to talk to Verlina. Come on. Where is LD 15?
Well, Assemblywoman.
Mercer represent.
Hi, I'm Kim Gaddy. I am the New Jersey Environmental Justice for Clean Water Action, the Environmental Justice Director. And I do want to thank you for all the support you continue to do. And like I've asked so many of the other legislators, we are truly concerned about prioritizing green amendments for future generations. You know, our governor and the legislative body have been real supportive on with the lead service line replacement, making sure infrastructure funding is coming on. I'm on the New Jersey Green Council. You know, so we're looking at the future green jobs for our residents. And I just wanted to know where you are and always seeking support of our legislators, because the green amendments for future generations is going to be a very important piece of legislation.
Well, thank you so much, Kim, for that question. And I tell you, so I look for affirmations all the time. And this is just another affirmation that I'm supposed to be on this call and I'm supposed to be in this space. I got an email the other day, Kim, and I'm hoping you can help me. They sent an email out supporting Wayne DeAngelo's bill on some green initiatives, but it didn't list the bill number. And I was like, what's the bill number? And I read it and reread it, and I was like, am I missing something? And so I was supposed to reach out to Ed to ask him about it, but I didn't get a chance to. And so now if you have it, please let us know, because I thought it was great. I just didn't know. And I was like, I might be on the bill, but I don't know what the bill number is.
Yeah,
So,
we're still getting co-sponsors. We don't have, D'Angelo was in his committee. We didn't have an actual bill number. So I will definitely provide you with the updates.
Got you. Well, I'm definitely in support of, you know, I think when we look at the environmental injustice, we started to talk about some of the electric buses that we're trying to make sure that we get. We know that urban areas have a much higher congestion of gas initiatives, and our footprint is much, much higher. So I'm definitely supportive of. So we just have to figure out, I think, Kim, a lot of times the environment is acts at the end of the conversation instead of the beginning. And so I thank you for bringing that up in this space, because it's one of those things that we have to continue to think about all the time and all the decisions that we make. And I think there's some new legislation out. And I think this is the one from Assemblyman D'Angelo that talks about conserving energy for electric appliances. And it's one of those things. I traveled early 2019 or early 2020, I can't remember, but to Israel. And when you talk about how they have adopted a lot of things to preserve the environment, they're in a landlocked. You know, water is something that they cherish, and just all the different kinds of ways that they conserve water in agriculture and all different kinds of things. I feel like we should be doing them as well. And I thought that was a brave step that the assemblyman took to put this legislation together, because it is taking us in the right direction. And even in our new construction, as we move forward, we should be, again, before these projects even take life, we should be talking about how do we preserve. And I'm in a conversation now with some groups about repurpose and rebuilding different buildings in the downtown area. And I feel like it depends on what the purpose and what the use is. And I think you bring up another great point, and we have to communicate. You have local government, county government, state government, and federal government. And we have to communicate. And we have these different master plans. And do they all kind of go together, right? We need to make sure that they align with what the vision of the local people are looking for, and it doesn't get lost into this bigger picture sometimes. And so as we recognize there is opportunity to save some buildings, I think when we start to talk about health and we talk about health disparities, I know all of our mommy and me groups have talked about new facilities.
Assemblywoman, I believe you cut out.
Come back. Your voice got very low. Come back. Come back. I don't know what happened.
It's like your mic. It's like maybe a mic, your mic.
By the train.
Oh, there it is. No, there it is.
Can
You're
you
back.
hear me?
Yeah,
So
you're back.
I'm close to the train station, so sometimes when the trains come by, I fade in and out. But I was saying, as far as repurposing buildings, and we talk about health and health disparities, when we've had our Mommy and Me, when we partnered with the First Lady Tammy Murphy for Nurture New Jersey, we asked them, what do they want? Nobody wants a repurpose or reuse medical facility. They want new, they want brand new. They want to be able to have all the latest technologies. And so we have to have the balance in between, reuse and new construction, and making sure, again, those visions all come together. So those are like, some of the things that I often think about. And then just the health stuff that goes along with it, mercury, asbestos. And then again, we do have some beautiful architecture, but one of the downfalls I think about sometimes is our high school in Trenton. We didn't get it when before Corzine left. It took us another 10 years, and we lost millions of dollars because we had some folks that wanted to repurpose and reuse. Now that we have a brand new high school, it's beautiful. They have the technology, they have the space. We're still looking to build new schools, but I think we have to find that balance and not lose out in all of the conversations that we're having. So it's hard, but at the end, I love our new high school, and I'm looking to build more new schools so that everybody can walk in and feel like they're going to have the best day ever.
They are so lucky to have you representing them, the community, whatever community it is. They are so lucky to have you, because you're not a sit back and let it happen. I want it to happen. I want to make it happen. I'm going to do this. I'm going to get it done. It's great. And I love that you got to visit Israel and saw how other places in the world are really enacting legislation to not, excuse my French, but piss away the water and not think about how it can be repurposed, reused, because water issues are going to be, like it's all part of the whole environmental issue. Water, land, the whole thing. It's a big, big piece. And there's a lot of different tentacles from it. So it's really exciting that you got to see firsthand, to bring back to our country what we could do to help,
Oh my gosh, all kinds of stuff. I met a woman there that came up with a patent. And so these are, we talked about gynecological services. And so if you ever had to have, a snip, and that pain that you get when you got to get that snip, they've come up with a new mechanism that you don't have to do the snip anymore. I was like, oh my God, this is magic. We need this. We need this. So hopefully the technology can get here. But, I just think about us always having to follow back up on medical procedures, whether you're going back for a routine checkup or your mammogram comes back and, you need to go follow back up. The less, the better the technology, I think the better results that we'll get overall. So,
and the less invasive it can be. That's true. It's very true.
Absolutely.
Very true. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It was really a pleasure to have you here. We have 2 minutes before we have to say goodbye. So I think we'll wish you all the best. And if you can think of any way we can help you, and I know when you showed your pin, I know that you've been active in your chapter, so that's wonderful. And I'm sure you have a whole cadre of women behind you to help you get reelected too. So that's wonderful. Thank you.
And with all of you on this call working to support us, I'm sure we will. So thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care.
You're welcome. Bye now.
Bye now. Thank you. Ladies, thank you so much for hanging in there today. This is really going so well. Our next up is Senator Sweeney and Assemblyman Talia, I'll say it in Italian, Tagliafiero. So I wonder if they're on. Oh, hi, Senator Sweeney.
Hi, how are you?
Great. It's
And
wonderful to
it's
see you.
Tagliafiero. It's
It-
Tagliafiero.
But in Italian, it's Tagliafiero. Anyway, I'm very, very nice to see you. I don't know if you remember us from Somerset County, but we did meet you one time. With
Yes,
Peg's crew.
I do remember. Absolutely. Peg's a good friend.
Yeah, very nice to see you. Thank you for joining us. We have on our call our ex-president, Andrea Mastro. We have our current president, who is Alana Berman. We have Cynthia Stark, who is our communications person. Roberta Walters is our secretary. Rachel Green is one of our vice presidents. She's on as well. Here you go. Hi. Hi. I'll say it in English. Tagliafiero. Anyway, so welcome. We're so pleased that you could take a few moments out of your day to speak to us, and we'll turn over the floor to you. Sometimes we get questions, so you might have somebody that wants to just briefly ask you. We're asking everybody to stay muted and put your question in the chat so that we can either ask or have you ask. So thank you so much. Welcome.
Well, thanks for inviting me and my partner, Adam. Unfortunately, John Bersicelli, he's right now with Congressman Norcross talking about the federal relief bill that was passed and healthcare, I think, in CamCare in Paulsboro. But really, thanks for giving us an opportunity to say hello to everyone. Just so you know, my background to politics, basically through my daughter, who was born with Down syndrome, and Lauren has been an inspiration to me my entire life. When you think things are tough, watch how hard she works to do what we take for granted every single day. And you wind up with an appreciation in life itself. You know, like people, the greatest gift I was given from Lauren was she's taught me what great gifts we have that we don't pay attention to, that we take for granted. And I know Adam has a hell of a story, but my pathway to politics is to make sure that people with disabilities are treated with respect and dignity, and are giving every opportunity for gainful employment and full life. Look past that disability. You know, sometimes people just can't look past it. It's no different than racism, where people will see a color and they just can't get past the color to see that there's a good person behind it. So I'll let Adam jump in because I don't want to dominate all the time. Just so you know, that's my start, though.
Thank you to the Senate President. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me. It's good to see so many familiar faces. I see Jen Turner on there. Jen, it's good to see you. But as the Senate President said, you know, my start was, you know, I tell people all the time, it was through a conversation with the Senate President. You know, I grew up in Camden County. Went to college at Penn State, and as some of you may know, I had an injury where I broke my neck and I sustained a spinal cord injury and wasn't sure if I was ever going to walk again. And going through that injury really showed me the good in people. And as the Senate President had mentioned, it taught me, just like his daughter did, it taught me to appreciate the little things in life. You know, when I couldn't walk, when I couldn't move, I learned there's a lot of things I took for granted in life. And, you know, when I, through great medical care, great access to healthcare, I was given this gift to walk again. Not to say that, you know, people in wheelchairs aren't living full lives, because I tell people all the time, you find someone that has a disability or someone that's living in a wheelchair, a lot of times they live much fuller lives than those that are able-bodied. But I was, you know, given an opportunity and you know, recovered and went to law school at Rutgers, and never really had any interest growing up in public service. But my wife and I moved to Gloucester County, and that's where I got to know the Senate President. He told me why he got involved and help me understand the ability that we have to give back to the community and help those that are in need. And it appealed to me in such a way that I wanted to get involved in. I joined the Special Services School District, the school board in Gloucester County. And then, had the opportunity to move on to the Freeholder Board, in which we all know is the commissioners now. And then I've been with the Senate President and Assemblyman Berzicelli for the last, hard to believe, 6 years now. And I tell people I learn from those two gentlemen every day. A lot of the initiatives that they've been working on for many, many years. And it just shows me the fight and the grit that they have to make these things happen. And I've been honored and privileged to, now I chair the Law and Public Safety Committee, but for the most part, it's really doing everything we can to make our constituents proud and all of you proud. And, thank you for this opportunity because, women's issues, as I'm sure you'll hear from the Senate President and myself, are always at the forefront of our mind. And, growing the representation, even in the legislature, is something that's truly important, not only in the legislature, but, at the local levels and at the county level as well. So I'll stop there. That's my beginning, and happy to answer any questions. And, as always, join my partner and my friend, the Senate President.
Tell us what's hot. Tell us what's hot on your desk now.
Well, for me right now, it's working. We formed a disability caucus. We formed a disability caucus in the legislature. And I think I have over 31, 32 members right now. And my goal is to really help people with disabilities find gainful employment, and government is probably one of the worst offenders of that. So we actually passed a bill. Senator Madden and myself passed a bill in the Senate that creates a commission to figure out how to access employment for people with disabilities. I have a young woman that works for me. She's in a wheelchair. She's wheelchair bound. And Access Link, so you know, sucks. It stinks. And people with disabilities have a hard time getting to employment on time. So myself and Senator Weinberg did legislation really to start fixing the paratransit system. So we give people with disabilities, they got enough stumbling blocks, let alone transportation not working and getting them to work on time. So one is finding jobs, housing. I tell people my daughter my daughter lives a very full life. She works, before the pandemic, she worked at a daycare center. She loves kids love her. And again, I want to make sure more people like Lauren have opportunities to be happy in life. They're happy people like Lauren. Lauren doesn't see anything but wonderful, but love and trust and caring. We all should live in her world because it would be a better world because we care about each other. Unfortunately, she lives in our world, so I got to protect her. So again, for us, it's a heavy focus for me right now on finding ways to improve the quality of life with people with disabilities because they can, when you see a person with Down syndrome, it's just natural. People think they're limited. Lauren can do a lot of things. People just look at disabilities. If you see a person in a wheelchair, and my mission is to knock that barrier down to stop that stigmatism that a person with this disability is somewhat less. So, it's employment, it's housing, it's all issues that matter to make the lives of disabled people put them in a better place. Like we're doing something in Gloucester County. Like Gloucester County, when I ran for county office, we built schools for special needs people to give parents choices. I can tell you, my daughter, when she went to a regular school, when I say regular school, our West Dufferin school system, up to 8th grade, she never had one little girl invite her to play with dolls, to sleep over, to go to parties, nothing. Lauren was one of the loneliest people you would ever meet in your life, and she was the most loving. Well, she went to Bankbridge High School. She started playing sports. She went to dances. She's got a boyfriend, which pisses me off. And when she turned 21, she says, Dad, I'm allowed to drink now. And I was like, oh shit. Lauren, Daddy's favorite beer growing up was O'Doul's. So you know what she does? She drinks O'Doul and she breaks my bones. That's what she says. So that's my focus. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Adam.
No, and I'll piggyback. And I see people scrolling across the top. Rachel Green's good to see you too, and so many other faces. But you know, like the Senate President, he formed the Disability Caucus. I'm a proud member of the caucus as well. And you know, as you mentioned, you know, that's something that's close to my heart. You know, you asked why we got involved in public service. Access to quality healthcare and education are two things that are paramount to me, because I always say if I didn't have those two things in my life, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. You know, I always had that, you know, as I said, through my injury, I didn't have to worry about, you know, how I was going to pay for my care. I was in a wheelchair for 3 months and saw what it was like, you know, to go to a mall and not be able to navigate through the mall or not be able to have access to public accommodations. Those are all things that remain important to me. You know, right now, you know, we're going through the budget process. I do not serve on the budget committee, so I have a little bit of a break. So of course, you know, the issues always remain the same, but in my personal life, I have a foundation to help people with disabilities and spinal cord injuries and any other catastrophic injury. So I've been spending a lot of time right now trying to raise money to help those folks. And what we do with the foundation is you know, say someone has an injury, a spinal cord injury, but they want to go back to college, but they need full-time care while they're in college. So we raise money to provide nursing services so that individual can go back to college and also have a care provider with them. We provide vans for transportation. So if someone wants to, as the Senate President mentioned, if they want to go back to work, they may not be able to have that transportation. So we provide vans and different services. So we're having our big virtual gala, not to promote it, but Thursday evening, we're having that virtual gala to raise money for folks who have disabilities. So this is you know, as the Senate President mentioned, this is not a thing we just do, you know, in our political lives, but this is a life's journey for not only the Senate President, but myself as well. So it's, you know, those are things that are always top of mind. I have kids. I have a son who's 5 years old who's going through virtual kindergarten. So of course, you know, trying to figure out ways, and again, the Senate President is leading on this. How do we get the kids back into school safely? And how do we make it safe for teachers and all this, not only teachers, but the entire ecosystem, you know, the staff, the administrators? How do we make it safe for them to all go back? Because I just feel so bad, not only for my son, but for all the kids, you know, 5 years old, this is the time where they should be interacting with other kids. And I was just down there with them doing virtual kindergarten. He loves it, but he misses getting back with his friends. So that's something as a state, you know, really looking into how we can get kids back. And again, kudos to the Senate President, the governor. You know, we are doing everything we can. You know, the teachers are at the top of the line now to get vaccinated. So it's a work in progress, but those are two things that are really close to my heart and things that I'm focusing on as we go forward.
And his son thinks I'm his grandfather.
My son calls him Sweetie Pops.
Sweetie Pops. That's adorable. You know, so many things that you hit on are so true. I just have one thing. Someone wants to know, Roberta's asking, who's chairing the Disability Caucus that we can reach out to? Okay, Senator Sweeney. And also, you know, send us information. We have a website, and if you want us to push out information for you, we can, you know, like your virtual gala, that's something that we could help you push out information to. So feel free to lean on us for that kind of stuff, because we can also help you. I wanted to tell you that I totally understand two things. One is having a Down syndrome. I had a sister-in-law who had Down syndrome, and she lived in a group home in Teaneck. She had a part-time job. Unfortunately, she passed away about 15 years ago, but she had a wonderful, wonderful life. And it was thanks to ARC. It was thanks to private funding. It was, you know, family funding. And in terms of the other thing I wanted to tell you about having a disability and being in a wheelchair, every time I go to Penn Station, I see what a hassle it is for someone in a wheelchair to try to have to navigate the construction and, you know, going outside to come back in, to go to an elevator. It's just our accessibility for people in wheelchairs is really lacking. It really, really is. I mean, there's so much for the ADA, the act, you know, to put things in place for Americans with disabilities, but we have a long way to go. We really, truly do.
Well, you know, that's why I felt that, you know, what happens with the disabled community is everyone supports them until
right.
it comes to paying for the program.
Exactly, right.
Then it's like, oh, it's cost prohibitive. No, it's not. It's not. And for us, it's the right thing to do. And it's just like when the pandemic hit, doctors, frontline nurses, absolutely get it. Then they were worried about the nursing homes. I had to beat the living crap out of the commissioner to worry about institutions and group homes. They didn't even look at them. They weren't even on the map. And those people are 6 times more, 6 times more likely to die if infected.
Right, because of health issues, underlying comorbidity, right? Exactly, exactly. It's heartbreaking, it really is. And in the long run, it's so cost effective to take care of the people who need the help up front. In the long run, you're saving money down the road. But of course, to tell people that only people see their nose, they don't see past.
Well, listen, I actually had to do a bill that didn't discriminate against people with disabilities to get transplants.
Oh my gosh.
Because
oh my
they
gosh.
were discriminated. This is how, what? We live in a world that, like I said, when Lauren was born, I was born into a parallel universe, to be perfectly honest with you. And you don't realize this shit goes on, pardon my language,
No, you're
but
right.
this stuff goes on that you actually had to do legislation to not let medical facilities basically put people with disabilities on a waiting list. You know what I mean?
Heartbreaking.
It's
heartbreaking.
horrible.
It really is. It's
Horrible. So
heartbreaking.
like I said, that's my focus and mission. I know you guys were looking at environmental issues too. I'm the prime sponsor of RGGI, which is the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. And thanks to Phil Murphy, we're back in it. That's wonderful. I was proud to sponsor that. I was the prime sponsor of the solar and the wind RECs. So, we've been pretty active in clean energy, trying to get clean energy. But if you got questions, me and Adam would absolutely be happy to answer them.
It's good to see new faces. Like I said, we don't get these opportunities to really, interact, miss seeing the public as, we're people who enjoy talking to folks. So I just see Darlene up there too. It's good to see you, Darlene. So, yeah,
Adam, and I see my friend from Newark, Mildred Crump. Mildred, how are you?
I love it. This is great. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really great. I hate to tell you this, but if we don't have, oh yes, Roberta, go ahead, please ask. Yeah.
Hi, President Sweeney and Assemblyman. I have a question. As you were talking about supporting those with disabilities, I have friends who have special needs children, specifically on the autism spectrum. And as you know, at the age of 21, they age out of educational services. There are some bills, I believe, that are making their way through both the Senate and the Assembly around allowing those students impacted by the school closings due to COVID to extend perhaps another year of school services. Has that been making its way? I thought the last time I looked, it may have still been in committee, but is that something that is getting much support? And is that something that you think maybe this year might get passed?
I think we passed it in the Senate. It's my bill with Senator Addiego, Dawn Addiego, to give more time. But there's something else that we did in Gloucester County that we would love to see take place throughout the state. We created a program, it's called ACT, Adult Career Transition. So when someone ages out at 21, that doesn't necessarily mean that person with a disability is ready to go to work or ready to live independently. So we actually built a building on the campus of our county college. So we say it's our disability college. And people go to school for 4 more years. It's through the Department of Labor's, I forget the program. It's funded through the Department of Labor, but it's life skill, job skill intensive. And I'll tell you what I'm proud of, my colleagues in Gloucester County. I asked them, I said, how many people are you hiring out of that program? And they said, what do you mean? I said, well, how many people did you hire? He says, we don't think we hired anybody. I said, well, how can you expect the private sector to hire people with disabilities if you won't? And guess what? They've hired 24 people so far in government. And these are workers that, you know, they're the best workers in the world because all they want is a job. They don't care about who's doing what. You know what I mean? Like with Lauren, I used to have to, if Lauren got sick, we would have to make her stay home because she was needed. She was Miss Lauren and her kids needed her.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? It's like, so we've created this program called ACT that I really would love to see replicated throughout the state, because at 21, that child with autism or a disability might not just be ready yet. So the life skill, job skill intensive training actually helps further their opportunity in life. And if you want to look it up, it's the ACT program in Gloucester County. It's Gloucester County College.
I will do that. Thank you, sir.
Because if you can, I'd like you to help promote it for me.
Yes, I was just going to say, maybe we can do that for you. Gloucester. Yep. All right, great. Listen, I want to keep you guys on because it's so important and everybody's really wanting to talk about it, but we have our next assembly person and I'm sorry to have to say goodbye because it's so informative. Next year, we're going to come down to Trenton. Next year, everybody's going to be vaccinated. We'll have a nice lunch spread. We're hoping that you'll both join us. We're looking forward to seeing you in person in real life. So thank you. We can't say enough thank yous for you taking the time. I know.
Thank you, everyone. Be safe.
Thank
Be
you. You
safe,
guys
guys.
take care. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, and stay if you want to hear Assemblyman Scher. And hi, Alana. Do you want to introduce Assemblyman Scher? Do you know him?
I'd be more than happy to. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, no, I've had the great pleasure of working with Assemblyman Scher in quite a number of capacities. He is an amazing civil rights advocate, and he really, I think, looks out to represent a voice that isn't always heard in politics. So it's been great to work with him and great to work on some of the issues that I hope he'll talk about today.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what your passions are and what you work in? My husband in the background said, is that Gary Scher? I love him. So he must have some reason why. So tell us why. Promote yourself.
An uncomfortable position, but
Oh, I know it's tough. Well, speak to your passion.
I thank you for the opportunity. My name is Gary Scher. I represent the 36th Legislative District, which is the city of Passaic and Passaic County, and a number of towns, 14 in Bergen County. Bergen County represents 65% or so of the district, the balance being the city of Passaic. I live in the city of Passaic.
Nice.
My colleague in the assembly lives in Bergen and Cliffside, and my state senator lives in Woodbridge. So between the three of us, we think that we cover pretty much the concerns of the district. I live in Passaic. I also serve, I'm one of those dual office holders, please don't hate me, but I also serve as a council member and president of the city council of the city of Passaic. The reason that I do both jobs, frankly, is because it keeps me more attuned to the reality of what life is and how things are, and how do we get things funded and how do we get things done on the ground, if you will. It's so easy in Trenton to be lost in the stratosphere that you forget what exactly you are doing and why you're doing it. I've served in the legislature now, I think about 15, almost 16 years. I've done a number of bills, which I'm very proud of. Very proud of. The bill that is occupying much of our time right now is a lead pipe replacement bill throughout the entire state of New Jersey. Lead pipes, as we know, were used constantly many, many years ago in construction. And in providing water. They would use lead pipes in below the streets, of course, The pipes had lead in them. What they didn't know at the time and only discovered relatively recently is that the lead from the pipes seeps into the water. And if you are drinking a glass of water that has not been purified, you will get traces of lead. Now, we get traces of everything. So one really wonders what's the difference? And the difference is lead does not go away. It stays in the body. And the more that one imbibes lead, the more lead goes into the body and specifically into the brain. Each and every year, 4,800 of New Jersey's children will be diagnosed with lead poisoning. That lead poisoning, on several respects, one needs to look at it. If you'll forgive me for being rude from an economic point of view, the programs and policies that we adopt as a state will need to take into consideration these children who will reach adulthood, who will need extra help and extra funding because they simply cannot function freely in their environment as a result of the lead poisoning. On a very real level, and now that we've solved the money issue, let's talk about really what kind of society we are. Lead pipes are most often found in the oldest municipalities. Any one of them that you can think of offhand. I see a councilman come from Trenton, and others. All of us live with lead as a constant factor in what it is that we do. We have the ability to change that. I will tell you the price tag is high. I will also tell you that my reputation in Trenton is that I like to look how every dime is being spent. We don't have so many dimes at our disposal, and if we can waste money, let's waste it and have a good time, right? But if we're going to do things, let's do them right. Let's make sure that every dollar stretches. The cost on replacing the lead lines, and when I say the lead lines specifically, I'm talking about from the street into the home. That's the lead line. The lines in the street are already the responsibility and the property of the 35 various water companies throughout the state, many of them private, many of them public. This bill would call for that lead line from the street into the home to be replaced. We are looking realistically at about a $2.6 billion cost. But I would seriously suggest that if one looks at the costs of having to take care of these children who will become young adults and who will become adults, God willing, that you're going to more than spend that much anyway. So that being the case, we talk about doing so many things. We talk about jobs. We talk about children who don't have enough to eat, roofs over their head. I live in a community which is 76% Latino, about 11% African American, about 10% Orthodox Jewish, and the balance primarily Southeast Asian. Diversity can be measured in many ways, in terms of abilities versus not, in terms of color, in terms of race and creed and everything that we can imagine. We should not have different categories for preventable diseases such as lead pipes. So this bill just passed the Assembly. It has the support of the governor. I was so pleased to hear the final remarks when I got on this call of my good friend, the Senate President, and of course my colleague in the Assembly. We need the bill passed. We need the bill passed. This is a question, I believe, of who you are and what you are, and why essentially are we Democrats. We can agree or disagree on any number of things and be within that great Democrat umbrella. And we do disagree. I will tell you that there are things that I vote for or don't vote for because I simply can't accede to them. I can't agree to it. But I will tell you that without hesitation, that if ever there was a bill oriented for the Democratic Party to help children and the mothers and everyone else who lives in those urban areas and in other areas as well, this is it. Right? So we're very excited. We're very hopeful. Been working on this for a good number of years. It has been fine-tuned and fine-tuned and fine-tuned, and there's no doubt in my mind that it'll be fine-tuned again. I think the bill is almost perfect, which makes me shudder because I know that there's going to be a lot of political trading back and forth, and the bill will not look like what it does today. But if we can prevent 4,800 children who only want to live their lives like we all do, then I think it's a pretty amazing statement. It is probably the most important piece of legislation that I've ever written. And I've written some legislation, and some of it actually is good, and some of it not so good, but some of it good. But this is, I don't know if this is good, bad, or good, bad, or ugly was the movie, the play. But I know this is necessary if we're going to fulfill ourselves as citizens and residents of the state, and if we're going to take our proper place in it. So I don't know what else I should be doing. I hope I didn't promote myself, but I hope I promoted some of the things that I believe in.
It was wonderful. It was really wonderful. This is something that we spoke about the last, with Assemblyman Talafiero and Senator Sweeney, that in the long run, just what you're saying, it's better to take care of things up front than have to deal with it later on. And that's exactly what somebody just put in the chat. Any idea about the cost of educating and supporting lead-poisoned children in relation to what is projected to cost to remediate the problem? You said it's a $6 billion issue.
2.6 billion.
2.6.
Most of that falling to the municipalities. About 550 million inuring to the state. The balance would go to the municipalities, over 2 billion. We don't have facts and figures yet. We're hoping to be able to get them from a few national organizations, as well as from the Office of Legislative Services in Trenton, to get an understanding of what it comes to in a dollars and cents point of view. Because certainly if we can make the argument that it's going to cost $2.6 billion for the next over the next 10 years, and not doing anything suggests costs of $2.6 billion for as long as we have the pleasure to serve government. I mean, that makes sense. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that, in all honesty, but we are looking to do so.
We have another question about the highway expansion in urban communities, but I'm not sure if that's something that you can speak to. Do you have any comments related to that?
Well, only insofar as I'm a councilman and a council president, and served on the budget committee, not served on the transportation committee, I've served on the education committee, higher ed committee, homeland security, a number of different committees. I've been very blessed, very fortunate to hear all these different things, and I would certainly recommend anyone who is interested in really knowing what's going on to spend some time with the budget. What's the old expression? It doesn't matter what I say, it matters what I do.
Right.
So understanding what it is that we do as a state, I think is fundamental.
That gets funded.
We're hoping to get those figures in terms of what the costs are. I assure you, they are heart-wrenching. They're very honestly, if it costs $5 billion, ladies and gentlemen, I would go for it too. It's not it is a question. We understand that everything is dollars. We do get that. But we do understand also when policy must meld significantly and seriously with program. Right?
I guess what's concerned, it seems to me just from this chat, it says it will disrupt urban communities in North Jersey, a $14 to $15 billion expansion. That may be something that the
It's not
transportation.
14 billion, 15 billion, it's 2.6 billion. That's number
2.6
one.
billion. Okay.
Is it going to be disruptive? The answer is yes, it's going to be disruptive.
Yeah.
It was disruptive when we passed legislation which required that asbestos be not used in buildings.
Right.
It was expensive, by the way, when we just passed the bill increasing the amount of hourly wages that would be given to workers in airports. It was also expensive when we stopped using children to make clothing. And it was expensive, very honestly, giving women the right of vote. That was expensive too.
Yeah, it's a balancing act. I can see where the Environmental Justice Director and Clean Water Action, I can see where there's concern about it, and it's always a balancing act. And how I can see where the on the one hand, the people who are going to be impacted by highways and more pollution, more air pollution, but on the other hand, things are hopefully, there'll be more electric cars, so the pollution will come down. I mean, it's always, you have to take this piece and this piece and
looking at the pollution, looking at the transportation aspect. We just saw the president just released yesterday, the day before, some specifics as to his spending plan, which we all know is going to get to New Jersey quite a lot of money. There is no doubt that we need to rethink and relook at transportation. And I was very happy to see that President Biden has come up almost with I don't want to say a new direction, but a new recognition of where we should be going as a country. It looks at increasing funding to mass transportation and spending less on roads. What happened quite a while ago was the amount of money that was being spent on public transportation was here somewhere. And it began to be exceeded by roads and bridges there. The emphasis on electric vehicles, the entrance on energy savings, on fossil fuels, on all of that falls into the same category. In terms of the cities, I think that these changes are pretty great. They're different. And that difference is going to require that we rethink what we do and how we do it. But people live in the cities. We expect them to go back into the cities at some point after COVID. When we don't know. There's no doubt in anyone's mind that as a result of COVID, many people left urban areas to go into rural areas, quite frankly, and some suburban areas because of fear of the virus, which is understandable. But we do believe there's going to be a turnaround factor. New Jersey should benefit extraordinarily. So I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good, and things need to be done, and they cost money, and government has a role, and that is to take care of those things that we as the electorate prioritize.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, truly. Yeah, it's just great to hear everybody's perspective on all the different issues that are facing the state and facing us as constituents, to everybody in the state government. So we appreciate all your work. We appreciate your time that you took to meet with us. It's really lovely. Thank you. And you're welcome to stay on for as long as you would like. I know everybody's so busy and so, pulled in so many directions. But if there's any way also that we can help you, reach out, the Passaic I had a chapter. I'm not sure. Andrea, does Passaic still have their chapter? Do you know? Not quite sure if they do. But we have our next speaker.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Passaic does have a chapter. So if you need help, reach out to our Women's Federation. Promote us. We'll promote you. It's great.
You're very kind. And thank you for the opportunity to,
Oh, it's
to
our,
speak with you today.
yeah, it's our pleasure. Thank you. And if you want to hear Senator Cody, stick around. Okay.
It's always wonderful to hear.
Yes, thank you so much, Assemblyman, and hopefully we'll run into each other in person next year when we can come to Trenton, put out our luncheon spread, and you'll come and say hello to all of us. So
That
thank
would be
you.
great.
Thank
That
you.
would be
Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank
You
you.
as well.
Senator Cody, we're hoping to see you as well.
I'm ready like Freddie.
Hi, welcome, welcome, welcome. We're happy that we're happy that you've joined us. We see you, we hear you. We're welcoming you. We have our ex-president Andrea Mastro on the call. We have our current president Alana Berman. I think she stepped away for a moment. She'll be back. We have one of our vice presidents, Rachel Green. We have our communications director, Cynthia Meanwell, and our recording secretary, Roberta. She's on, and we're welcoming you. We hope
You got a lot of big shots there.
Yes, we've had and yes, in our organization. Oh, don't worry, you look great.
I wish my wife would say that.
And we're so happy you wore blue today. That's really wonderful because it is Women in Blue Day.
I saw that.
Yeah. So we're welcoming you, and we'd like to hear about your passions in the Senate. And we've heard a little bit today from a few of the senators, so we're curious to hear.
One of the things I've been saying since I've been in politics, which is a very long time, is that if you look, that's not us.
That's all right.
Wasn't us. So I've always said, if you take the women in elected politics, compare them to the men in elected politics, unfortunately, the males get indicted at about 5 times the rate of females. And you can quote me on that. It is what it is. Just saying, just saying. Just a fact, Jack. Right? Now, with a couple of things you may remember that I've been involved in. One of them was
former governor.
Well, I don't forget that ever. Make my grandchildren. Who was it? So drive-by deliveries. Do you remember those?
Drive-by, like the milkman and the
No,
potato chip
absolutely
man?
not. When you'd give birth and you could leave the same day. So I had a bill passed along with some other people that said they'll be allowed to stay at least 2 days. You can look it up. It's probably about 15 years ago or more, but it was a very, very big issue. It was the insurance companies trying to get you in, get you out. I said one time before you even knew the sex, but it is what it is. The other issue you know very well that I've been involved with was obviously postpartum and women's mental health, which obviously has been a struggle for my wife for a long time. And, that was a tough one to do. But not only nowadays, but men, women are more likely to say they're depressed than ever before, which is great. It's no longer the same stigma that it used to be, but I can remember working for my dad at the funeral home, even in the 70s, and if a Catholic, and we buried mostly Catholics, committed suicide, they were not allowed to have a funeral mass or be buried in a Catholic cemetery. Now, Rome eventually changed that, but that's the kind of stigma that was around suicide. So people just didn't want to say anything about it, being mentally ill because of the stigma. And what it might mean to them at their job or with their family or anybody else. Now, today it's not. And we get calls all the time at my charity, the Cody Fund for Mental Health, about helping people. And I can assure you, they come from the lowest income people to the highest. So people are willing to say, I need help. Can you help me with my daughter, my wife, my husband, whatever? And I think it's been great for society, not just women. But I've also picked up a lot of stories from people who told me, Governor, when I was 10 or 11, mom went away and never came back. And we just found out that she was at Gravestone and died and was buried. And we found where she was buried. So it's been a sea change, and I'm happy to be part of it. So what are some issues you would like to talk about?
Well, it's very interesting that you brought up the mental health issue, because we have had a few discussions about that during this day and during this meeting. We've had assemblymen who are definitely on the front lines, probably along with you, and probably you're on the same committees, working for funding for mental health, people with disabilities. Senator Sweeney was telling us about his. Can you just repeat the name of your organization? It was a little mushy. I didn't quite hear it. Oh, wait, you're
Sorry,
on,
Senator, I think you're on mute.
yeah, you muted yourself accidentally. Unmute yourself.
The Cody Fund for Mental Health.
It's called, I'm going to type it in our chat, Cody Fund for Mental Health. And you must have a website or something like that, correct?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And one of the things up until the pandemic that I was doing with the fund was going to schools to speak to the employees there of how to handle when a kid says, yeah, I'm thinking of committing suicide, or I'm not right. And I enjoyed it. We were doing very, very well. Then the pandemic hit, so we can't go to schools. But one of the things I picked up from doing that was now today in our schools, if a child says, they're mentally ill, they have issues or whatever, they go speak to a counselor. Now, the counselor is not a trained mental health counselor. So what we are looking to do with the fund is to raise a significant amount of money and place counselors in the high schools that would deal strictly with the issue of mental health. Every day when schools are in, especially middle schools and high schools, children are talking about suicide. Don't think for a minute that they aren't. They are. And how to deal with it, how to talk openly about it are subjects that we need to teach people how to deal with our children and help them. The interesting thing, think about this. Sweden recently announced that for the first time ever, they have more than 50% of their households are one family. Great Britain, 1%. Great Britain just created the Office of Loneliness. So today, as opposed to when I grew up, and maybe some of you're not as old as I am, but we had siblings, and it was unusual if you had just one sibling. Nowadays, it's unusual if you have more than 3. So the less siblings we have, the less friends. People today are young people, and I've got 2 sons that are in their early 30s. They don't go to church. The young people aren't going to church or temple, synagogue, like the generations before them. So we are more and more isolated than ever before. Look at all the organizations that don't exist anymore. The JCs, the Rotaries, the Lions Clubs are way, way down in membership. So we have more and more isolation of people event interaction, and it's affecting society. And it's a significant issue out there that people are not talking about.
You know, people are getting involved in online communities, which really limits that person-to-person contact. I personally have a thing about touch phobia, you know, how people are so, don't touch me, and we're human beings. We're meant to lay in piles. I mean, that's why football is so popular, because you see all these men just jumping all on top of each other. They're starving
As
to
long as
death.
you're not at the bottom of it, it's fine.
I guess so. Please, if any of you have any questions, please type them in the chat so that we can ask the senator about them. Senator Cody, I also want to bring up Assemblywoman Lampert. She was talking this morning. She's working in the education caucus, and that's her passion. And she also spoke this morning for the need for counseling in public schools. And
Good.
so I imagine that you're working with her. Somebody asked, what's the significance of your ring? I think it's a governor's ring.
No, it's not. I should get one of those.
Like a Super Bowl ring.
I have one of those. So it's a national championship, July of 19. My 14 and under team from the state of New Jersey won the national championship, defeating Louisiana. But I have a great set of rings. I have all the Rutgers Bowl games for the last 12, 14 years. I have I have a Final Four ring when I was an unofficial assistant coach for Seton Hall.
Wonderful.
And we lost in the title game of the Final Four with 5 seconds to go, and a horrible call, I'll say it. I have that ring. And then at any time Seton Hall won the Big East Conference, I have a ring. Fairleigh Dickinson, which I graduated from. The girls team won the national title, and they awarded me a ring, so I'm thrilled about that. But I am an alumnus of FDU Madison. So I have a very, very large and significant collection of rings that I'm very, very proud of.
And have had your pulse on the state of New Jersey. It was so encouraging, sad for Governor McGreevey, but so encouraging when you took over and took the helm. And I loved that you had made mental health one of your priorities, even back then. We're going back years now, but it was so encouraging, because just what you said about the stigma of mental health, and it affects every community, just like you said. And one of our former speakers today talked about it impacting the veterans, and it's just so true. It's
Yeah,
really
well, one of the things was for my wife when she spoke out. So it can happen to the First Lady, it can happen to you. But can you imagine the day Governor McGreevey announced he was going to resign?
Yes.
So my wife was having minor surgery, and I took her that day, and she's about to be operated on. And I said to the doctor, "Hey, here's my office phone number. I'm right down the street. As soon as he's in recovery, give me a call." So I go to my office and open the door, and all of a sudden they're telling me, "Hey, there's this big rumor that McGreevey's going to resign." What are you, crazy? It's stupid. And of course, about a half hour later, I get a call from a certain person, says that governor's going to call you in about a half hour or whatever and tell you just that. I'm like, oh my God, Jesus. I mean, that really changes your life.
Oh,
So
I believe it.
then he called me, and the doctor called quite after, not long after that. I go up, and she's coming out of it. And I told her what happened, and she said, "Go get the anesthesiologist and have me knock out again." Knocked out. I said, look at it this way. You went into surgery as a mother, a teacher, and a wife, and you came out the First Lady. It was an extreme makeover.
Right. And the work Governor McGreevey's doing, one of these days, we're going to have him at one of our meetings, because he's doing such wonderful work too with the
Retraining,
the recidivism program.
right.
Is just really wonderful. He's doing such wonderful work. Well, are there any other questions for our governor, ex-governor, our senator. Here we go. I'm a health educator, have experienced a high demand for health therapy in our school system. May I contact you for assistance? It's a stigma in many communities. We must break the barrier and save lives. Please provide a contact, Essex County Federation, Jackie Hinson. So Jackie.
You just tell Jackie to call the Cody Fund for mental health.
Okay.
And we will get back to her and tell her I would love when schools are back in to come into those schools and, talk to the students and to the employees.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
And all the best luck to you. We're behind you 100%. We're behind all
Where are you?
That's us.
No, that's all the presidents up there.
And
the only president I don't have up there is Reagan, who I did like, and I don't have Trump. Sorry.
No. Don't even say his name. We're in the camp not to even say his name because it just lends that extra little oomph of power to him. No, we're not even. He who shall not be named and smells.
All right. Have a good rest of the day. God bless.
Thank you so much, Senator. Thank you so much. Take care. Ladies, I think we have a video for you to see from Senator Singleton, I believe. Let's see if we can find it for you. And hold on. I don't know if I can find it. Is it Cynthia? Is the video on the YouTube page?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I also sent you a link. I don't know if it works from the chat or not, but
yeah, it's a little tricky to share the screen, hit the link, So it's just hang on one moment. Let me see if I can pull up this video for you, ladies. And then we will have Linda Carter. She's going to be joining us at 2:20. So we have about 4 minutes. I think we can get this in. Okay, let's see, desktop and share. Let's see what we've got. We want the other window.
Margaret, your stamina is legend.
Yeah.
My stamina?
You too, Roberta. You two are doing a great job.
Oh, I snuck a few bites of lunch just a few minutes ago. So my stamina is nowhere near Margaret. She's doing an incredible job.
Well, I'm like the Energizer Buddy, you know?
Yes, you are.
I think we did see Senator Singleton already.
This is Singleton. You're looking for Holly.
Yeah, I'm looking for Holly. Okay, hold on. Let's go back and see if, here we go. Oh yes, Assemblyman Holly, great. Let me know if you can't hear it.
Hi, this is Assemblyman Jamel Holly, and I want to welcome all the women participating from the New Jersey Federation of Democratic Women in the Blue event. It's a wonderful privilege to join you all virtually. I was asked to say a few words, and in particular, when I think about when I'm speaking in front of women, I always think back to my grandmother. My grandmother was someone who raised myself and my two brothers, a single parent grandparent. And I always admired the tenacity she had as a single parent grandparent and the hard work and the extra effort she had to put in as a woman, even on her job as a law enforcement officer. It's something I respected and still to this day. The work that she put into raising me and my brothers and friends as well, being a role model in our community. And so oftentimes when there are women issues that we face in the legislature, I always think back to my grandmother and the importance of ensuring that women are at the seat at the table, women are acknowledged, women are respected. So I want to just thank you all for being who you are. Women rock. You run this country. You have a powerful voice. Continue to use it because the men are listening. So again, thank you so much for allowing me to join you on this virtual event. I hope you have a very successful event, and God bless you all. And keep going.
That was beautiful. Oh, that was beautiful. That was just great. I know, that was really lovely.
That was really nice.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so Holly is in,
He's LD 20, which must be somewhere in the middle of the state somewhere.
yeah, I've got my cheat sheet here. Remember I made these for you all and I didn't get to hand them out. Oh gosh, that's like Elizabeth.
That makes sense.
Union, yeah, Union. Little piece of Union.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Remember this?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, hold that up. That's beautiful. We should show that to everybody. This is a legislative map that shows an overlay of the legislative districts overlaying the counties. So you can see.
Yes, the other way. These are the LDs.
Oh, right.
And these are the counties.
Right.
So you can kind of see how they overlap because nothing's simple in Jersey.
I know why they did not. Why?
It's a dense state, you know. If it was Wisconsin, it's much easier.
Well, I looked at the Georgia map. The Georgia map must have like 300 counties in Georgia. I couldn't believe it.
Really? Wow.
Next time there's an election, look at the Georgia map that they put up on the TV, like Steve Kornacki, that he put up that map.
Yeah,
It
I
is
love
unbelievable how many
Wow.
counties. Unbelievable.
Wow. I suppose that's another attempt to, disenfranchise, right?
Absolutely. It's so obvious too, when you see the map and you see the results coming in. Oh, Linda is here, our wonderful friend, yes, our friend Linda and our wonderful assemblywoman. She's just signed in, so we can give her the welcome that she deserves. So Linda, are you here?
Hey, Miss Carter's in the house.
Here you go. Hi, doll. Tilt that little screen down so we can see more of you. There you go. All right. Hi, Linda. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to join us. I just want you to meet Andrea Mastro. She's our ex-president. Where did Alana go? Alana Berman, who's our current president. You know Cynthia, she's our communications person. You know Roberta, she's our secretary. And Rachel, I think Rachel was on too. Yes, Rachel's here. Rachel is one of our vice presidents. So thank you so much for joining us today. We've had a great day. We've heard from so many assembly people about their passions, what they're working on. We've heard from people about mental health issues, about equity issues. It's just been a great day so far. So tell us all about your passions. And if we have any questions, people will put them in the chat and then we can go from there. So thank you.
Well, greetings. And you all know who I am, Linda Carter, 22nd Legislative District, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to share a few updates with the amazing women in blue of the New Jersey Federation of Democratic Women. Yay, you guys are so good. Currently in the General Assembly, I serve as the Vice Chair of the Higher Education Committee and Vice Chair of the Science and Innovative and Technology Committee, and I serve on the Law and Public Safety Committee. This is my first complete full term. I have a couple of months, about 6 months prior to the full term when I was appointed in 2018 and then won that election to complete Assemblyman Jerry Green, Assemblyman Green's position after he passed away, which was a great loss to the community and to the assembly. As serving on my committees, you know what, I feel as if we really need to make sure that we have full representation. And it's wonderful, absolutely wonderful to make sure that we are all in communication, because I'm really big on making sure that we have communications. And one of the biggest things is throughout this pandemic, the New Jersey legislature has continued to work tirelessly to address the many issues affecting the residents of the state. Many of these serious issues are now compounded and more complex during this COVID-19 crisis. And I really hope that everybody's being safe, and are going out and getting vaccinated when they can. Many of these issues being compounded, but we have to stay vigilant. From educational disparities, we've seen, to tax relief for our residents we need to make happen, also to environmental issues. There's been so much that has been exposed. There are many concerns about the wind farms and the effect the migration may have on species along our coast. We have worked to mitigate as much impact on the migration as possible and continue to further formulate ideas to ensure species along New Jersey's coast are safe and healthy. We're in consultation with environmentalists to continue informing ourselves on these issues while moving toward more clean energy sources for our environment. Thanks. There are many concerns, but thanks to the work of our leadership in Washington, the recent federal stimulus package is allowing for our communities to help our minority communities and to give those who are facing financial issues during this pandemic the aid that they need. But we need to do more because we have many families that are truly hurting. This is why I have co-sponsored the Healthy Terminals Act measure, which measures that has recently been approved by the Assembly and will greatly help the workers at North Liberty International Airport and North Liberty International Airport train stations. Many of the workers at these facilities are minorities who are unable to afford health care because of their current wages. This bill will give them a little bit more money to ensure no one has to choose between daily payments or their well-being and their health, which is really important to me. We have to make sure individuals get the health care, are part of the healthcare system, and don't have to choose. You know, do I avoid going to the doctors? Can I afford that medication and not taking that medication that's going to help them be healthy? The budget process has just begun, and we must respect the work of the Budget Committee under the leadership of Chairman Eliana Pinter-Moran. This process is not an easy one, but I have full confidence the committee will focus on ways to help our communities. And I'm going to tell you something, this will be the budget, another budget cycle that I'm going through, but budget cycles I'm familiar with because I started my career as a city councilwoman here in the city of Plainfield, and then was on the Freeholds Board, now Commissioner Board of the County of Union. I know that the non-discriminatory healthcare bill is still under a thorough and comprehensive review. This bill is extremely important because everyone should feel safe, protected, and comfortable, and not have to deal with any sort of discrimination. The Assembly will, as I am part of the Assembly, and I will make sure that we continue to configure a fair and responsible bill that genuinely helps people in New Jersey. And that's what we have to really look at. As one of your representatives in the legislature, I'll continue to fight for the issues that affect our communities, as well as continue to fight to make sure women have a seat at the table and that our issues are addressed. We know that many women face sexual misconduct and assault and are afraid to come forward. And I've worked on and continue to work on measures to ensure women who face sexual discrimination or harassment are protected and have safe outlets to reach out to. We have to make sure that all our workers and everybody are safe, individuals are confident in that their information is heard. We have many phenomenal elected officials across our state and who are running for office and for re-election. Please make sure you remember to vote, which I know everybody on here will, but we need to make sure we have that reach out. Because we have to make sure that our voices are heard. So often we hear women are the leaders of tomorrow, or we hear women equality by 2030. Well, to all of that future rhetoric, I continue to re-echo the words of Eleanor Roosevelt, who said, "It is today that we must create the world of the future. You are not the leaders of tomorrow, you are the leaders of now." And I applaud the women in blue and the leadership, tenacity, and courage of the New Jersey Federation of Democratic Women. because we are the leaders of today, and we want to make sure that we continue to move forward and that women issues are in the forefront. And I've always believed, listen, if you're not going to give me a seat at the table, I'm definitely going to make sure I roll up in there. All right, I'm going to make sure that I'm somewhere in the mix to make sure the voices are heard. And when those that don't speak up, we're going to make avenues to get them comfortable enough to speak up. So I hope that gives you a little bit of insight on me. And I'm willing to help to take any questions if possible. Let me put my glasses on too, though. You know,
Yeah,
but and again, I think that this type of forum is a great forum for you to be able to talk. We can talk, speak, and see what's going on, how I can help also, because I truly, truly believe in communication. And my idea may not, it's an idea, but it becomes even better when we have collaboration. And that's it.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Linda. And you know, it was so great to hear you talk about the voting issue, because I believe it was Andrew Zwicker that was talking about somebody, this, I can't, you know, there was so many people today, I forget, but who was talking about expanding voting rights. Yeah, it was Andrew, right? And he was saying how they're going to have 2 weekends of early voting. We're going to have a week of 5 days of early voting. When our group heard that, we were all like clapping and going, yes, it's so great, because we need that in our state. We really do. And it's just a wonderful thing. And like he said, while Georgia was closing down their voting opportunities, New Jersey was expanding theirs. And he also said about passing the bill about if you're 17 by the time the primary comes and you're going to be 18 by the time the vote comes, that you should be able to vote. So that stuff's really great. He talked a little about ranked choice voting. Are you working with him on that? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but yeah, tell us a little. Yeah, I was going to say, tell us.
I can't get into depth because I just started working with him and trying to make sure. But I'm going to tell you something. The one thing that I have to agree with is early voting makes a difference. It really does.
Right.
When you look at so much of what's going on, having that opportunity, and things happen, it's giving people a feel as if they have the power to go and make their choices.
Yeah, I like the idea of ranked choice voting, but I don't really know what it is. And I've heard a lot of.
Listen, we can get you all of that information, and we'll make sure that you can get it out to everybody.
Yeah, that might be something that we can, you know, push out to our membership, because I think people would want to know more about that. Yeah, Nancy, you know Nancy D'Andrea, she's like, ranked choice voting is the future.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's very interesting about choosing people, like who would you prefer for first, who would you prefer for second. I think that's kind of an interesting idea. And I wonder if we could get it on a national level. I guess if each state did it, then that would be pretty good.
Right. So we'll definitely get you a lot of that information.
Yeah,
it's
great.
wonderful to see so many people on here too.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All day, people have been coming and going at different times. It's been so informative. I learned so much today from so many different leaders. It's just been really great. South Jersey, North Jersey. I have to mute myself. My phone is ringing. Do we have?
I think Margaret was asking if there were any other questions.
That's pretty good. Do we have it?
I know. We've been tag teaming all day, so all is well.
You guys are good. You guys are good.
And I don't know, Linda, if she got to ask you. I know you're one of our favorites here in Somerset County, and you've been so supportive of the Women's Federation here in the county as well as the state. But anything specific outside of what you've already talked to that you have your eye on for maybe upcoming legislation or things that, you know, maybe we should be keeping an eye on as voters, as women, as Federation members?
You know what? To me, it really has a lot to do with equity and making sure with any of the legislation that we put in there that, you know what, you're taking a look at to make sure that it is equitable across the line, not just equal, but equitable, which makes a huge difference. I think sometimes when we put the legislation together, and I think we're doing more of it now, of looking at it and making sure that it doesn't just hit one group, but it is for all, and it's for the better of the good of the whole, versus it being just affecting one area or one aspect. But always just keep that in mind with anything that's coming forward, that is looking at it for, you know, equity, and it's not inherently keeping anybody down, because that's huge. And we've done that so much in the past.
Somebody asked in the chat room, how do we get the information about ranked choice voting? Will it be coming out to the constituents, do you think? Is it going, if it does pass and goes through the assembly and then to the Senate, it will come out, information will come out about it, correct?
Oh yeah, it'll be before committees and everything first, before it even gets to us.
Yeah, yeah. So it'll be a while before we see that. It's not going to happen for this. It's not going to happen for this election in November, I guess. Do you think the expansion of the voting will happen by this November? The early voting and the
Also, I want everybody to remember, when you talk about early voting, you know, that you can go somewhere in person, really has to deal with whether the towns can handle it and all. But we currently, and we should encourage individuals, don't wait to show up the day of the polls. Request your ballot. Go to, you know what, a lot, I know in Union County, I can go down to the county clerk's office and make a request for a vote by mail and complete it right then and there and hand it right back to them also. So check with your counties to see what kind of things that they have available that you can go in and get your ballot beforehand and vote to.
Yeah, it's funny because having this last election, having had all the vote by mail, a lot of people did vote early, so that was pretty good. I did want to have another question. Can you elaborate on the legislation to support the Newark workers? Somebody said they didn't understand exactly what you had said, so maybe just repeat that.
A lot of the legislation, and I'm trying to look at the bill number, but it's the Healthy Terminals Act, which they don't have the Newark Liberty International Airport and the Newark Liberty International Airport train station. Many of those workers, they have to purchase their health care. And because of their current wages, they can't afford it, because a lot of them are either at that minimum wage or a little bit above. So it ends up where they can't have it. So we've just passed the legislation which will over time give them a little bit more income, but also they can be able to purchase into their healthcare.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good. So it had to do with healthcare rules. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I heard that too, that the New York, Pennsylvania, like everybody else around us, Connecticut, all of their, transportation people earned higher wages than our people at Newark Liberty. So I was very happy to hear that there was legislation in effect to help them get wage raises. Boy, that's a tongue twister, wage raises. So thank you. Well, Linda, thank you. If there's a way we can help you, we will, whatever things, if you have legislation that you want us to push out to our members, we can help you with that. We let people know about things. Everybody's hot to know about ranked choice voting. So that'll be something you can let us know about if anything changes. And we're a strong force for getting in touch with legislators. We definitely aren't shy about calling people all over the state. Hopefully next year we'll be able to meet in person. Normally we have a lunch spread out for our leaders. So hopefully we'll be able to do that next year when we have our Women in Blue Day. And maybe you'll come to Washington with us next year if we get to go again. It was really fun because, we are a chapter of a national organization. So it would be lovely to have you join us. It would be fun.
I think you all are absolutely awesome. And I love what you all continue to do, the communication you keep and the issues that you push. So thank you so much. And if there's anything I can do for you, please reach out and I'll do what I can.
Thank you. And say hi to Jerry. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, ladies. Have a great day.
You too. See you soon. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, dear. Okay, so, okay, honey. All right, next up,
Here
let's see.
comes Assemblyman Johnson is being let in right now.
Oh, excellent. Boy, this is running like clockwork.
Really, no rest for the wicked.
I think so. I think you're right. I think you're right.
And Andrea and Nancy, you've been with us every step of the way, so shout out to you.
I know, ladies, it's wonderful. And Rachel too, Rachel too. Like, I love that everybody's hanging in there.
And Friends of the Federation, Nancy's been on all day too. So shout out to Friends of the Federation.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's the name behind the title, eh?
I like that. I like that. Now, Assemblyman Johnson, are you here? Let's see where you are. Here you go, Gordon Johnson. And let's get him spotlighted.
He needs to turn his camera on, please.
Yeah,
There we go.
let's see where you are.
Yeah, here I am. There I am. Okay.
There you are.
I had to figure that one out.
Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for taking time out of your crazy busy schedule. We are honored to have you join us. We've had an amazing day. We've learned so much. We just have a few people I want to introduce very quickly. I think Alana may be back. I'm not sure. She had to take a work call. So she might be on a work call. She's our current president. Andrea Mastro is our previous president. We have our communications director, Cynthia. We have our our secretary, our recording secretary, Roberta, and we have one of our vice presidents, Rachel. So we have representation from all over the great state of New Jersey. Even though I'm a New Yorker, I've been here long enough to consider myself a New Jersey girl now.
That's okay.
And we're so happy that you could join with us. So we're interested in hearing about your passions, the legislation you support, what you're working on. And if we have time, we may have a few questions, but let's take it one step at a time. So welcome and thank you.
Well, and thank you for having me here. And it's an honor to be with you here today, the New Jersey Federation of Democratic Women. As you may have heard, got a little busy up here in the county of Bergen, but that's called politics and it's also called democracy. And that's just the way it goes. So I've been in the assembly now for 18 years. I'm actually my 19th year now. Prior to that, I was a police officer, City of Inglewood. I was on the council of the City of Inglewood for 3 years. I did one term there. I was what else did I do? I was a sheriff for a while, Bergen County Sheriff, forget about that. And also I was in the Army Reserve and was mobilized twice. I went to Desert Storm in 1990. And 1995-96 was the conflict in Bosnia, where Operation Joint Endeavor, they call that. And I was stationed in our higher headquarters in Germany, so Stuttgart. So, and that is why I speak a language I can't use. I speak German a little bit. So
we have German speakers on this call.
Oh, sehr gut. Guten Tag, wie geht's? Alle zusammen. Okay, anyway, so but to get back to the point of your question, like what is my vision? What's my passion, or what am I trying to achieve in this upcoming year, this year and the upcoming years? One of my main goals is getting us off of fossil fuel. I'm all about green energy. I've been working with companies that convert hydrogen into electricity. Through a chemical reaction. I'm trying to convince or incentivize the car companies to bring their cars from the West Coast to the East Coast. And that's Toyota, that's Hyundai, it's I think BMW has a hydrogen fuel cell car. I'm trying to incentivize them to bring these cars to the East Coast so they can get that market going here. I also, of course, we have social justice issues that they're working with, of course. So I'm glad that some of the bills I've signed, some of the bills I've sponsored have been signed by the governor to include like requiring police departments to actively recruit minority residents in their community. In other words, the police department should reflect the community they work they work in. I think it's very important they understand the customs and cultures and history of the people that where they work. I think there's a lot of, you're not seeing that in the Midwest, but I think it's very important that the police officers in these departments here in New Jersey do that. Another one bill I sponsored was if you have a police officer that transfers from one place to another, one department to another, the receiving department has to receive that person's disciplinary file. In other words,
Yes.
receiving chief or director has to be made aware of that person's entire career activities and not just what he's selling you in an interview. So the whole file goes mandatory that the receiving chief gets that. Another thing, we want to try to fix Jersey Transit. That's broken, as you may have heard. I'm trying to fix, trying to fix DLL, Department of Labor, with the unemployment. We have still have a lot of unemployment complaints coming in, or people in need. We're trying to get that straightened out over the years. And also, it's an honor to be following, or we're working with and following Loretta Weinberg. I mean, she is and has been a great mentor. I'm lucky that I was to stand next to her and be with her. She's taught me a lot. And sometimes I feel like her son, no, but that's okay. But it's just wonderful. She's just a great mentor. So I'll close with that. And if you have any questions of me, or you have any other, if you want to speak further, I could do that. I can give you some Army stories if you want, but I don't want to hear those.
I actually would like to hear more about the piece, the two things. I'd like to hear more about the environmental piece and what your work with the environment, because we do have
Yes.
people on the call who are very interested in that. And I also am very interested and think it's a brilliant idea to research police officers when they move from different places to other places, so that, like you say, you can see their disciplinary record. Are you running into obstacles with that? Probably not. I would think in this
No.
environment today.
Yeah, and this has been going, and this started way before these incidents happened in the Midwest. So we're going to, but I think it's important that, like I said before, that the receiving department gets a full picture. I mean, maybe it's an allegation, but the police chiefs can figure that out when they read the reports and go from there. As to the, you mentioned social environment. I feel that we are about to be on the cusp of a water problem in this state. As you've seen in Newark with the lead in the pipe system, we have not maintained a water infrastructure in this country for many years, for many decades, and now it's coming home to roost. And I think that we need to prepare ourselves for a major projects to upgrade and maintain and repair our water distribution system in this state. Now, there are companies out there that can remove harmful chemicals from the water supply just before it gets to the end user. And that may be the way to do it. I spoke to a few companies that said they could do that. I'm trying to get them, introduce them to the EPA, or not EPA, DEP, Department of Environmental Protection, to get them before them, and also maybe the governors, some of the governor's people, to see, or so they can display what they can do to clean up our water, this water problem that we're going to have, that we do have. It's just going to get worse in the upcoming years and decades. So water is important. Also, with I'll go back to hydrogen fuel cell again. If we can get some of these trucks that are lined up at Port Newark, Port Elizabeth, that are sitting there waiting to get their loads, and they're spewing out this their emissions, which creates problems for the people in the surrounding areas, such as the Ironbound, which is a group that has a lot of problems when it comes to asthma and other diseases such that comes from inhaling air that's not clean. So I think what we need to do is try to get them to convert to either hydrogen fuel cell energy. And it's not just the trucks, by the way, it's also these refrigerated units that they have for storage. Because when the stuff comes off the ship, some has to be refrigerated. They go on these large refrigerated units, and they're powered by generators, which are diesel. So we need to get them off of that and off to a non-fossil fuel energy source, such as either hydrogen or electricity. So, or electricity made by hydrogen. So, of course, as you all, I'm getting into this now. As you all probably know, we have this very large project going on in South Jersey, the offshore wind project was, I'm just so glad I was part of that. I brought a delegation to England and to Northern Germany and to, I think it was Sweden, southern part of Sweden. And we saw these offshore wind farms there and how they operated. And it's a great, it's not just we're getting off of fossil fuel, but it's also a great opportunity for someone who wants to learn about that and start a career there. There's a lot of opportunities that's going to be happening in South Jersey. That's way down South Jersey though. But South Jersey, when it comes to fabrication and manufacturing and transportation and installation and maintaining these offshore wind farms, that's going to be installed off the coast of Atlantic City. I think it's about 10 miles out or 8 miles offshore. So you can barely see them from shore. And in addition to that, it's going to expand down to Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia, I believe. Well, not Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and also New York State. So this offshore wind project is really taking off, and demand is high for that. And I think it's a great opportunity for someone who wants to get involved in a career that's relatively new. You're muted. Go ahead.
Okay, it's going to create so many jobs, which is such a great thing for, people complain about renewable energy. I don't know why, because if we could just shift our mind focus to that. I did wind up with a couple of questions in the chat for you. One is about getting electric charging stations more available as gas stations for the electric cars. And would that have to be legislation?
Well, yes, we have legislation for that, but not for gas stations. It's for developers to, when they build a residential complex, they have to include charging stations for some of the residents that are there, or set aside certain space for charging stations. So that's in a bill that's going forward, and which is getting no opposition to that, of course, because we all recognize that this is important to us. As for gas stations, that is not legislation unless we provide an incentive in some way for some type of tax break for the gas station owner to install this electric charging station, which of course that we would be glad to do that as a legislative idea. So that's two things. And then again, I'm biased towards hydrogen fuel cells, so I want to see some hydrogen fuel cell stations going in too. But if it gets off fossil fuel, I'm happy. Now, and also for these people on the call today, just in case, and I heard this word today, if you want to be a pilot for United Airlines, they're taking applications for training. So they'll send you to their flight school, if you're accepted, and will train you to be one of their pilots, because there's going to be a pilot shortage in this country too. So and they're looking for minorities and women to apply. So anyone on the call, you want to take advantage of that and you want to go fly to friendly skies, there may be an opportunity there for you.
That's wonderful to hear. Now, somebody else asked a question. You're going to be running for Loretta's Senate seat, for Loretta Weinberg's Senate seat. And what policies are you promoting that will help women? But of course, if you can speak to that, that would be lovely. But tell us about your quest for Loretta Weinberg's seat.
My quest for the seat, yes. I'm running for a Loretta Weinberg seat. I feel I am best suited for that because I've been around for 19 years in the assembly here, and my whole life has been dedicated to public service, from being a policeman, from being in the Army Reserve, from being a sheriff. So my whole life is in the assembly. So my whole life has been dedicated to public service and helping others, no matter what their gender or race or creed or whatever, helping people that may be in need of assistance. And when you leave the law enforcement side, the public safety side, and go to the legislative side, it's just a wider range of issues that you have to try to fix for people. So it's just for women particularly. It's just a great. I mean, what can I say? I mean, I've been around women my whole legislative career, so therefore I get it. I understand that. So specifics for women, no, but for the people in general, I almost said mankind there, by the way. For people in general, and that helps everyone. I think I am the person best suited for that. So, and like I said before, gender or race or religion or social, sexual orientation does not matter to me. And for that German speaker, Macht nix. So I just want to help people and try to ensure that people can attain what we call the American dream. And I feel that we have been put on this earth here to enjoy ourselves, number one, while you're here, but also help someone else who's out there enjoy their life. And that's just how I feel. And that's why I'm in public service.
That's wonderful. That's a common thread throughout all day today is the public servants. How can I help you? What can I do to make your life better? You know, Senator Sweeney and Adam Talafiero, they were talking about, you know, people with disabilities, other people were talking about voting. I mean, it's so encouraging to know that we have people representing us who have our best interests at heart. It's just so encouraging. I can't tell you how great it feels.
Why, thank you.
Yeah. Do you have any questions for us? You know, we're a state organization and we have county chapters. And normally, I don't know if I've said this already, but normally we come to Trenton and we have a luncheon and we invite everybody to come. And being a state chapter, we're also part of a national organization and we do go to Washington each year. Of course, we haven't been able to, everything's been virtual the last year and a half, but we're looking forward to when we can meet people in person and we can show up in Trenton in person.
Yes, yeah. So you said that you do a luncheon. I've been to your luncheons, by the way.
Great.
So you're going to send me a sandwich or something? Or, no. No, huh? Okay. Thought
I think
I'd ask.
lettuce and tomato would fall out by the time it got there.
But I have no questions. It's just that if the Bergen County chapter or any chapter, I don't care what chapter, it is, if they want me to come and speak or have any questions on me specific, give my office a call. I'll be glad to sit down and talk about issues that may be important. You know, issues come up all the time, as you know. And also I tell people, you know, when we write a bill in Trenton, it's a living document. It gets amended and changed and what have you. So if a bill comes up that you don't like, that you feel have an issue with, you know, call my office. I'll be glad to sit down. And if we come up with an amendment that makes you happy, then we'll try to stick it in there. That is what we do. And I mean, I'm more than glad to do that.
That's great. That's really great. That's wonderful.
Yeah, Loretta trained me well. Yes.
Yeah, it's good to have such responsive legislators. It's really great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You are welcome.
Anybody else have any questions? All right, looks like we're saying goodbye and wishing you a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, and good luck to you. We'll be rooting for you. Thank you.
All right,
so much.
there you go. That's incentive right there. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks so much. Take
like I
care.
said, any questions, give me a call. No problem.
Certainly. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, and you're welcome to stay on too if you like. Ladies, here's the story. We have a 3 o'clock Assemblyman, Dan Benson, but he's in a meeting and I just got a text from him saying that he will not be available until 3:15. So maybe this is a good time for us to stand up, take a stretch.
break.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice idea. So why don't we meet back here around 3:10 and we can check one of the videos. It's almost 3 o'clock. So come back at 3:10 and I'll see you all then. I will check in, you know, to make sure that nobody's come back.
I'll monitor if you want to take a quick break and then
Thank you.
I'll
Thank you.
monitor the site. You
We
got
lost
it.
Kim. We lost Kim, but Jennifer's still here. Hi, Jennifer. What county are you in?
Hi, how are you? I'm in Gloucester County.
Oh, you're in Gloucester.
Yeah,
You're with
I'm
Rachel.
not too far from Rachel Green, exactly.
Yeah, okay, cool. And Kim
That's right.
Gaddy, and do you know her at all?
Who's that?
Kim Gaddy, she's
I
if
don't.
She's
I don't
from-
know the name.
Oh, there she is. Hi, Kim.
Kim's from up north, I think. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, bye, Margaret. Kim, what county are you in?
I'm in Essex County.
Oh, you're in Essex. Okay, you were Sylvia and Bessie and yeah.
Yeah, I'm the treasurer for the Essex County chapter. I live in Newark.
Ah, okay. Well, you two have been on this whole time too, haven't you?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's
Mm-hmm.
a long day. I think one of my feedbacks is going to be, let's do half days.
Yes.
No, we got to be in person next time.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
true. We'll be in person next
Yeah.
time.
Actually, I think
better-
this is going phenomenally well.
Yeah, it's a better
It-
turnout than the lunches were. Right?
Yes, we do. And Jennifer, just, I live in Voorhees, so
That's not
Camden
too far
County.
from, yeah.
Right,
Voorhees
and-
is Camden County, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think it's been great that we have had our southern legislators.
Agreed.
So much in Trenton is North Jersey, and we got to listen to our southern area legislators. So that's really good. We got to work on North Jersey a little bit. Like Hunterdon and Warren counties are all Republican.
Okay. Yeah, I was happy to see a lot of the South Jersey show up. I missed Gabrielle, but you know, I don't know what maybe she had another, commitment or whatever.
She
but
wasn't on.
I know, I missed her. Yeah, I was hoping that she
yeah.
would have been on today.
On, yeah.
Hi, Adrian, I'm Jacqueline Hingston. I'm on.
Hi, Jacqueline.
I'm from
All right.
Essex County, the Vice President of Essex County.
Yes, we
Hi,
know.
Jacqueline.
Hi.
Okay, ladies, I'm gonna take a break. When did she say come back? 3:15?
3:10.
3:10.
3:10. All right, see y'all then.
Hello, this is Yita, Roberta.
Yes, hello.
From Burlington County.
Hi, Ida, how are you?
Good. It's been great. I'm enjoying this. I think it's better than the in-person ones we've had over the years.
I'm
Yeah.
so happy. That's wonderful feedback. It's been very exciting. And I have to say, I'm so impressed, not only by the turnout and the participation, but that we've been on schedule the whole day.
Yes, they have really been plugging in right on time and having a lot of information to share. I'm impressed. I am. It's really, really great. Yeah, I got on about 11:15, I think, and I've been on since. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, it's definitely been an exciting event today with everybody. We've had some really good turnout, and we've got a couple more left to go, and it's definitely, I think this is as best as you could, short of course being in person. I think we couldn't have asked for a better activity and a better event. And a lot of the work goes to Margaret and her team. They did a phenomenal job.
Yes, they did. Yes, it does though. If I'm not on, make sure she knows that Burlington was in the house. And
we thank you. I will definitely let her know.
Yeah. Nancy said that she would not possibly be able to come.
Oh, okay.
So because of her job. But I will let her know how well it went.
Well, and this is all being recorded, and I know it's going to be like a 8-9 hour recording, but I would imagine we'll hopefully be able to edit and have each of the individual presentations available.
That's great. Also, the information. What is the state going to do with the information that the legislators gave? I mean, is that going to be
I would imagine my guess would be any information that gets sent to us from the legislators today will get shared, we'll push out to the state presidents and the state folks and ask them to share with their members.
Through email or through
more than likely probably email. would be probably my first guess. I don't want to assume anything, but I would imagine anything that we get, we'll make sure to pass it down, whether it's through email or through, you know, our next big meeting. If it's not something, you know, if they send us anything like an activity or something like that, that they want us to attend or push. I would imagine any calls for action, we would probably put out on our social media pages.
Okay.
To do that, but we'll make sure that information flows down as we receive it. And I believe we've all been taking some notes, so I think we all know who we need to sort of follow up with.
Okay. All right. That's great.
No,
I
absolutely.
have a few notes.
Hey, you know,
as well.
I've been trying to take them as well. I'm notorious with the paper and pencil, so I will sit here and scribe out on paper all day. So luckily you cannot see my desk because it's covered in papers and stuff. So, but no, we'll make sure to get all of that information put together.
That's great. Margaret, you and your team?
I think
Fabulous job. Phenomenal job. Everything is running like clockwork.
Yida, you are so amazing. It wasn't me though. I had a team of people that reached out to the assembly people and the senators, and we told them, I'm sorry, you can't have a lot of time. You only have this much time. And in fact, the problem that we're having with Assemblyman Benson, I told he just couldn't be there. I said, I'm sorry, you can only have 5 minutes. And even Loretta Weinberg's staff member said, well, Loretta might not be able to make it, and blah, blah. I said, well, let's wait a minute and, you know, take a deep breath. She committed to 3:20, so I'm hoping she's going to be on at 3:20, which I think she will. She's pretty good about making things, you know, work for her schedule. So unfortunately, we won't be able to hear from Assemblyman Benson, and I think probably his staff member might come on. So we'll see what happens in a few minutes. But I really appreciate all of you women coming and hanging out and listening in and, you know, chiming in and asking questions. It just makes the whole day feel really important. And I learned so much today. I think that my 2 favorites so far, I'm going to vote. My 2 favorites were Senator Sweeney and Adam Talaferro. I thought they were, you know, just like they were so heartfelt, like from their heart. Like I felt like these were people that have really known what it's like for human struggle, and it was so encouraging. I just found it just so heartfelt. I hope people saw that because it was beautiful. It really was beautiful. So I've been enjoying myself. I learned so much, and I'm so happy to see people staying strong and staying here. That's great.
One thing I would like to just suggest or maybe add.
Go ahead, Kim.
That can probably help us. This is my first time interacting, but I know from Clean Water Action, we actually do a scorecard, and we actually have certain questions, you know, and we only endorse based on the environment. But I would think it might have been a little bit better if the different chapters could have looked at what their main points of interest are and came up with some questions and some categories, so that then, you know, there would be a little bit more diversity. I didn't want to kind of keep jumping in with my environmental concerns, but that's what I live. That's what I do. That's exactly what's most important to me, you know, with 3 asthmatic children and understanding the connection of the health injustices throughout this state. But I just think, you know, maybe when you have a committee meeting, just in the future, that might be helpful so that we can make sure they are addressing all of the issues.
You're absolutely right. And I don't want to not answer or address what you said, because what you said is really important. But the Assemblyman Benson staffer just jumped on. Hi. And Kim, we're going to get back to that because I want to address that. I definitely do. So don't go away. Please, if you can hang out just a little bit longer. Hello, welcome, Dan. We're happy to see you.
So good to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'm sorry we can't keep you on too long because we have Loretta Weinberg showing up. And
well, listen, I would jump off so that she can have all of my time. And We work so well together. The senator, I'm
Great.
going to miss the majority leader so much. We've worked so much on healthcare access issues. In fact, right now we're working on a very important piece of legislation that's passed the Senate that she's the prime sponsor of on her side to make sure that specialty care for pediatric patients, that there's network adequacy in healthcare. What we've seen, particularly among our Medicaid care organizations, they've been dropping out of their network folks like CHOPS and Namors. So if you're in Central or South Jersey, you know, your options for care are being decreased over the last couple of years. And so we're fighting to make sure that that's put back. Many of you may know, more recently, have partnered with many of my colleagues in the Assembly to sponsor legislation to not only just resolutions calling to denounce some of the hate that we've been seeing in our society, but also to make sure that we change our policies. I'm most proud of legislation that I worked along with your president, Alana Berman, on, which is the restorative justice bill in education, and that pilot is moving forward, being implemented by Department of Education. That bill is creating a pilot among a number of schools to allow them to change their discipline policies, which could be even more important as our schools go back into full force in the fall, to make sure that we kind of break that cycle of penalizing the victims in so many ways, because our discipline only focuses on those that are maybe causing trouble, but not looking at it from a trauma-induced manner. So there's a lot of work that my focus has been on, whether it's on denouncing hate and changing our policies, making sure we have access to better healthcare for women and children, but also really trying to fight the good fight when it comes to the budget. And this year, more than ever, I think the budget that was introduced by the governor reflects our values. We have to make sure that that continues in the coming years as the federal dollars peter out over the coming years after the pandemic hopefully is in our rear view mirror. So as a budget member, as a healthcare member, and lastly, as chair of transportation, fighting for issues of transit equity, whether you walk, ride a bike, or take mass transit, regardless of your age, race, ethnicity, income, disability, you should be able to get from point A to point B, not only just for work, not only for childcare or for healthcare, but for quality of life purposes. We need to make sure that our transportation system matches our democratic values. And that's why I'm a sponsor of the Transit Bill of Rights, working with a lot of stakeholders, as well as a number of bills that we've already passed, really trying to expand paratransit to more people and making sure that what we are spending is getting a good return for everyone. So I'm going to close it off there. I know you're going to bring in Senator Weinberg. Please give her my love. And I want to thank everyone for their activism here. New Jersey Federation really is a special place in my heart. And I look forward to continuing to work with all of you to get good things done, both in the budget and beyond. Thank you so much for your time, as always.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And good luck and best wishes to you. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Take care now.
Thank you. Okay. Senator
So glad
Weinberg.
we were, I'm